Britannico 1986. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 426. The special medicine provided by the crew, the little blue pill. This is a dragon. Not to mention catching it, even taking a photo to prove its existence is big news, and it's all money. Anyway, I just came out to have fun and shoot an interesting movie and TV series. Alan was very keen on this. At worst, he would personally fund an expedition, which wouldn't cost much point. Even if this legend is false, it would not be a loss if some other new species can be discovered. Point as for, if this Ninkinanka is really a dragon, will there be any relationship between the Gambia and China? It won't matter. Even if they are related, they are not the descendants of the dragon, not even the black dragon. With this understanding, Alan sent people to explore the shooting location first and inquire about information, mainly about the legend of the water monster Ninkinanka. Point don't say it yet. Point there is really news. Although according to the records in the documents, witnesses who saw Ninkinanka would be cursed and then die miserably. Some people still found survivors who were said to have witnessed Ninkinanka. Point don't worry about why they didn't die. According to their own words, they all survived after seeking treatment from people in the church. Point Alan asked people to prepare several pictures, including dragons from ordinary Western stories, 4-dimensional images drawn based on the appearance described by witnesses in previous materials, and a piece of personal information that Alan specially added, the image of the Oriental Chinese dragon. Point according to the identifications of the few witnesses, miraculously, they all pointed to the picture of the dragon in China. Point this time it's even more interesting. Alan was certain that there was absolutely no legend about the Chinese dragon in this poor place in the Gambia, but these witnesses could point out that the monster they had seen called Ninkinanka looked like the Chinese dragon when looking at the pictures. Is this a coincidence? Moreover, as the scope of the village expanded, a village chief of a small village also provided information. He said that his ancestors had also seen this water monster, and his family even had the scales of the water monster that his ancestors secretly brought back. The scales of Ninkinanka have been preserved to this day. Because of this, Alan was even more moved and finally asked someone to bring the scales back to him. Point. Although if this thing really exists, according to the explorer's guess, it seems to have radiation on it. But Alan can't help but be curious. As long as he takes a look from a distance and puts it away properly, there should be no big problem. He wants to see me, dedicate himself to me. Alan raised his eyebrows. Damn, these Gambian natives are ignorant. They may not know that this thing seems to contain radiation, but Alan is still very afraid of death. He doesn't want to come into direct contact with these scales at close range. After hearing what Xiao Shitao said, a look of disgust flashed across his face. Master, I have seen that thing and had it tested with instruments. There is no radiation. The expression on Xiao Shitao's face is very painful. Although this thing seems a bit unreliable, foreigners are generally interested in this kind of thing. The more mysterious it is, the more interested they are. Now Alan is interested. Xiao Shitao could only bite the bullet and care about it. No. Radiation. Alan's eyes widened. Although he could see it up close without radiation, does this mean this thing is fake? Call him over here. After eagerly handing over to Xiao Shitao, Alan patted Ajani again and motioned for her to tidy up. Dear L, on behalf of myself and our whole village, I would like to extend my most sincere greetings to you and wish you God save the Queen. A green round hat with patterns, a colorful robe, a dark complexion, not fat, but almost skinny. Point the village chief, who was brought up by the little stone, had red eyes. When he saw Alan for the first time, he knelt on the ground and said hello to Alan, as if the king had finally arrived. Point Alan opened his mouth, grinning as he listened to his somewhat tacky greetings. He also represented your village, making me look like a poor landlord who went to the countryside to help. Point this is the effect of the British rule over them for more than 200 years. Even now, many ordinary Gambians will kneel down unconsciously when they see the British big shots. This was his instinctive reaction, not something Alan forced him to do. Get Up, where are the things? Alan was sitting sideways on a beach chair. Although he was naked on the upper body and wearing large pants on the lower body, this did not affect his glorious image at all. Her half-long blonde hair was held in place with hairpins and combed back. The essence cream that Ajani had just applied to her body made her wheat-colored skin look golden. In addition, Alan was already tall and in good shape, and now in the eyes of the village chief, his image looked a bit like the god of war in ancient Greek mythology. This is a style of my noble lord from Great Britain. The village chief took out his robe for a long time, and under Alan's disgusted eyes, he took out a yellow transparent plastic bag. The small plastic bag had a seal and contained something inside. Alan, who originally wanted to take it, saw the packaging of this thing, hesitated, and winked at the small stone next to him. Xiao Shitao twitched his face, and with some disgust, used the tips of his index finger and thumb to pinch the corners of the plastic bag, lifted it up, and handed it to Alan's eyes. Ah, these are scales of Ningjin Anchor. Through the yellowed plastic bag, Alan couldn't see clearly. There were several palm-sized square irregular scales with slightly curled edges inside, like plastic sheets. It really looks like that. It's just that it's a little different from the colorful golden scales that Alan imagined. The scales handed over by the village chief were wrinkled and looked very thin, just like potato chips that get wet and then dry out. Okay, let's send it back to Cardiff University for testing to see what's inside. Now that he got the real thing, Alan seemed boring again. This thing was a little different from what he imagined, and he was a little disappointed. But for such strange things, you can't just look at the appearance. Isn't there an old saying? Well, the mythical thing hides itself. What if this is it? To be on the safe side, it is better to send it back to Wales and have it tested by professionals. Alan not only believes in these mysterious little things, he also believes in science, etc. Seeing Xiao Shitao holding something and walking with the village chief, Alan stopped Xiao Shitao again and explained, "Give him a reward of £1,000, and if there is any more information about this, ask him to report it to you." The village chief also heard Alan's words, and his eyes suddenly burst into a different light. This aristocratic gentleman is indeed a great aristocrat, and he will give you £1,000 for a reward. What is Gambia's current annual GDP combined? Less than $1 billion. The per capita income is less than $400 per year. In such an environment, what is the concept of a one-time reward of £1,000? This money was more than he had earned in several years of working. This is already a huge sum of money for him. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, Your Excellency. Your glory will surely shine. The village chief's words were trembling, and he wanted to kneel down. While trembling, Alan didn't stop him. He just watched happily as the old digger knocked him again, and then he was led away by a little stone. The green spray bottle is filled with a mixture of Liaotian toilet water and Fengaiao essence. 3 servants were beside Alan, spraying this special mosquito repellent around him from 360 degrees. There were several large incense-like objects stuck on the ground in the distance, with white smoke rising from them. That's a mosquito repellent for veterinary use. All these preparations are to ensure that Alan will not be bitten by mosquitoes on both sides of the river. The mosquitoes here in the Gambia belong to a branch of African mosquitoes, and are very big. The average individual mosquito is as big as a thumb. When flying in groups in the sky, you can hear a buzzing sound from a long distance, which is very penetrating. This is also the reason why the Chinese cooling oil, essential oil, and toilet water that Alan used to represent are selling well here. These things work well. Further west, in some poorer places, people net mosquitoes, just like a large insect catching net. A large group of mosquitoes will be caught in one net, and they will be swatted into a basin. If you save enough, you can make mosquito meat patties in the basin. Anyway, the black smell makes people sick. Alan has never eaten it, but he has seen it. This time, the logistics team has made sufficient preparations in this regard. The 7-person film crew consists of 3 photographers, 2 bodyguards who work as part-time logistics, a guide, and a conductor. The 7 of them will accompany the 2 contestants in this group for the filming. A group with 2 protagonists, a total of 9 people, relies on the ship's communication system and uses a walkie-talkie to communicate. The plan was to have a total of 4 groups of contestants, 4 men and 4 women, in pairs. In order to keep them fresh, they were not allowed to meet each other for so many days on the ship point, just to create the strange feeling of meeting them for the first time in the wild point. Otherwise, if you get to know each other on the boat, the show will be boring. What Alan wants is the sense of shame, novelty, and excitement of a man and a woman meeting openly in the wild point. Although there were 4 groups of contestants, they couldn't shoot one group at a time. That would be too time consuming. Alan dispersed the camera crews. Everyone took the same route. Each group was separated by a certain distance and set off one day apart to create a team. A sense of deja vu as 4 teams of men and women set off together in the wild, heading towards the same goal at the same time point. Although it is about the wilderness, this is all a script point. Because there are few people around here, there are still some large wild animals, but they were driven away by bodyguards in helicopters in advance. Within a few days, the area will be safe point. The only ones that need attention are poisonous insects and baboons. The baboons here are smarter and more aggressive, but no matter how aggressive they are useless in the face of hot weapons. Before they formally attack, Alan will not be so frantic as to kill these baboons. He will just drive them away point. But if these baboons come back and cause trouble for him, that's another story. A piece of river. Beach was specially cleared point. A man and a woman looked at each other and smiled awkwardly. Then the woman brushed her short hair behind her ears and introduced herself point. The boy looks to be in his early 20s at most. Those who can participate in this kind of program are young people who are more open-minded and pursue novelty. Both parties are in their 20s. Before coming, they were only interested in excitement. Now the filming has officially started. Being surrounded by so many people, the 2 of them should be shy or shy. What are you doing standing there? Take off your clothes. It will get dark in a while. Alan stood far away, holding his special lace trumpet, and began to talk point. The female contestant glanced around, gritted her teeth without leaving a trace, and began to take off her clothes according to the rules. The 2 people started from the starting point, and could not wear anything, and could only carry a few gadgets provided by the program team point. A dagger, a small iron pot, a bundle of rope, a waterproof lighter, and a pack of small blue pills. Male players took off their clothes first when they saw the female players, so they couldn't be pretentious anymore. There were so many big men around, so what were they afraid of? Take it off yourself too. Ha. Ha. Alan just laughed and suddenly realized that this would bring a lot of pressure to the players in the distance, so he quickly suppressed his laughter. Jenny was wearing a big peaked cap and wrapped tightly and poked Alan's waist from behind point. She knew why Alan laughed just now point. The male player was tall and he looked like he was good at it. But as soon as he took off his clothes, many things betrayed him, such as something that shrank like a wrinkled walnut skin, and a small piece of hair caterpillar. Under normal circumstances, it should not be like this. Even if it is small, it will not be like this. The male contestant looked at the first few tools provided by the crew. There was no problem with the dagger. It was used for self-defense in the wild. Even if he caught a prey, he had to use the dagger to clean it up. Small pot. I can understand this. He understands both rope and lighter, but what is this packet of little blue pills for? He shook the packet of blue pills in his hand. Just when he was about to ask, the director of the photography team next to him quickly explained, ahem. This is a special medicine that has a relaxing and sedative effect. You live in the city all year round. Suddenly living in the wild, it was fine during the day, but at night there were some sounds of wild animals in the wild. I was afraid that your lack of rest would affect the shooting, so I specially prepared medicine for you. Oh. The male contestant's eyes flickered. Is this drug a sedative? However, don't eat too much of this. Try not to eat it during the day. It's best to eat it before going to bed. The director of the photography team added a few more words. So, what do you mean? This is a combination of tranquilizers and sleeping pills. As expected, it is the Noble Masters private film and television company, and even such small details have been taken into consideration. Okay, I've memorized the command, and it's time to shoot. The male contestant found a leaf from the ground, carefully wrapped the packet of small blue pills, and held it tightly in his hand. Our cameras have been on since you got here. The Conductor pointed to the camera next to him. When the male player heard this, his face turned visibly red, and he turned slightly unnaturally. He just faced the camera, and even the little caterpillar was photographed. This is so shameful. P.S. Well, Ninja Nanka is just a small introduction. I'm afraid that the grumpy readers will criticize me, so I will explain in a weak way. This is not fantasy. At some point, this thing can be used as media news. Use the explosive points in it to attract attention. That's it. It will be useful later. Chapter 427. Overcome yourself. Is that medicine really hypnotic and calming? How come I haven't seen it before? Ajani felt something was wrong. As an actor, sometimes the pressure is very high. Whether it is various news and scandals from the outside world, or scripts and stories that they often read during performances. If they are a bastard actor, then they may not have this problem, but if they are an experienced actor with a solid foundation, many such actors, when performing and filming, the substitution method will be used more or less to put yourself into the role, so that you can better interpret the role. This method is very good and has quick results, but it has serious side effects. After a long time and many filmings, the actor's spirit will easily become unbearable, stressed, and mentally disordered. This is also a big reason why many people in the entertainment industry have a messy private life over time. They need various external stimulations or some stimulating activities to relax their hearts and release stress. Although Ajani hasn't reached that point yet, she used to often need to take some sleeping pills to help her sleep. After eating too much, a long-term illness will make you a good doctor. She still has some knowledge about this kind of medicine. The crew did not mention the name of this little blue pill, only the effect. But looking at this little blue pill, as for the appearance, Ajani thought about it for a moment and realized that the medicines she had taken before were not the same as the little blue pill in front of her. Why are you asking so many questions? They are all good stuff. This is the latest high-tech product produced by my pharmaceutical factory. You haven't seen it before. It's normal and it hasn't been officially launched yet. Alan kept his face straight and made up an excuse to fool him. This is the final version of Viagra that those useless medical engineers finally came up with some time ago, which is this little blue pill. Currently, there are two dosage types. One is the powerful version and the other is the ordinary version. What Alan used for experiment this time was the powerful version. As we all know, Viagra has great positive effects. But what about the side effects? Side effects are likely to cause dizziness, headache, tinnitus, insomnia, unstable blood pressure, and other symptoms. However, these side effects are only likely to occur with a small probability depending on each person's physique and dosage. In the current two versions, the dosage is still within a controllable range. This regular version of little blue pill, the effect is only about 10 to 20 minutes, which is considered an entry-level popular model for beginners. As for the enhanced version, it starts in half an hour. As long as you can drive it well, the upper limit is uncertain. It is an advanced version that can only be controlled by experienced drivers. Alan never cheats his customers when doing business. The 4 men and 4 women who signed up to participate in the filming this time, theoretically, the purpose of coming here is not only to be stimulated, but also to have a very important point, and that is to go on a blind date. For things like blind date, the situation has been very different since ancient times. Whether abroad or domestically, excluding the primitive stage where it all depends on personal physique and personal skills, the rest will remain. After entering civilized society. People who can be reduced to a blind date, among other things, have some flaws. This defect does not refer to a physical defect, but may also be a psychological defect. For example, you are introverted, you are honest, you don't have much contact with the opposite sex due to work or other messy reasons. Anyway, there are all kinds of weird things, and now, with this show, Alan has to be a good matchmaker, do what a blind date show organizer should do, and ensure the success rate of blind dates. Alan scorned the kind of blind date that stood on the stage with a dozen women surrounding a male guest, asking questions about this and that, like choosing an animal. If you want to play something exciting. If the success rate of blind dates cannot be guaranteed, then all blind dates are meaningless. This method is a disguised way of cheating customers. Therefore, in order to increase the success rate of blind dates, you have to use some secret weapons. The two protagonists, a man and a woman, are honest with each other. Although they don't know much about each other, it's not a big problem. In this wilderness, the two of them joined hands to reach the location specified by the program crew. The distance was 100 kilometers. 100 kilometers sounds very close. If you drive fast, you can get there in less than an hour. But what about walking? What if this location is on the bank of a river with a tropical rainforest climate? This time will be extended indefinitely, let alone an hour. If they can get out within a week, they are considered powerful. Here, men and women must support each other and work together to reach the final destination. If they are not united, and one person falls behind, they will not get the bonus. If they cannot reach the final destination point, in this case, the speed of understanding between the two people will be increased. What if we give them a little more help in this situation? Like a little blue pill point, as the saying goes. Armed with sharp weapons comes a murderous intention. This is an instinct that is ingrained in the DNA of most men. No one can resist it, as long as you can't help it. Won't this matter be done? It doesn't matter whether you go to the destination or not. What's important is the scenery along the way and the feeling of sharing weal and woe. There are a few other things, but they are not important anyway. As long as we have this point, this short drama will be able to sublimate its core and make it exciting and high-end. Another point is that little blue pill is a new drug that has not yet been launched on the market. Based on its efficacy, this drug will definitely be a money-making tool for Alan in the future. But the fragrance of wine is also afraid of the alley. No matter how good the product is, in this day and age, how can it be done without advertising? Without advertising, people know that just such a small blue pill can directly bring confidence to a man and happiness to a family. No way. But if you want to advertise this drug, ordinary TV ads are somewhat inappropriate. You can't suddenly insert an advertisement like this during prime time, in the middle of the news, right? Think about that image. 1 second you were watching the news in front of the TV, and the next second the screen changed, and a little black guy with big white teeth appeared on the screen, posing, holding a small box in his hand, and extending his thumb with his right hand. He gestured at you and said, if you are not confident, use Viagra. Viagra can help you regain your confidence and make you a man again. Viagra can change every family. Viagra is trustworthy. This kind of crappy advertisement looks a bit unreliable and a bit shameful. The product functions are also difficult to introduce. But if the size of the advertisement is slightly larger, it will not be broadcast on TV. Even if it can be broadcast on a special channel, it will only be broadcast in the middle of the night. This infinitely weakens the promotional effect of advertising. In order to introduce the efficacy of the product, the advertisement must be clear and direct. You can't just find a Korean couple to take the photo, right? A gentle looking Korean woman with a plastic surgery face waited for her husband to get off work. She tenderly took out the pill box and handed it to her husband. Then she said to the camera, with Viagra, I don't have to go to the old man next door anymore. After thinking about various advertisements, Alan found that the one most suitable for advertising Viagra was the small film and television company that is still in the United States, the one that specializes in side-by-side and porcelain movies. However, the advertisements in this kind of video are infinitely close to the small advertisements that cure infertility posted on dry toilets in rural areas or on telephone poles on the roadside, and are not credible at all. After thinking about it for a while, I decided to just get an implant. I happen to have a suitable project on hand right now. It would be Alan's dream to help every contestant. As long as it is effective, viewers who see this pill on TV will inevitably become curious. When they become curious, you can then place a more formal single product introduction advertisement. Anyway, Alan doesn't suffer, and neither do these contestants. It's a win-win for everyone, but it's just not suitable to tell them about the effects of the medicine now. A man and a woman are walking openly in the woods. No matter what the woman looks like, it matches the environment. As long as the woman is not too ugly, she will look very pleasing to the eye. But if you look down from the sky and add the group of people following them, the overall beauty of this picture will be compromised. Since it was the first time to shoot a variety show short drama with this theme. Everyone had little experience. The members of the other 3 teams followed Alan and observed the first team camera team in front. Alan held a soft rubber stick in his hand and followed the camera group not far away. He didn't look at the 2 people at the front. He was looking at the photographer and several other people behind. It would be very embarrassing for inexperienced people to shoot something like this. At the very least, it was inevitable that the male photographer would have a reaction because he was so close. Therefore, Alan made careful arrangements in advance. The photographer who is mainly responsible for taking close-up shots of people was originally from the Sailor's Happy Time magazine that he worked for at home. They are all experienced photographers. What kind of women have they never seen? Photographers like them have long been able to achieve the point where the eyes are confused, but the mind is not confused, and the heart is moved, but the stick remains motionless. It is said that the heart is as calm as water. The level of professionalism is very high. But the photographers next to me are not from magazines. They are from the BBC. They shoot documentaries, outdoor scenery and so on. They are very capable. What they need is their special ability. The 2 backgrounds are good at different directions. Photographers, we all join forces. One is responsible for photographing people, and according to Alan's requirements, the most primitive and pure beauty of men and women, and the other is responsible for photographing the rivers of the Gambia according to Alan's requirements, the dangerous nature of the scenery on both sides of the Taiwan Strait. The original plan was perfect, but these photographers with BBC background couldn't concentrate as soon as they arrived at the scene and started shooting. They are all old bachelors, or they are used to shooting outdoors all year round. Have they ever seen such a scene before? Alan has seen several of them walking in strange ways. This somewhat delayed the shooting. Several photographers over there are gathering here, Alan shouted with a cold face, and the whole team froze. The photographers in front of them were stunned when their colleagues took the cameras off their shoulders and came towards Alan. I'll say it again, our shooting time is limited. If you have any ideas, you can overcome them yourself. If you can't overcome them, I will help you overcome them physically. As he spoke, Alan slammed the soft rubber stick held in his right hand into the palm of his left hand. Several photographers looked at this thing in his hand and swallowed secretly. Use this physical method to overcome it, and it will probably be permanent. They don't want to be overcome directly and permanently. Boss, we will overcome it slowly. Huh? Overcome it slowly? Do I have this time to wait for you to overcome it slowly? Do I need to let you go to the ship to rest for a while? No, we will get over it as soon as possible. Seeing that Alan was angry, the photographer who spoke waved his hands repeatedly. Oh, but you don't have to worry. In addition to me using physical means to help you with customer service, if any of you really can't overcome it, we have a second backup plan. It's the peak tourist season now, and Banjul is not far from here. City, I don't need to say more about what they're doing over there now, right? Alan stared at the photographers, smiled coldly, and slowly talked about the second plan. If I find someone who has delayed my progress, I will send a helicopter to take him to Banjul City. Haha, those fat ladies from Spain, Italy, and the UK are very rare for white people like you. I will give it to you when the time comes. Arrange a few rich women, and I will let you work there for a while. As for the money you earn from your work, it will be regarded as compensation to the crew. Upon hearing this second plan, many photographers got goosebumps. They thought that if they couldn't overcome it, they would be thrown into Banjul City by their boss to serve as a white duck to pick up customers, and they would be raped by some big-bodied rich women around. This is not as straightforward as the first plan. When I thought of this, all the thoughts I had just had disappeared. My eyes became clearer instantly, and the small tents were put away. The first day of shooting was not difficult. I originally started in the afternoon. There are many tidal flats in the middle reaches of the Gambia River. It is the rainy season now. It is okay to walk along the river. But if you want to stay at night, you can't stay by the river. It is too humid here. We must go deeper into the shore, find some dry places, and build a small shelter, not only building a house with wood, but at least using branches, leaves and other materials to create a shelter from wind and rain. As the camera crew went deeper into the shore, Alan followed them as if they were on a trip. He did not need to step forward to take pictures, because his identity would put a lot of pressure on the two players. Alan only needed to just hang in the back and take charge of overall command. If you don't let them have any ideas, then do you have any ideas? After reading it yourself, Ajani held Alan's hand and stepped on the mud, 1 foot deep and 1 shallow, as if she was deliberately looking for a puddle. As she walked, she asked Alan what happened just now. To be strict with others and lenient with oneself. Double standards have always been the creed of aristocratic gentlemen, and Alan firmly believed in this. The reason for being strict with the law is to allow him to enjoy it better. Otherwise, why would you invite Ajani to come with you? Is it just to take her to see the scenery? Chapter 429 Black Wednesday and Little Accident. Baby, come on. Alan waved to Ajani and said a few words in Ajani's ear excitedly, which elicited a gentle pinch from Ajani. Point. If it doesn't hurt, it means there is a way. In the past, Alan didn't understand why Teacher Chen liked to take selfies, but now, he felt that he could understand why Teacher Chen liked to take selfies. Exciting. It has commemorative value, but Alan would never let this thing leak, let alone find someone to help him repair his computer or anything. Point. This thing is a little spice for him and Ajani to add to the fun. Point. After filming, only he will see it, and don't even think about sharing it. Wednesday, September 16, 1992, the Gambia. Point. On the Gambia River, the huge hull of the Earl of Carmarthen was parked quietly on the Gambia River, showing its dominance. Point. The ships passing by, with their small hulls with a displacement of several hundred tons, can only feel ashamed when compared with a super yacht that resembles a warship. Point. It's still the rainy season, and it rained a lot today. The filming was temporarily stopped, and Alan returned to the yacht to rest. Point. Sitting by the pool, Alan quietly watched the rain dripping into the pool at the stern of the ship. The water in this pool was considered useless. If you wanted to swim, you had to wait until the rain stopped and the servants disinfected it before you could use it. Point. But Alan really likes the feeling of sitting by the pool, quietly listening to the raindrops dripping into the water. What is this thing called? White noise. It can clear the mind and calm the mind. Master, the test report from Cardiff University is out. Zao Shitao walked to Alan, hesitated for a few seconds, and then handed Alan a thick test report. Oh. Give it to me quickly. Alan's eyes lit up. These were the 2 scales of Ninkinanka that the village chief presented to him last month, which were said to be passed down from his ancestors. They were the scales of the water monster that was suspected to be a dragon. Point. I have been testing for nearly a month, and the results are only now available. Point. Over the past month, Alan has been secretly sending more people to inquire about news about Ninkinanka nearby. There have been gains, but the overall gains are not great. Point. Even the sonar on his ship was used, but due to the draft of the ship, the Earl of Carmarthen could only search in the middle and lower reaches of the Gambia River. The upper reaches was really difficult to pass. A small boat cannot carry such a large equipment. The current situation is that Alan has all the financial resources and manpower, but they are useless. He still has to keep enough people to protect himself. With such a big ship parked here, he can't send everyone out just for a water monster, right? If you still can't find it, you can only wait until you go back and invest in setting up an expedition team. Point. Turning over the test report, Alan didn't bother to read the long section of professional terms. He turned directly to the last page about the test results. To sum up, the test objectives, another professional description, old-fashioned film. Alan blinked, not sure what the last test result meant. What does this mean? What film? Well, young master, it literally means film, old-fashioned camera film, the kind of film used for taking photos. As for the curled edge, it may be natural wear or wear in the wild. Well, you can understand that it is the ancestor of the village chief, a piece of discarded film left behind by a photographer who was picked up somewhere in the wild. As Alan listened to Zhao Shitao's explanation, he thought about the 2 scales packed in yellowed plastic bags that day. They turned out to be garbage films discarded by someone in the wild. Just for this thing, he rewarded the village chief with £1,000. £1,000 for 2 pieces of rubbish. Where's the promised dragon scale? What about the promised radiation? Damn, is this the so-called dragon scale? Are you being treated as a stupid son of a landlord? Alan's face twitched. Just when he was about to ask someone to give an order, he sent bodyguards to bloodbath the village, where the village chief had lied to him. In the distance, a servant held a mobile phone and trotted this way. He ran to the small stone first. Next to him, he whispered a few words to Xiao Shitao. Point after hearing what the servant said, Xiao Shitao's expression turned serious. He took the phone with both hands and patted the servant's shoulder, indicating that he could leave first. When the servant walked away, Xiao Shitao then handed the phone to Alundao. Master, Butler Capel's phone number said that His Highness is looking for you. Alan was stunned again. He was in a bad mood because he was played by two damn fake scales. But now Boss Cha called again. Point this, it's only been more than a month since I came out, so what are you doing? Hello, I'm Alan, sir. Alan, it's great to be able to contact you. Are you still in Gambia now? Capel was a little happy to hear Alan's voice finally coming from the microphone, and then began to care about where Alan was now. Well, you're still filming a movie and TV series here. What's wrong? Your Excellency, His Highness is a little bored today and wants you to come over and accompany him fishing. Well, I don't know where you are now. Is it convenient for you to come back? Oh, what happened? Alan subconsciously wanted to ask a question, but as soon as the question came out of his mouth, he looked at the phone in his hand and felt that his tooth hurt. Even if something really happened, he couldn't say it on the phone. Point he had no choice but to quickly change the topic and said, I'm still in Gambia now. Even if I book the current ticket, it will be at least evening before I can go back. Butler Capel was silent for a moment, as if he was relaying information to someone. Alan guessed that Boss Chad was also around. Really after waiting for dozens of seconds, Butler Capel's voice came over again. Your Excellency, Your Highness has missed you very much these days. If you are not too busy, Your Highness hopes you can come back as soon as possible. Just pay attention to your safety. This was said in a semi-courteous manner, although Alan knew it was because there were some difficult words to say on the phone. He understood the meaning. What happened again? Okay, I understand. Please help me reply to His Highness. I will go back as soon as possible. Is there anything else? No, Mr. Allen. Please be safe. Goodbye. After hanging up the phone, Alan looked up at Xiao Shitao. The two of them were not far away from the call just now, and Xiao Shitao heard it. Facing Alan's doubtful eyes, Xiao Shitao also looked confused. Master, I really didn't receive any information from here, and I didn't even get a call from home. Alan narrowed his eyes. This situation was a bit abnormal. Judging from Butler Capel's tone, it shouldn't be a particularly big deal, but the call itself seemed unusual. Without his special arrangement, Boss Chad didn't seem to be like this. When I took the initiative to ask him to go back. Besides, some time ago, Boss Chad asked Alan to come out and have some fun. It had only been a long time since I had been out, and it was somewhat unusual to be called back again. Go and turn on the TV. See if there's any news. In this situation, you can only find information by yourself. These days, Alan is in a remote place in Gambia. He doesn't care about the situation in the outside world. He is playing a newly developed game with Ajani these days. Quite exciting. After each exchange, the two of them can watch the self-portrait video taken by Alan, exchange ideas, and improve the techniques of certain movements. In this way, the two of them seem to have discovered a new world. They are both familiar with this kind of thing. Very interested. Sometimes, Alan would play the video of the two of them while exchanging thoughts. Watching his own selfie video on TV, he felt an indescribable pleasure. Since the Gambia is a Commonwealth country, it can watch many BBC TV programs. The development of Gambia's TV stations is not particularly good. And this makes it easier for Alan to find news on TV. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon London time, just over an hour ago, with Prime Minister Major's announcement of failure, Britain ushered in a special event called Black Wednesday in the new sterling crisis. Sterling was forced to withdraw from the European exchange rate system. The process was complicated, and it was accompanied by a name that suddenly became famous in Europe. Soros. He was introduced in the news as a financial investment manager, a cunning and fierce jackal. Their hot money group through a series of contagion effects and herding effects, successfully promoted the crisis with a small but powerful approach. Then our British Prime Minister Major and the Chancellor of the Exchequer, who are extremely smart, were directly removed as the last fig leaf point anyway. According to Alan's understanding, another Great Depression started from now, not an hour ago. No wonder Boss Chat told him to rush back. Why? Thinking of this, Alan was stunned. This matter is closely related to Boss Chat. Although it seems that the pound has suffered losses, the royal family must have also suffered losses, but Alan does not believe that he can get the news in advance. There is no reason why the boss can't get the news. Besides, among so many hot money groups attacking the pound, it is impossible that there is no capital supported by the royal family. They will not suffer too much loss. At most, it is just a matter of making more or less in this incident. According to the previous explanation of his financial consultant Matthias, Alan knew very well that those who were harvested were middle level and low level people, and higher level people. There is basically no loss at the top level point. Since there was no loss, why did Boss Chat ask him to go back? Is it just for show? Alan's eyes flickered, and the expression on His Royal Highness's mind after hearing the bad news and worrying about the country and the people instantly appeared in his mind. Judging from Boss Chat's character, it's really possible for him to do such a thing. Thinking of this, Alan smiled slightly. Since the boss needed to bring him along for the show, he, the British loyal minister, must not let go. Shitao, go contact the airport. I want to take the fastest flight back to Wales. Okay, Master. Zaro. Shitao didn't think much about it. Since Alan said it so seriously, he looked solemn and nodded in agreement. This time Alan hurriedly explained the follow-up matters of the crew. He took Ajani back to Wales with him, not to take her home. The two parted at the airport. Ajani accompanied Alan to shoot a film in Gambia. After many months, plus the long time before going to Gambia, she had to return to France and had her own things to do. Will you take our video and watch it yourself while I'm away? Gently drawing circles on Alan's chest with her hand, Ajani stimulated Alan beside the airport runway, as if there was no one around. The videotape is not as good as yours. After a while, we can shoot something else. Okay, then I'll wait for this great director to call me. After Ajani finished speaking, she very childishly stretched out her right little finger, preparing to hook up with Alan. Isn't it said that Europeans don't play this kind of thing? Alan glanced at Ajani in surprise and extended his little finger to give her a perfunctory look. When I come back this time, I don't have to be picked up as soon as I get off the plane like last time. It wasn't particularly urgent at first. Alan took the car home first and rested at home for a night. When he was about to go out the next day, he received a phone call. Boss Chat gave a place name and asked Alan to go directly to him. Opposite Cardiff in Wales is still England's land. There is a small bay in front of the entire Cardiff, and the opposite side of the bay is surrounded by the tail of England. It is well known that Boss Chat doesn't like to go to Wales. This time he made an appointment with Alan in Weston-on-Sea, a coastal city across the sea from Cardiff. In Alan's mind, there doesn't seem to be much fun here, but in Bath, the next big city not far from here, there is a famous ancient Roman bath. Many buildings from the Roman rule have been preserved here. It is said that the water in the bath is green and looks like emerald, but you can't touch it now. It's not that there is fairy spirit in it, but there are too many germs and it's too dirty. If you don't wash your hands in time after touching it with your fingers and then touch your body with your hands, it is said that it is extremely easy to get meningitis and other diseases. It sounds scary, but every year there are some local tourists who still come here because of the famous name and then have accidents. Just like every year there are always some tourists who want to go to Hua King Pool and see the place where concubine Yang took a bath. That place. Just a bathhouse. Inside Weston-on-Sea Church. When Alan came here, the entire church was empty and even the lights were not turned on. Only a beam of light could shine through the window, shining directly at the front. Boss Chat was sitting alone in the first row, staring blankly at the cross in front of him. Your Highness, here he comes. When Boss Chat heard Alan's call, he was stunned. He was obviously in a trance. He didn't care about his image, wiped his face, and then pointed to the seat next to him, motioning for Alan to sit next to him. After Alan sat down, honestly, he felt even weirder. This meeting place gave him an unserious feeling, which was weird. I originally thought that Boss Chad was looking for him to talk about the pound crisis, but no matter how Alan looked at the current situation, he didn't seem to be prepared to talk about such a thing. Seeing that Boss Chad was silent, Alan sat down with Leoshi and stared at the cross in front of him in a daze. A few minutes later, the whole church was silent, and another sigh was heard. Then, Boss Chad said slowly, "The Queen has agreed to my matter." Alan blinked and realized instantly. This matter most likely refers to divorce, right? But since the Queen agreed, shouldn't Boss Chad be happy? "Why do you look so exhausted now?" Alan only nodded and said nothing, preparing to listen quietly to what Boss Chad was going to say next. "Alan, do you believe in fate?" Chapter 430, Confess and Make Arrangements at the Same Time. Do you believe in fate? Alan looked up at the huge cross in front of the church. It doesn't seem suitable for lying. When it comes to fate, Alan doesn't believe it. Anyway, he doesn't know what to say, but in his understanding, his destiny in this life is to enjoy it, be a master, dominate the Welsh people, and be his noble master. He doesn't have much other pursuits. His main focus is to make trouble and do whatever he wants in order to live a better life and make some money. By the way, he has no other pursuits. Your Highness, I believe it. There was no other way. Boss Chad's tone had heightened the atmosphere. Alan could only follow his words and praise him to see what he was going to say. There was another long silence in the church. Alan rubbed his thighs and looked around. This church is very small, just a very ordinary church. It is so close to the seaside. You can occasionally hear the sound of seagulls. If you really have no place to go, you can sit here alone occasionally. It feels okay. This kind of environment very purifying to the soul. But now, the two of them are just sitting here. One is silent, the other doesn't know what to say, and it doesn't feel good. The Queen agreed to my request, but retained her title of Princess Consort. Boss Chad spoke out suddenly, as if talking to himself, but hearing these words, Alan had a question mark on his forehead. Now that she's divorced, what's the point of still retaining the title of princess? She got the title of princess just because she became Boss Chad's wife. Since she no longer has it, what's the meaning of this title? What does the Queen think? Alan blinked. He had been in contact with these old foxes too much, and he often felt stupid. Sometimes his mind couldn't turn around. The Queen's actions were definitely not without purpose, but Alan couldn't figure out what her purpose was for a while, so he didn't answer and remained silent, ready to listen to what Boss Chad had to say. You should be very clear about Diana's character, right? I understand, Your Highness. Yeah, so I kept her account. What's the difference between this and not separating? Just to block the media's mouth? Just for the image of the royal family? Why can they all do it, but I can't? Me, Boss Chad suddenly seemed to explode. He mumbled a few words of complaint. Finally, he seemed to be ready to say something dirty, but he held it back. Because he can't say dirty words to that person in front of Alan, and he can't say dirty words to that person in front of anyone. Alan thought about Princess Anne and Prince Andrew, and then thought about Boss Chad. They were also the children of that person, and they were also divorced. If you put it that way, for Boss Chad, the current result is indeed unfair. It was as if all the burdens were placed on him. This is considered a divorce, but in the eyes of the outside world, the ban is still there. Is this really a divorce? Who can say for sure? And Alan suddenly thought that Diana was still young. She was only in her 30s, and even if she was divorced, she would not be single forever. She is not that kind of person herself. If she finds another one in the future, she still has the title of princess. So what if she gives birth to a child? How will the child's identity be determined at that time? Do you think this child is from the royal family? That is absolutely impossible. At least the boss will never admit it. But in the final analysis, if Diana really has another child in the future, then this child will be truly related by blood to William and Harry. In addition, her identity is still the princess. Once this happens, the fun will be great in the future. Is the Queen laying a minefield? Alan narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling that he hadn't seen through this yet. The queen would not do such a superficial thing. Let's see again, Your Highness. If the title of princess is retained, will there be some trouble in the future? Alan didn't know how to speak. You can't say what you should do if your wife finds someone else to have children in the future, right? It would be difficult for him to speak directly to a minister about this kind of thing, but now's boss Chaz confident. He can't do it without saying it. If he can't even see this kind of thing, doesn't it mean that he, Mr. Allen, is stupid? I asked that too. Boss Cha suddenly turned his head and looked at Alan blankly, his eyes a little confused and a little angry. What Alan can think of, can he not think of, looking at the affairs between the couple, who is right and who is wrong? There are really different opinions, based on different positions. As for the majority of people who will stand in Diana's shoes in the future to remember her, and stand in her shoes and blame Boss Cha, that's just a way of remembering the person after she's gone. What's the point of saying bad things about her when everyone is gone? But now, things are different. Among the British outsiders, Diana's reputation has not always been good, and it is not like so many people sympathized with her more than 10 years later. In today's media, there is news criticizing Diana every now and then. Her overall reputation can only be said to be very moderate, and definitely not at the level of mostly favorable reviews in the past. When they first got married, she did some very mindless things, such as forcing her boss to go home quickly when she was at work, to spend more time with her, or going on a hunger strike, or deliberately falling down to win when she was pregnant with Harry. Paying attention and other behaviors are all bad comments. It was only in the past few years that Diana was enthusiastic about charity and received a lot of publicity, and her image became more positive. But Diana was really not a good baby. The scandal between her and Boss Cha is now well known to everyone. A person with a weak psychological endurance would have collapsed long ago, but Boss Cha has been able to tolerate what Diana did so far. This can be said to be true. What is he, anyway, given Alan's character? If he and his wife are not on good terms, they can just get divorced. There is no need to live each other's lives and pretend not to see it. If they are lovers or people who have had some relationships, Alan will not mind if these women have their own lives in the future. They are not married anyway. We are all adults and are out to have fun. As long as we have fun. But if it were his wife, he couldn't just play around. If his future wife dared to be like Diana, who was as close to being face riding as she was, then Alan would have sent a couple like them to see God. He would never let them go like Boss Cha. The core problem between them is simple. They have no feelings. The rest of the time was just about staying apart, and both of them were having a hard time, mainly because the one above them didn't allow them to go further. Now I finally agreed and added such a tightening curse to Boss Cha. Alan pursed his lips. To be honest, at this moment, he still felt a little sympathetic to Boss Cha. There is a strong old woman up there, so it's not comfortable to do anything. Fortunately, Alan is the only one left at home. No one cares about him, and he can make his own decisions in everything. Your Highness, are you troubled by this matter now? Alan felt that something was very wrong with Boss Cha today. With his character, even so. Then it's impossible that he doesn't understand the principle of accepting Zutowski as soon as they get along. Since he wants to keep the title and can't resist now, he should get divorced first. We'll talk about the title seal later. Anyway, he wants to reduce it. There is always a reason for losing a ban. Why? Alan thought of this and suddenly thought of a question. If Diana's title as princess is retained, does that mean that even if Boss Cha marries Karami after the divorce, Karami will not be granted the title? Because there is only one title for a princess. A second married man want to be called a princess. Do you deserve it? It is said that the queen hates Karami very much. So, as long as Diana is still around, Karami will always be regarded as a second marriage with a bad reputation, without even a status, even if she is found to be married by the boss, because she has no title. Is this the true purpose of the queen? Even if they divorce, the title of the princess will not be taken back. It can also be used to continuously disgust the boss and Karami. Haha, shit. Thinking of this, Alan almost laughed out loud. Sure enough, the old lady is still an old lady. Although this handwriting is a bit dirty, the effect is very good. Now Boss Cha is made to obey him. Our boss Cha stared at the cross faintly and said, in order to prevent some unpleasant things from happening in the future, I can compromise on keeping her account, but there are some things I can't compromise on. Ellen, can you do me a favor? The first time Boss Cha spoke to him in this tone, Alan's hair almost exploded. Help. Is this what a monarch should say to his ministers? What kind of thing is it that requires the boss to say this? Alan gritted his teeth and a smile on his face froze. Your Highness, it is my duty to serve you, but when you say this, I'm afraid that I'm not capable enough and cannot handle it well. Please tell me what you are going to do first. You also know my abilities. At this moment, Alan was very fortunate that his personality had been hovering between half reliable and half unreliable in doing things. He was not a very stable and capable person, which gave him little room for maneuver. You. Boss Cha stared blankly at the cross, hesitated for a moment, and then said, as if he had made up his mind, I need you to persuade her to have a small operation. You can do it. After hearing this, Alan's eyes widened instantly. Minor surgery? He immediately thought of what kind of surgery it was. It was not like he had never used it before. In order to better control Chickley, he had asked someone to perform a small surgery on Chickley. Moreover, there are differences between men and women. This kind of surgery for women is not as simple as for men. Just a sterilization is enough. This is something you have to suffer, and this kind of surgery is basically irreversible now. In other words, in order to reduce unnecessary trouble in the future, Boss Cha is going to solve the problem at its root. However, if he wants to solve this problem, he has to find someone to make peace with him. Now this task seems to fall on Alan. On point. Alan cursed in his heart. Even though he hated Diana a little now, he hated Diana's way of doing things and her mindless behavior. But in the final analysis, Alan has never been too hostile to Diana, nor has he hurt her, whether it's for the sake of the relatives between the two, or for the sake of William and Harry. This is worthy of Alan being more tolerant of her. But now, if he is allowed to be the peacemaker, then if this matter is exposed in the future, then his name of Alan will instantly spread all over the world and be infamy for forever. This is no exaggeration. Alan couldn't help but shudder. Is there no other way? Your Highness, this is too cruel. Alan struggled softly, trying to save himself. It is really cruel to directly decide the rest of a person's life, as if he were to judge someone else's fate without the parties involved knowing anything about it. The main reason is that the person being sentenced is someone he knows. You can't do it, boss. Cha's eyes were a little forced and fierce, and he turned to look at Alan. Alan twitched his lips. He was not a merciful person, but he was treating outsiders like this. If he did this to his own people, it would be callous and inhumane. Taking a deep breath, Alan seemed to have figured something out, and looked at Boss Cha expressionlessly. I'm sorry, Your Highness, I can't do it. That's my aunt. I still remember her. She used to take good care of me, and I don't want to hurt her. After Alan finished speaking, the two people were still looking at each other. Alan's eyes were pure, as if he had made up his mind. Boss Cha's eyes were a little strange. He was not angry, but rather pleased. Hey, I saw you right. Alan, you are a good boy who values feelings. Boss Cha sighed, and his back, which was originally straight, instantly bent down. After sighing, Alan is his confidant. This is undeniable. Alan can be considered ruthless at certain times. Boss Cha also appreciates this, but Alan has a bottom line. He doesn't hurt the people around him. Even if he orders him now, he refuses. This means that he is affectionate and righteous, although ruthless is a very easy subordinate, but such a subordinate cannot be in peace with each other. But now that Alan is acting like this, it makes Boss Cha a little tired, but also very happy. With such a person, even if he rejects Cha, the boss asked for it, but Boss Cha was not angry, but rather appreciative. But appreciation is appreciation, and this matter still needs to be done now. He can't leave hidden dangers for himself when he knows that he will be in trouble in the future. If you don't want to go, and I won't force you, then who do you think is going to do this? Alan lowered his head and asked, is this method necessary? Yes. Only in this way can she live a good life for the rest of her life. Alan, I have already given it up. Boss Cha squinted his eyes and emphasized the point. Alan's heart suddenly shook, and he understood what Boss Cha meant. By keeping his hands, it's like choosing between surgery and living. Looking at the cross in front of him. At this moment, Alan finally understood why Boss Cha chose this place for the conversation today. He was repenting and arranging work at the same time. So cruel. Chapter 431. When three people are together, I must be my teacher. As the direction of the sun changed, the direction of the sunlight also changed. Half of the sunlight outside the window shone on Boss Cha's face, making it appear that half of his face was bright and half was hidden in shadow. Alan looked at this scene and felt a little sad. Now he is here with Boss Cha to arrange Diana's fate. Will one day someone else be able to arrange his fate? When he thought of this, Alan's heart was severely tightened. Power, what a useful thing. Even if he is now, there is no guarantee that one day someone will directly pronounce his fate. It seems that he still has to climb up. He doesn't want to wait for the day when his fate is directly arranged by someone, and he still has no power to resist. This thing is terrible. As for who to let go of the person who made peace. Alan didn't want to go anyway. He couldn't take the job. But if Boss Cha made up his mind, it seemed that Diana wouldn't be able to escape. This is a dead end and there is no way to change it. Boss Cha can be very stubborn sometimes. Before he makes up his mind, he can say anything. But after he makes up his mind, no one can speak, except the Queen. Alan scratched his head irritably. Your Highness, I would like to smoke a cigarette. Boss. Cha clapped his hands, and two slaps echoed in the silent church. After waiting for dozens of seconds, there was a steady sound of footsteps, and a figure appeared in the backlight, standing quietly, waiting, checking the boss's instructions. Alan couldn't see who it was. Go. Get Earl Alan a pack of cigarettes. It's Your Highness. Hearing the sound, Alan raised his brows and glanced at the figure. Today's standards were quite high. Unexpectedly, Butler Capel came out with him. From the time he just checked the boss and slapped him, to the sound of footsteps, there was a gap of several seconds. 10 seconds. This means that in this church, there is a high probability that only Butler Capel will stay here to serve, and the others will be further out. With the topic the two of them were talking about today, such a level of confidentiality is indeed needed. After Butler Capel put down the cigarette case and ashtray in front of Alan, and quietly left without saying a word, Alan lit up his cigarette and thought quietly. When people are irritable, they tend to do wrong things, but with a good thing like cigarettes, this kind of anxiety can be greatly relieved. In the current situation, it would be too passive if Boss ZHA was only given advice and selected candidates to make peace with. Alan didn't like this feeling. Since you rely on the royal family to get along, you have to get used to these things. You must maintain a certain degree of intimacy with them, but also maintain a certain distance. You can get involved in some things, and you have to actively give in to some things. You must not only get involved in some things, but also be deeply involved in them, or in other words, make profits from them, not money, but something that is beneficial to you. So what is the benefit to you from this matter now? Alan thought about the incident from beginning to end. Main plot. Boss Cha is about to get divorced. Characters. Boss Cha, Diana. Branch. The Queen's tightening curse. Branch 2. Karamir's ambition. Well, it's just 4 lines leaving aside the main plot. In these 2 branches, the Queen's request to retain the title ban is very interesting. Alan keenly felt that he could operate on this matter, but thinking about how to operate it now, he couldn't catch the inspiration. Alan took a deep breath of the cigarette. Because this was a subconscious action, when he was thinking about something, the smoke passed through his lungs a little violently. When he reacted, his chest swelled, he coughed twice, and he felt like stars were in his eyes. His vision, which was already a little dark, was now filled with Venus, and Alan was confused for a moment. Looking at the stars in front of us, some stars are big and some are small. Individual stars seem incomparable, but when there are many stars, which ones are brighter, and which ones are dim, it will be obvious when you observe them. How compared. Alan seemed to have suddenly caught inspiration. Isn't this the same between people? Before comparison, there is no feeling, but precisely because everyone is different, if they are in the same position, with comparison, you can clearly feel which one is better or worse. Just like daughter-in-law. Alan squinted his eyes, taking his current situation into the Queen's perspective. If Diana was his daughter-in-law, he would definitely look down on Diana before the comparison point. This kind of thing looks silly and sweet, and can't do anything point. But what if there is Karami for comparison? Comparing Diana and Karami, the latter is not even worthy of carrying Diana's shoes. She wants looks but not looks, and personal ethics, but no personal ethics. No matter how bad Diana was, she would still do charity. But would Karami do it? He was an extremely bitter and mean person, and his only advantage was that he was very calculating. Point, is this an advantage? The royal family is in no shortage of scheming people. Point, however, since there is a comparison now, or in the future, that can show Diana's advantages, the Queen is now planning in advance, and not taking back Diana's title. Is this a kind of direction? The more Alan thought about it, the more he felt there was a way. Point, it's okay if you don't have a bright mind, but can you just follow the people who have a bright mind? Now that the Queen has made arrangements in advance, Alan thinks that with his small body, it is not an exaggeration to follow the Queen to gain some benefits. Right, now that the Queen has set her sights on Diana, Alan can benefit from her. If the two get divorced, will Diana still have somewhere to go? Back to their old manor. Her father just passed away this year, and the person in charge of the family has changed. Spencer is now living there. Based on Alan's understanding of Spencer, he is a money man and a spendthrift. Point, and this guy is not very filial. Although foreigners don't pay much attention to filial piety, there is an old saying that if a person doesn't even care about his biological parents and is not filial, his personal ethics will most likely be rotten. Don't expect him to be able to talk to his friends. As for his brothers and sisters, haha, maybe when Diana goes back, Spencer thinks that her sister will come back to compete with him for the family property. It is not impossible for him to be cruel and drive Diana out of the house. Point, although Diana is now separated from Boss Chap. Before her divorce, all her expenses were still provided by Boss Chap. Point, but if she gets divorced, she will have no living expenses. With her lavish habit, the life waiting for her will not be so good. Point, Alan thought about a few years ago, when Diana was doing charity work, her old jewelry alone was sold for millions of pounds. That was more than 80 years ago. The old jewelry alone was worth millions of pounds. Those donations are not inflated, but far lower than the value of the jewelry. You can imagine how much she spent money. Point, an ordinary family cannot afford to support this kind of woman. Even if she finds a new man, the average rich man probably cannot afford to support her. Those who can really afford her may not be able to like her, or they may be afraid of offending the British royal family and dare not develop an excessive relationship with her. Only some very bold people will approach her, but some Alan has helped her tie up the pieces in the past 2 years. I believe that for a period of time, no one will dare to approach her. A divorced woman has no money and may not even have a place to live, but she has status. That kind of people isn't it just a ready-made puppet? In addition, the Queen will pay attention to her from time to time. When Karami gradually comes to the stage in the future, with contrast, I believe many people will miss Diana very much. Point, so, if Alan can control Diana, how many benefits will it bring? It just so happened that Alan was preparing to open his own chain of French restaurants. He had agreed to share dividends with Diana after the French restaurant was established. Isn't this money a timely help? It's just the right source of funds to control her. In the process of paying attention to Diana, the Queen will inevitably observe Alan. Point, account who can still help the princess after she has lost power and pays attention to feelings. Does this mean that Alan has created another persona for himself? In addition, if William and Harry knew that Alan took care of their mother in such a difficult time, this would leave a good, even indelible, impression in their little hearts. When they grow up, this will be the political capital in Alan's hands. Coupled with what Boss Cha just said about Alan, all these clues are connected together with two princes in hand, the future king of Great Britain, and a former princess. Is this power powerful enough? Is it long enough? As long as Alan accumulates slowly, it will get bigger and bigger in the future. So, what if I can't be promoted to a noble title? Cromwell. Does he have a title? There's something wrong with this thing. Alan took a deep breath, put out the cigarette butt, and looked at Boss Chap. He suddenly remembered that it was business, and Boss Chad asked him to give his personal choice. Point, originally, Alan had no idea about this person, but now that he has a goal, Then, after looking at the cross in front of him, Alan began to imitate his boss and repented. Have you thought about it? Think about it, boss. Chad was a little depressed. He didn't expect Alan to tell anything, but he didn't expect Alan to think about it. Who do you recommend to persuade? Alan confessed while replying, Your Highness. In fact, I know my aunt's character very well. She is very strong. If you want to send someone to persuade her, she will never give in. Alan's words silenced Boss Chap. Based on his understanding of Diana, it seemed that this was really the case. She was very obedient if she followed her words. If she didn't follow her words, then she would be very obedient. Her temper got worse, and she was already a little self-righteous. So, what do you mean, Your Highness? I think it is better to send someone to stimulate her instead of persuading her. Auntie, I hope that auntie can live a good life after the divorce, and have less trouble. Alan confessed while giving advice to Boss Chad. Oh, to stimulate her? Boss Chad's eyes lit up, feeling that Alan was indeed talented in evil ways. The reason why he came to church today was to repent and hope that God would forgive him. He had no choice but to do this. In his heart, he did it for Diana's good. Now that Alan has finally put forward some constructive suggestions, Boss Chad is looking forward to it. Alan took a deep breath and his eyes flickered. Your Highness, if you reveal the news of your impending divorce to Karami, what will she do when she finds out? What if you accidentally reveal a little more information to her? I believe she should do it for the sake of superiority, and she will definitely do it for you. Let's do something. Maybe humiliate my aunt in front of you without telling you, or do something more extreme. Shit. What kind of bad idea did you come up with? As soon as Alan finished speaking, Boss Chad understood Alan's plan. If Diana competed with Karami, 10 Dianas combined would not be able to defeat 1 Karami. Boss Chad is very aware of Karami's methods. Diana is fine so far, not to mention how powerful her methods are. This is partly due to her bodyguards and part of Alan's credit. Whether in the past, Alan intercepted and killed the reporter who tried to deceive Diana, or taught a lesson to the wealthy American businessman who pursued Diana, or recently, the wealthy Egyptian businessman was directly cut into a human stick by Alan. This is a powerful intimidation, which makes some young people dare not have any idea of her. But now, if Karami knew that the last link to prevent her from ascending to the throne was to let Diana undergo a small operation, would she take the risk and take advantage of Diana? What if during this process, Alan let off steam again and turned a blind eye to Diana? Based on Boss Chad's understanding of Karami, she would really dare to do such a thing in order to get the upper hand, but in this way, the conflict between the two will be planned. But the only advantage is that Boss Chad can be taken out of this matter from a plan where he authorized Diana to perform surgery. It turned into a plan for Karami to secretly send people or lead Diana to perform forced surgery in order to gain power, transferring all his hatred to Karami. Boss Chad took a deep breath. He loved Karami very much, but once Alan's bad idea comes up, it's like the devil's whisper, constantly replaying in his mind. He didn't say anything, and nothing happened. But now Pandora's box has been opened by Alan, and Boss Chad has heard it. In order to preserve his reputation, and prevent his heart from being tortured, no matter how much he loves Karami, this little sacrifice of reputation doesn't seem to be impossible in Boss Chad's opinion. Although he severely reprimanded Alan, Boss Chad still fell silent after the rebuke. The sun shines on the faces of the two people, half bright and half dark. The two of them fell into silence at the same time. Alan did it because he needed to repent. He was not involved in this matter, but the idea was his. Anyway, the result could not be changed. As long as he did not do it himself, he would have no psychological burden. As for why he insisted on picking Karami, the more bad things this woman does, the more hatred she attracts. Sometimes, there is an annoying target standing there. She is like a star with black light, which can not only set off the brightest star, but also bring out the brightest star. It can also bring out other stars that are not particularly bright. Alan is this kind of star that is not particularly bright and needs this kind of evil woman as a foil. As for whether Boss Chad will betray Karami and use her to do this, when you reach a certain status, don't talk about true love. In the face of interests, nothing can be betrayed. Point not to mention a second married wife. Point just don't let her know, right? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 432, entrusted with important tasks. Silence. Still silence. This is the first silence between the two of them today. Alan is not in a hurry. Anyway, he has already said the solution. As for whether Boss Cha will adopt it or not, he doesn't care. The more urgent he is, the more anxious he will be. It will appear that he cares about it. In this situation, Alan does not need to be anxious. The current Boss Cha is more urgent than him. As for Boss Cha, as Alan guessed, he has been confused for several days originally. In his mind, this villain needed him to do it. From Boss Cha's point of view, even if he encounters a problem, he rarely asks for help. He is used to controlling everything. He is either crazy or simply controlling. Just like the people around him, such as Alan, as a subordinate, as long as they listen to him and follow most of his arrangements, Boss Cha will be very satisfied. No matter whether his instructions are right or wrong, as long as he listens to him, he will treat you as one of our own. The habit he has developed over time makes him believe in himself the most when encountering anything, not others, and it is precisely because of this mentality that he has been troubled by this matter for 2 days. A minor operation is the best result he can think of. According to his understanding, this is already a good thing without hurting him Monday. Under the premise of Anna's feelings, he could be as tolerant as possible. Maybe this approach sounds cruel to ordinary people, but this is the royal family. If you are not cruel, nothing can be done. However, after what Alan said, Boss Cha suddenly realized that this was really the case. Rather than letting him be the villain and arranging for people to persuade him and having to endure a certain amount of notoriety in the end, it would be better to find someone to directly. It was all born by him. For example, find someone to stimulate Diana. In this way, he did not have to lose his reputation, and the hidden dangers in Diana were solved. As for Calamy, our balance is applicable everywhere. With Calamy's scheming, even if Boss Cha likes her, he still has to be a little wary of her. Now that this is the case, someone will do the work for him. From now on, Calamy, there is also a stain on her body, so she is not afraid of messing around. This is equivalent to adding a shackles to her. I don't know how long it took, but Boss Cha gave instructions. Since you don't need to do this anymore, I will arrange a task for you that you are good at. Again, it's not over. He just pushed out the work, and now Boss Cha is giving him a new task. Alan grinned helplessly and said calmly, "Your Majesty, you give orders. If nothing goes wrong, I will ask her to accompany me on a business trip to South Korea in November. It will be almost done when I come back. When I come back, I will announce before the end of Congress that I will need your side. Make some moves, make some big news that is influential enough, and help me share the media's attention. You should be good at these things, right?" After understanding what Boss Cha meant, Alan became even more troubled. If the news of his and Diana's divorce were officially announced, the popularity of such news would, so to speak, instantly grab the headlines of major international media. Under such circumstances, he needs Alan to make some big news. When the time comes, announce it to him to share the media's attention. What kind of big news does this have to be to share the pressure on him? Unless the United States is allowed to carry out Operation Desert Storm again, there is a high probability that such news can share the news heat with Boss Cha. But can Mr. Allen do such a thing? Isn't this difficult for honest people? All other news that Allen can think of is nothing more than some scandals, such as the Duchess's cheating some time ago, but he just got this kind of news some time ago. Where can he find it in a short time? Such news: an important person in the royal family, Princess Anne, is now divorced. Even if a new relationship is announced in the short term, it will not bring enough news effect. Prince Andrew just divorced, so this is useless. Forget it. Check the boss. Your job is to share the pressure with him. Bringing out his news would add fuel to the fire, which is inappropriate. Others, only the little Prince Edward is left, and there is not much to say about this. He is not married yet, and there is no news about him. After looking through the entire royal family, the only ones worth digging for news are the Queen and Prince Philip. Queen forged it. I can't afford to offend him. Alan feels that he can enjoy it for a few more years. There is no need. That Prince Philip, this guy's a very suitable target. There is always no shortage of news about him, and every time news breaks about him, it has a selling point. But Alan smacked his lips. If Prince Philip was taken out, wouldn't it have the effect of sharing the pressure on boss chap, but instead add fuel to his fire? What if the media compares them? This father and son broke the news at the same time. If the Queen finds out about it again, she will be grounded for at least half a year. Alan couldn't help but shudder when he thought about being grounded. Forget it, he couldn't afford to offend these people, so he should think about other people. Crack. Without giving Alan a chance to think about anything, boss stood up, patted Alan on the shoulder and said, "You go back and think about this slowly, but you have to act quickly. I will give you 2 months to prepare. Wait until I'm coming back from South Korea. You have to make all the preliminary preparations and wait for my orders." Yes, Alan subconsciously stood up. He didn't dare to say that he couldn't do this. He has shied away several times. If he can no longer do this kind of very simple job in the eyes of boss chap, then he, Mr. Allen, will really have no value. The troubles he had felt when he came had been eliminated, and boss chap lost some decadence on his face. He slowly walked out of the church with his hands behind his back. Before leaving, he realized that Allen had not followed him. He turned around and saw Allen standing under the cross, as if he was still repenting silently. Boss Cha smiled silently and just watched quietly as Alan walked towards him after his confession. In September, England has begun to enter the rainy season, especially in coastal cities. It rains as soon as possible. It was a sunny day just now, but the sun was still hanging in the sky. The drizzle has already fallen. Butler Capel held up a hand. Black Umbrella stood silently next to Boss Chap, holding an umbrella for him. As soon as Alan went out, he looked at Boss Chap in surprise, who seemed to be waiting for him to come out. "Your Highness, well, that's good. Go back and think about it slowly. If you have any questions, you can report them to me." After saying this, Boss Chat turned around and walked slowly towards his car. Alan stared at his back, then looked at the church behind him. Without the two of them, the church seemed even gloomier inside due to the rain. Just now, Alan repented in front of the cross in line with the principle of worshipping when he encounters a temple. It took a long time, but fortunately, God didn't give any instructions. According to his experience, not having any instructions means acquiescence. This means that God has forgiven him and allows him to do it without any worries. "Master, where are we going, boss?" Chaz motorcade had already left, and Zio Shital came to Alan's side, holding an umbrella and looking at Alan with some questioning. "Go home." After resting at home for a night, Alan took a nap at noon the next day, and then had to go into the study and start to deal with the housework that had been backlogged for a while. I looked at the documents, which were not too thick. I didn't go out for too long this time, so I didn't accumulate much. Picking up Zhao Huang. Alan rubbed Zhao Huang's head while having a headache about the news. "First of all, you need to make sure that the news is gimmicky and big enough to attract enough attention. And if we expect this news to relieve the pressure on Boss Chap, then this news must have one of the most basic qualities. It must have a wide audience. In other words, this news must not be too high-end. If a Nobel Prize level discovery is made, it will only cause shock in a certain field, but it will not be enough to cause shock on a larger level. Therefore, since it is done, it must be made that the general public is interested in. Participate in the discussion of news so that it can be popular. But what should we do with news that has such a wide audience?" Alan held Zhao Huang with his left hand and subconsciously opened a desk drawer with his right hand. There were several palm-sized videotapes inside. This was the private movie he and Jenny had worked hard to shoot a few days ago. The content was very exciting, and they were all the first from one perspective. When Alan was filming, his arms were sore. It was already a very physically demanding job, and with the addition of filming, it became even more physically demanding. This thing is incomparable to future smartphones. If the shooting equipment were smaller, you could hold it with one hand and shoot from various angles. TSK point thinking about these short movies. Alan's thoughts slowly drifted away, as if he suddenly had some inspiration point. When Alan thought of a Ajani, he thought of the water monster in Gambia. After searching for a long time, he couldn't find even a single hair of the water monster. They were all filled with legends and legends. The only clue was the 2 scales. It was eventually found to be fake. Point thinking about this thing is embarrassing, and the village chief who presented his scales. I thought that the little black people in Gambia were all simple and kind-hearted, but I didn't expect, I didn't expect that the little black people under the rule of my great British Commonwealth. He is also very naughty. Water monster, Xiao Huang. What kind of news do you think I should make? Alan crossed Xiao Huang's wings and raised his head high. Xiao Huang tilted his head and looked at Alan with a pair of big eyes. One person and one bad just stared at each other for a long time. Xiao Huang struggled impatiently, and Alan had to let go of his hand and put Xiao Huang on the table. Because his hair was fried by Alan, Xiao Huang stood there. On the desk, he opened his wings impatiently and flapped a few times. His left wing slapped the globe on the desk. Point this globe is still an old object. It is not made of ordinary plastic. It is made of old craftsmanship. Alan doesn't know what material it is made of, but he knows that the map on this globe is hand-drawn. Point he stood up slightly, held the globe with his hand, and looked at the globe in his hand. The place where his thumb touched happened to be the Arab region in the Middle East, which is the upper right corner of Africa. Point Alan looked at this place and blinked subconsciously. Point if he remembered correctly, the last time the globe was used was when the United States launched Operation Desert Storm to attack Iraq. Now hey, the United States originally assembled a large number of troops in the Arab region. Although the war is over now, it seems that not all of the troops have been withdrawn. Point post-war cleaning, security, etc. all need follow-up manpower, right? Alan sat down on the chair holding the globe and looked at the coalition military station not far from Gambia. He suddenly felt that this was useful information. Point if, having won the war now, the Americans who are so proud of themselves hear a rumor about an unknown creature, will they be interested? Especially this location, which is not far from their station in Arabia. If they are not interested in a simple water monster, then how about adding more ingredients? For example, someone took a photo or witnessed it. No. As soon as he thought of this, Alan first dismissed his idea. The Loch Ness monster was just a blurry photo. It has been circulated for decades, and now it is almost regarded as a joke. Using the photo trick to old point. Just when he thought of this, Alan happened to see those small videotapes. Point picking up the videotape. Alan looked at the videotape and smiled slowly. Point if photos are easy to fake, what about videos? These days, it's still very difficult to fake videos, unless it's a movie. Point it's because all kinds of photography equipment are too big and bulky, just like a video camera. It's so big. If you use this kind of equipment to shoot a video in the wild, there's a high probability that others won't know the content of the video before they've seen the video. The water monster is not stupid. If there are so many people and so much equipment on the shore, can it just come out like this and be photographed by the prepared crew? But what if someone happens to have one of Sony's new camcorders this year? What about a camera that can be carried with one hand, and this person happened to take a video of a water monster in Gambia? In this way, does the credibility become higher? If the credibility is not high enough, what about adding more? At that time, there happened to be a nobleman from Great Britain nearby, and he happened to be secretly sending people to look for the water monster. If this is not very reliable, haha. Alan squinted and added more interest to the story. For example, the person who took the video of the water monster happened to meet the person sent by the noble to search for information about the water monster. Then the two sides had a conflict. The noble's men wanted to confiscate the video to hide the secret of the water monster. The photographer refused to comply, and then he was attacked, and finally escaped from death. And then, in order to retaliate against the noble, the video shooter was ready to expose the video and make the information public. It just so happens that this new camera from Sony can transfer videos to a computer. TSK point thinking about it this way. Is this story exciting enough? If it's not enough point, then we can continue to add more. For example, make a fuss about this water monster. If we get its blood, can drinking it restore youth or increase other abilities? Anyway, why is Zuanu coming? Some people like this tone point coupled with the involvement of nobles. This can ensure the authenticity of this information to the greatest extent. The key is that there is video evidence. With a multi-pronged approach, can this not attract people? As for who this nobleman is, of course it is Alan himself. Chapter 433, Planning and Meeting. As for how to make people believe that there is really a water monster, the difficulty lies in that video. As for the video, Alan himself has a film and television company in his hands, which requires equipment, personnel, technology, and technology. There is no shortage of everything. Wouldn't it be easy to call Cameron back and let him personally shoot a short film of 10 seconds? The props team also had to cooperate fully to create the most realistic full-scale water monster model. The special effects team also pulled out the physical props and computer special effects. This can ensure the authenticity of the video to the greatest extent. Plus the camera can now capture it. The video has low pixels and the picture is not particularly clear, which makes it easier to fake. Wait until the people attracted by this news arrive in Gambia Point. Even if Alan's first goal is achieved, things like water monsters, let alone fake ones, if it is real and there is video evidence, it will arouse the curiosity of the public, and it can reach dozens of people. It can be said that all age groups are covered without distinction, from the elderly to children of several years old. Point these days, the most popular alien legends are endless. Where was the US-Mexico border a few years ago? Didn't news of a UFO crash also break out? It is said that the Yankees were the first to rush over and blockade the scene. In the end, all the witnesses were not heard from. Various speculations from the outside world are endless. It can be seen from this that this kind of the extent to which strange news attracts the public point, and when most people's attention is attracted to the Gambia, as long as they are interested, as long as they come to the Gambia, nothing else, no matter whether these people take a boat, waterway, or fly, the first stop they arrive in the Gambia is 100% first. The final destination is Banjul, a large city in the Gambia Point. As long as you arrive in Banjul City, the one-stop project of happiness for rich women established here will be exposed. Although news about black ducks in Gambia has been exposed in Europe in recent years, due to the limited understanding of the media, most of them have no pictures and no truth. The media regard this kind of news as anecdotes. The broadcast has been limited to a certain range and has not been widely exposed. Point. But if more people come this time, the effect will definitely be different. If they are Americans, they will be surprised to find that in a corner of West Africa, on British territory, there is actually a group of Russian remnants hiding. Point. These lost dogs are still controlling such a profitable business in Africa. Isn't this fat? With the current arrogance of the Americans at that time, after they know all the inside story and approximate income of the black duck breeding farm, will they be greedy for these industries controlled by the Russians? Will the Americans use force to plunder? Although these businesses have not been well run by the Russians in recent years, Alan has a good foundation. At the beginning, each department and each process had relevant systems. This business was very profitable, and it also provided cash flow. Secondly, it was operational. It's simple, as long as you follow the planned process and send people to watch each process step by step, you can sit back and collect the money. This is a proper cash flow business with huge profits, and it is still an exclusive operation. Alan used a video to first attract the attention of the general public and then let them focus on Gambia. By then, Gambia's industry will be able to enter the eyes of many people. Then he could hide in the background and secretly stir up the anger of the Yankees and Russians and get them to do it. No matter who it is, they will be jealous when they see this group of Russians with no backing sitting on such an industry. As long as they are jealous, they have the premise of conflict and the possibility of being fired. In the end, no matter who comes from, the Russians took over the industry, and Alan was able to expose their shortcomings. These industries were built by him in the beginning, and Alan knew all the steps and operating methods. When the time comes, he will directly expose this matter to the media and reveal the inside story of the so-called Black Duck of Gambia. Whether it is the mode of operation is still all kinds of shady. For example, the Gambian people are oppressed and forced to act like ducks, and various gangsters are forced to practice professional skills day and night. Anyway, no matter how serious it is, it will happen. Point is this considered big news. Alan was just planning to take advantage of the crowds this time and simply expose the business he had been doing for several years. No matter who takes over in the end, he is definitely going to be the troublemaker. This is his fish pond anyway. Whoever comes will die. As a British nobleman who happens to be traveling, vacationing, and filming in the Gambia, Alan always has some right to comment on things that happen not far away from him, right? As a British nobleman, it is reasonable to always stand on the moral high ground and criticize others, right? Americans always like to blame and criticize others before, but this time Alan also took the initiative to blame and criticize them. Point by then, since Alan took the initiative to expose the water monster tape, it would be better if he didn't speak out. If Alan spoke up, it would add fuel to these news. The world is so big, and it's hard to go anywhere. Why does he have to go to the Gambia now or film there? Is there any inside story here? Is he really looking for a water monster? Have you found the water monster? Anyway, as long as Alan doesn't explain, then he has done nothing. As long as he appears in Gambia, this matter will appear more real. Are water monsters real? Let them guess at that time, and finally call reporters from the BBC, Alan's traditional partner, to have a fun time together. In this way, there are water monsters, black ducks, shady plots, Americans, Russians, and the nobleman Alan looming in it. The various elements are so dense that it is almost possible to collect all 7. The element has summoned the dragon. Alan doesn't believe that the whole Gambia will still be lively by then. There is so much dense news. Whether it is fantasy or magic, it is a hodgepodge. Point with such news intensity, women can care about the specific issues of black ducks, the elderly and children can care about water monsters, and others can also care about social issues such as black ducks. Anyway, for people of all ages, Alan has prepared for them what they should know. The news you like has a guaranteed audience. Point this should help Mr. Chat take some of the news pressure, right? Of course, we can only share the burden. With so much news added together, it will definitely not be able to cover up the news about the boss's divorce when the time comes. The top people in the world are no joke. Point however, this is the limit of Alan's ability. He has tried his best with such a plan. If he wants to make it bigger, there is nothing he can do. Haha, you idiot. Sometimes it can be useful. You have made a contribution today. After putting the globe back, Alan touched Xiao Huang's head again and praised him. Point under Xiao Huang's confused gaze, he picked up the phone. See if Celine is at the castle and ask her to call me back. Alan called the intercom number to the duty room, made an explanation, and hung up the phone. You will be rewarded if you perform meritorious service. After thinking about it, Xiao Huang, this stupid bird, is not young anymore. He has grown up a long time ago. It is time to find him a companion. Otherwise, he will eat and sleep like this all day long, which will not be good for his body and mind. Ding. Ring ring ring. The phone call rang not long after the call was made. Without letting Alan wait any longer. Hello, boss. Are you looking for me? Celine's voice came from the phone. This was the first time she received such an internal call directly from Alan. She was a little confused for a moment, thinking something had happened. You should contact the BBC Wildlife Program team recently and help me get another snowy owl, a female. Xiao Huang is too lonely and I want to find him another companion. Celine on the other side of the phone was even more confused after hearing Alan's instructions. Is this boss going to find a partner for his pet bird? What? Remember it and hurry up. This season, if I remember correctly, it should be the breeding season of snowy owls, right? Yes, I have written down the boss. I will go now. Celine was slightly scolded by Alan, and his whole body instantly became energetic, and he quickly agreed. After putting down the phone, Alan was in a good mood. He took out the manuscript paper and wrote down his news fraud plan on the paper. Write down several main news items one by one. Make a mind map and write down the executors needed for each step of the plan. When the time comes, explain it and follow the time process. After looking at the preliminary plan, Alan squinted his eyes and thought about whether there was anything else that needed to be optimized. Point video is my strong point and there is nothing that needs to be optimized. Point as for the person who took the video point, when the time comes, just find a newspaper to submit the article and see if it can be published online. If the current network does not support it, then take the media route. Point a video like this about water monsters would definitely not be taken seriously at first. Point when the media recipients finished watching the video in a few days and realized that the contributor had long since disappeared, it didn't matter. They could just send a loyal bodyguard to quietly submit the article to the media. Point as for the rest, Alan held a pen in his right hand and drew a circle on the manuscript paper about how to attract the Americans in order to ensure that the video has a certain degree of authenticity. Not only the video must be well shot, but the story behind the video must also be well arranged. Point Alan thought about it. He arrived in Gambia in early August. On the way here, he met the village chief who donated scales to him. At other times, his very eye-catching super yacht was parked in Gambia. His boat can be seen in the middle of the river with so many boats plying the Gambia River every day. Point if he wanted to make the video appear more realistic, Alan would have to work harder here to look like he had discovered something about finding water monsters. For example, someone should be sent to let the outside world know that the local village chief donated scales to him. Point and Alan wanted to show that he was afraid that the news about the water monster would be known to the outside world. So, at this stage, some people need to be sacrificed. Thinking of this, Alan thought of the village chief again. He rewarded him with £1,000 for just 2 tattered films. Is Mr. Allen's money so easy to make? In order to give the illusion of concealing information, it would be reasonable for a few people to die, right? With the Americans' intelligence capabilities, the more secretive and ruthless Allen is in killing people, the more they will believe him. Point let's start with the village chief. Point thinking of this, Alan pulled the bell and told the servant on duty, go and call Butler Stone, House of Lords, London, Friday the 6th of November 1992. The Queen's 6-month expulsion order against Alan has expired, and Alan can come to London again. I haven't been to London for half a year, and I feel like London is still the same, with little changes everywhere. Today, Alan heard that the House of Lords was going to discuss important matters again, so he came over specially to join in the fun. What have you been busy with lately? Your team hasn't been performing very well during this period. Did you know that, Duke? Angus was wearing a big red robe holding out his enlarged belly, half-armed Alan and the two looked like good friends, walking towards the conference room and chatting. Team. Hearing this unfamiliar word, Alan's mind slowed down for a moment. He seemed to remember that he seemed to have a team. It is said that Manchester United has now entered the Premier League that was just established this year. Ferguson also promised that he will be able to lead the team this year. The team has achieved results that satisfy him. He hasn't paid attention to them for a long time. Could it be that they have stopped working again? I've been busy lately and haven't paid much attention to it. Alan shook his head and saw the conference room. He struggled slightly and opened Angus's arm. They both arrived late. The Minister of the House of Lords was already in place with reading glasses. He looked at the person who had just entered the door. The two gentlemen nodded towards them and motioned them to sit down quickly and get ready for the meeting. Ahem. The aircraft carrier plan some time ago has been approved due to some special reasons. The Minister of the House of Lords presiding over the meeting waited for the last few noble members to take their seats and then directly started the content of today's meeting. Some time ago, probably when Alan was on a business trip to Zhangjiang, the outside media exposed the scandal that British spies went to the French shipyard to steal technical data on the French Navy's new aircraft carrier nuclear reactor. Anyway, regardless of whether it is true or not, the French side reacted very strongly, but their reaction was strong, and the reaction from the British side was also very strong. Talking about other industries, dyeing is indeed in trouble now, but shipbuilding, this is our country's traditional industry. We are already strong. We only have the technology to destroy nuclear reactors on aircraft carriers. How can we, our country, steal your French guys? Don't fight for bread and breath. The aircraft carrier plan, which was originally delayed, was quickly approved by the British because of the accusations of the French, and the proposal was quickly approved, and 2 ships were built as planned. Today I want you all to discuss what the names of these 2 new aircraft carriers should be. This is very important. In some places, where ships are built, they wait until the ship is built before naming it. But in Great Britain, especially in this special period, in order to show my integrity as Great Britain, this matter has been brought forward. Not only the naming of the aircraft carrier must be brought forward, but also all kinds of news, publicity, and the approximate construction level and technical parameters of the new aircraft carrier must be brought forward. Announcement, just to slap the French guy in the face. Ahem. The proposal submitted by the House of Commons is to conduct a national naming vote in the media to boost morale. Our economy has been in a downturn recently, and the pound has suffered a heavy hit some time ago. The news that we are using a new aircraft carrier can also increase. Let's take a look at the people's confidence and choose the 2 most popular names as the names of the new aircraft carriers. Chapter 434, Making Trouble. The Minister of the House of Lords held the document and had just finished reading it. He lowered his head slightly and glanced at the nobles and clergy around him through his reading glasses. Then he saw Alan, who was wearing a red robe, raising his right hand as if he wanted to speak again. As soon as he saw Alan, the Minister of the House of Lords felt a dull pain in his head. It's okay if this man doesn't come to meetings usually, but as long as he comes, he will be particularly active every time he is around. And what he says, it really makes people don't know how to complain. Alan, please speak. I object. Following Alan's righteous objection, many experienced congressmen could no longer hold back their expressions when they heard Alan's inherent rhetoric. Every time this person speaks, you know that he is actually here to cause trouble, but the reasons he gives every time are hard to refuse. It feels a bit unreasonable, but also reasonable. Many members looked at the Lord's Minister and then at Alan, ready to watch the show. When the Minister of the House of Lords heard Alan's objection, his heart twitched subconsciously. Now that the aircraft carrier construction plan has been approved, do we still need to discuss the name? If we only build 1, that's it. Now we are building 2. Do we still need to think about the name? What kind of referendum is it? Alan glanced around with an extremely strong look. Some people were happily watching him confronting the ministers of the House of Lords, but now they were suddenly caught by his gaze, and they quickly put away their smiles and looked like they were sitting upright. If I want to see the 2 aircraft carriers, let's just call them HMS Queen Elizabeth and HMS Prince of Wales. This will not only show the deep mother-son love between Her Majesty the Queen and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, but also represent that these 2 aircraft carriers are the core of the Imperial Navy's next step is just like the Queen and Her Highness are our core. The Minister of the House of Lords stiffened his mouth. After listening to Alan's words, he didn't dare to answer this if he objects. Doesn't it mean that he thinks Her Majesty the Queen and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince are not affectionate enough as mother and son, or that they are not noble enough? If he agrees, then he just said he was preparing to hold a referendum. Isn't this a slap in the face? This is for everyone to discuss. You just made the final decision. Isn't this a discussion? This damn feeling. That's it again. This thing obviously sounds very unpleasant, but he doesn't dare to object directly, or even the Minister of the House of Lords glanced with his peripheral vision and saw that the old guys sitting in the front row had expressions on their faces that were very satisfied with Alan's proposal. There are 2 aircraft carriers, one is called the Queen and the other is called the Prince. Isn't this vulgar? We all know that you are a retainer of the royal family, but isn't it a little inappropriate for you to show your loyalty by doing something like this? Although the Queen basically does not attend every meeting of the House of Lords, there are minutes of the meeting. Even if she didn't read it, someone from the Buckingham Palace Secretariat would write a briefing and give it to her to review. Proposals like Alan's would be moved to the briefing every time. Regardless of Alan's character or ability, as long as he does a lot of such things, outsiders will think that he is a loyal royal retainer. Every time his stance is to support the royal family and to flatter without brains. Queen. In this way, over time, Alan was labeled as a staunch old-fashioned, an old aristocrat, a staunch royalist, and a radical among them. Alan Are you in a hurry to go back today, Duke? Angus waited for the meeting to end, and with a big belly, he grabbed Alan and walked to the parking lot. Today's meeting was a bit anticlimactic. Ever since Alan expressed his righteous objections, the most important issue of the day has been left alone. It was not passed and no one objected, so it was shelved for the time being. Moreover, after the experience of the Congress in the past few years, Duke Angus has somewhat developed a political sense. From his perspective, Alan's proposal this time seems to be a bit messy. The reasons he gave were irresistible. No matter whether it was people from the House of Lords or the House of Commons, faced with such a strong reason, there is a high probability that they would not be able to find a reason to object. If there is really any idiot who dares to stand up and oppose, it is estimated that by the time he finishes his opposition, his political career will be basically over. This move is so disgusting and vicious. Today, I'm not in a hurry to go back. The ban was finally lifted. Although Alan didn't like London very much, in addition to having fun in the House of Lords this time, he also had to see how Harrods department store was doing after several months of management by Mrs. Rennie. So done. Except this, he also made an appointment with a chubby cutie tonight, Kate Winslet. It's been a long time since the two of them got tired of each other, and Alan still missed Kate's sexy figure. Okay, come to my place tonight, let's have a meal together and have a good chat. It's been a long time since I had a good chat with you, Duke. Angus was in a very good mood. In the past, Alan came and left quickly when he came to London, quite like a father. Since he was not in a hurry to leave this time, he invited Alan and prepared to make an appointment. Let's have some wine and chat together. Going to your place, Alan blinked, thinking of Duke Angus's small house in London, and didn't want to go. Although the location of the house was good, the size was too small. He had found some connections to help him get it, so it was suitable for an aristocratic gentleman like the Duke of Angus, who had some status, but was also very poor. Forget it. Go to my place tonight. My place is big. Alan hooked his hand towards the small stone waiting by the car in the distance and told him, "That's okay too, Duke." Angus didn't care where he was going. He simply hadn't seen Alan for a long time and wanted to simply chat and have a meal. The two made an appointment at night and then went back to their respective homes. Edmund was leaning on the chair, holding a small lunchbox in his hand, and was slowly putting rice into his mouth. At this time, the huge warehouse-style office he was in had only used a small area for office use. The door outside was a huge blue sign with the words "Blue Night Takeaway, Manchester, Tamside." Site. The entire Greater Manchester is governed by 10 metropolitan municipalities, which can also be understood as large districts. Among them, the districts in the south near the river, such as Stratford, were originally workers' districts in the past, and later with the Industrial Revolution, these workers became middle class, and later gradually became a wealthy area. The home of Manchester United Football Club is right here. Tameside is a large area to the east of Manchester. It is an area with a lot of mixed races and a low economic level. It is referred to as a civilian area. As for Edmund, he just retired a few years ago. Before he retired, this guy served in the Navy and was stationed in the Far East with ships stationed in Zhangjiang. With the advantage of geographical location and being a cook on the ship, the wages of the troops stationed in Zhangjiang are generally high. A large part of the expenses are borne by the local finance of Zhangjiang. If you think about it, many years ago, Edmund had not retired. At that time, the monthly salary he could get was almost £1,000. The pound was still very strong at that time, and I could earn a salary of nearly £1,000 in a place like Zhangjiang. Edmund couldn't bear the loneliness. During these years of serving abroad, he had two little wives in Zhangjiang. One was a woman who came from the northern mainland to join relatives, and the other was a Filipino of Indian origin. Both women bore him a daughter in addition to the British native. Edmund also has 4 children. Counting him, there were 10 people in their family, with his nearly £1,000 and the income of his eldest wife who takes care of the children in her hometown. The family can already live a comfortable life. As Edmund retired and returned to Wales, the pressure on Edmund became even greater due to the poor economic situation in the past few years and the fact that he still had 2 wives and 2 children to support in Zhangjiang. But Edmund still has a conscience. If it were other sailors, although everyone would find a few lovers while serving abroad or stationed in the army, but after having children, some people would not be so responsible, and most of them would eventually they ran away, leaving behind the mother and son in a foreign country and returning to their homeland. No one could find them. But Edmund is different. He likes children very much, whether they are boys or girls. He is also very responsible. Even after retiring, he never forgets to pay back his 2 young wives in Hong Kong every month. There are children who have to pay for living expenses. Although the payment was wrong, the family only gave him £200 a month, but this was considered his best effort. After coming back, Edmund was able to earn more than £1,000 a month by working. Later him so young, early due to death. The 4 children and the family have grown up. They have to go to school, and the tuition is very expensive. Edmund gradually discovered that even with his wife's salary, the 2 of them were gradually unable to afford this family. The key is that Edmund still hides it from his wife and takes out £400 a month to send to his 2 young wives in Hong Kong. Later, Edmund gritted his teeth and felt cruel that his family would not be able to afford being an ordinary wage earner. So he could only take out a loan and open a seafood fried rice restaurant in his hometown. With his many years of experience as a ship's cook, Edmund was confident that, even if he didn't make a lot of money, he could still make more than what he had earned working part-time at the time. Later, as expected, there was an accident. Because his cooking skills were so poor, he still had the same taste as on the ship. Edmund's restaurant went bankrupt. He made no money, and he owed the bank a huge sum of £10,000. With no way forward, or any way back, the disheartened Edmund could only seek refuge with the most powerful man in Wales, the great Earl Alan, and became a glorious blue knight. Takeaway boy. He specifically applied to be transferred out of Wales, and came to England. Or a place like Manchester. There are 3 reasons. First, it is far away from home. He can be a little away from his out of shape and bad tempered wife at home. Secondly, by delivering food here, he can get an extra subsidy. In addition, Manchester is a huge city with many food delivery orders, so he can make more money and pay off his debt as soon as possible. Thirdly, Edmund is still a bit selfish. In his opinion, being in a big city like Manchester is better than a remote place like Wales. On the way to deliver food, every time he goes to a restaurant to pick up an order, he can get along with everyone. The owners or chefs of various restaurants chatted for a few words. In the long run, Edmund wanted to steal a chef quietly and learn some skills to improve his Navy special cooking skills. Then, after paying off the debt, he could go home and continue open a restaurant. Therefore, in Edmund's view, he is a cook with lofty ideals and pursuits. He is no ordinary delivery boy. The ringing of the phone was heard in my ears. Not far from Edmund, there were several local unemployed aunts who were re-employed. They were sitting in desk booths, drinking tea and eating melon seeds as customer service staff answered the phone. The current Blue Knight Tequila operation model is an all-membership system. As long as you buy a membership card, you will receive a copy of this month's latest Tequila subscription manual. When customers want to order Tequila, they only need to call the number in the manual, tell the customer service directly what they want to order, and order according to the set menu in the manual. After ordering the meal, the customer still needs to leave the contact number, address, and name of the recipient. This process is complete. All that's left is to wait quietly for the delivery man to come and deliver the food. Due to the high threshold, slightly serious premiums, and the recent not so good economic environment, takeaway orders during this period are generally low. Their site is responsible for the delivery of tequila orders within a radius of 10 kilometers. The entire site has 5 customer service personnel and 7 delivery personnel. Each person is responsible for orders from several restaurants according to the popularity of the order. Each time they collect 5 to 10 orders, the customer service staff will hand them over to the delivery staff for delivery. Together in this way, firstly, it can save costs, as one trip can accommodate several orders, and secondly, it can shorten the waiting time for customers according to the company's requirements. The meal must be delivered within 1.5 hours from the time the customer places the phone order, relatively speaking. Compared with the outside world a few decades later, this time is very slow, but now there is no way the efficiency is like this. There are no smartphones these days, and even computers are not very popular. Everything is done manually by real artificial intelligence. It is pretty good to have this efficiency. Edmund, let's get to work. An aunt with a headset shook a few orders in her hand and called out to Edmund, who was eating. Okay. Lilith, wait until I finish eating. Edmund eagerly took a few more bites, put down his lunchbox, and subconsciously wiped his hands on the clothes around his waist. Only then did he take 5 orders under Lilith's disgusted gaze point. When I arrived at Smith's Burgers, I still had to wait a few minutes before the last meal was ready. Edmund said hello to the waiter, sat on the table in the restaurant as usual, and took out a small standard notebook from his breast pocket. In this small book, there are simple maps printed in advance, all of which are maps of the Tameside area. Edmund took out 5 more orders. According to the addresses on the order, he first marked the 5 locations in the book, and then found a relatively time-saving route, and tried to deliver the goods by the shortest route. When he looked at order number 4, Edmund frowned subconsciously. He had never delivered to this address before, and the location was relatively remote. It was already 1 kilometer outside the delivery range, almost to a suburban warehouse. And there are more blacks and Latinos there, so it seems a bit chaotic. Chapter 435. Uncle Angus, do you want to restore the glory of your family? Edmund, the meal has been packed for you. Why don't you put the note yourself? A greeting from the waiter interrupted Edmund's train of thought. Oh, leave it to me, thank you. After tearing off the route map drawn at the top of the notebook, Edmund packed up the notebook, picked up 5 takeaways, turned around and walked out of the Burger restaurant. His car is a brand new 7th generation Toyota Corolla with the eye-catching Blue Knight logo on it. As for why he bought a car made in Japan, because this car is cheap and fuel efficient. Apart from this, there are no other advantages. Go around to the left and open the passenger's door. In the passenger seat, there is a large tray fixed on the seat with an insulated lunchbox and takeaway food. Edmund then sat in the driver's seat and first posted the planned route map on the center console. After running the takeaway map of Tameside for so long, Edmund was already so familiar with it that he had no need for a map manual. He started the car and started working. Hey, why are you looking at a white-skinned pig? Why don't you get out of here after delivering it? The peaked cap, skateboard pants, and the large iron chain on the pants bend from the waist and then around the back waist. The large black t-shirt on the upper body also has that exaggerated pattern printed on it. The black boy's outfit made Edmund frown. Food delivery people are not inferior to others. On the contrary, as service staff, every time a meal is delivered, the delivery person usually receives a tip in addition to the order fee. This can vary from a few pennies to several pounds. Tipping is not necessary, but a reflection of quality. Especially in a place like Great Britain, that attaches great importance to etiquette. As long as the average person is educated, they should tip some service staff. It doesn't matter how much, the important thing is this habit and attitude. This represents recognition of the waiters who serve you. And now. After running so far, they were already out of the delivery area. Edmund worked so hard to deliver the food, but he didn't get a penny tip. Instead, he was scolded by a little black guy as a white-skinned pig. The cook had a bad temper to begin with, and it was even worse now that he was being scolded like this, just when he was about to get angry. But thinking about how much debt he still owed, Edmund's newly aroused momentum disappeared without a trace. He could only mutter in frustration, "Impolite boy, hey, don't go, white-skinned pig, who are you talking about?" After being muttered, Ziohezi was obviously more angry than Edmund. He turned around and put back the takeaway. He took out a butterfly knife from his pocket and clicked it a few times. The knife flashed when he threw it, and Ziohezi narrowed his eyes. He closed his eyes and stared at Edmund with a malicious look on his face. Seeing that Ziohezi, who was not prepared to pay any attention to him, actually kicked his nose into his face and screamed like a white-skinned pig, Edmund became a little confused. "Boy, do you recognize my clothes?" Pointing to the logo on his chest, Edmund wanted this little black man to retreat when he saw the difficulties. Not everyone could afford to mess with the aristocratic property. Some people were fearless. They were just ignorant. When they get into trouble, they are more cowardly than anyone else. Edmund had seen many such gangsters. Every time he brought up the background behind him, most people would retreat. Anyway, He had been out for more than a year and had never encountered any trouble. Zio. He snorted. He didn't know if he really didn't know him or if he did it on purpose. He stared at Edmund for a long time. When Edmund thought he would back down, the butterfly knife in Zio's hand suddenly pointed at Edmund. It passed before my eyes. Fuck. I don't care about shitty clothes. Edmund subconsciously blocked it with his left hand, feeling a heartbreaking pain in his wrist point. This time he must have hit the mark. When he thought that his injury would affect his income, he would have to spend money for medical treatment, and there were so many children to support at home. Edmund's forehead felt hot. Relying on his strong physique, he protected his chest with his left hand and fiercely moved forward. The first collision point. How could Zio be the chef's rival? Edmund collided with him and knocked Zio to the ground. As soon as he kicked him, Zio on the ground was already yelling at the top of his lungs like he was killing a pig. Come here. Come here. A white-skinned pig is beating me. I'm the boss. Whooshing. Hearing the shouts of the little black men, 5 or 6 little black men ran out of the warehouse instantly, holding baseball bats, daggers, machetes, and spears, and all kinds of weapons. As soon as they went out, they saw Zio being beaten by Edmund. Cut him. Chop this white-skinned pig to death. When Edmund saw this posture, his hair exploded instantly. One-on-one is okay, but if he is asked to fight so many people, he can't beat them. Make a note of this place and talk to someone when you get back. Thinking of this, Edmund turned around and ran towards the car on the side of the road. He was running in front, and 5 or 6 little black men were chasing him. Seeing that he could not catch up with Edmund, someone threw weapons at Edmund from a distance. Edmund was hit a few more times, but he didn't know it hurt anymore. He staggered and opened the car door tremblingly. Just as he was about to get in the car, he was hit a few more times in the back. He couldn't tell whether it was from a knife or a baseball bat. Edmund gritted his teeth, and without turning off the car, he released the handbrake and put it into gear to drive away. After driving for 5 minutes, Edmund's condition became worse and worse. He didn't know how many times he had been hit and where he was injured. At this time, Edmund felt that his vision was darkening and his whole body was cold. With a strong energy, he subconsciously drove towards the taquilla at station. You can't die outside. Ha ha ha. Alan, listen to me, Duke. Angus' face was flushed, and he put his arm around Alan's shoulders. The two seemed like good brothers. It was already dark in London at 9 o'clock in the evening, and Alan's manor was next to the Thames River. While admiring the river view, I drank a small beer and ate a small barbecue. Although the temperature outside is already very low, I feel hot when I drink. Even if it is beer, I still get hot. After drinking too much. Both of them were wearing single clothes. Alan's face was also a little red at this time. Duke Angus is not good at anything else, but he is proficient in eating, drinking and having fun. In the past few years of further study in London, his drinking ability has gradually increased, and he is now on par with Alan. Both of them were a little drunk at this time. Although they were not drunk, they were still very clear in their hearts, but their perception of the outside world was obviously a little slow. Generally speaking, before men drink, or when they first start drinking, their speech patterns are basically "I heard, do you know, hey, let me tell you." These words are the starting point. Usually they start with small talk, talking about where they are, and about everything, regardless of status. But when the wine is halfway through, the average man starts to export his own values. It is also commonly known as showing off, or relying on one's experience. The current Duke Angus was obviously in this state. He hugged Alan, and said as if he had come before, "Alan, when you get married in the future, you must find a well-matched wife. You must find a wife who is also the same. Young ladies from aristocratic families, don't imitate me, and don't." After burping, Duke Angus picked up the skewers just delivered by the servant next to him with his big fat hands, picked up a skewer, wiped the oil on his mouth, and then continued, "When I was young, I grew up in Australia and Kenya. My mother was not born into a noble family. She had no experience in educating the descendants of nobles. I didn't think I was a noble when I was a child, as was my father. Duke Angus began to tell Alan about his tragic childhood experience with a heartbroken look on his face. Their family's decline didn't start with his generation, but it has been in decline for several generations. When he came here, the family no longer looked like a noble at all. As for the title of Duke, no one really respects them. When faced with a group of people, if Alan were to stare, many people would be scared to say anything, but if it were the former Duke of Angus, his glare would be of no use. Their family lacked the kind of education and environment that was provided to the children of aristocrats when they were young. Everything is lacking, including character, methods, etc. This also led to the fact that each generation of their family became more prosperous and worse than the previous generation. If he had grown up in an orthodox aristocratic family, Duke Angus felt that he would not be so depressed now. He has just gotten better in the past few years. Relying on Alan's relationship, he has slowly paid off his foreign debts. However, his net worth is only about £100,000, and his life is very tight. How can he own a private super yacht like Alan? Woke up. This was classified by Duke Angus as not receiving a good aristocratic education since childhood. This is not something that can be solved by going to some aristocratic school. It is a real education within a noble family, where the older generation teaches the next generation through words and deeds. It has nothing to do with knowledge. It is the most basic kind of education, as if it is nature. Just like Alan, after so many years here, his character is completely different from his previous life. The environment he lives in now is like this, and he doesn't need to treat ordinary people as human beings at all. In his previous life, it didn't matter what your status was. Killing someone was already a big deal there. Even if you had a close family relationship, you had to plan carefully and find someone to blame and excuse. But in Britain and Wales, everything is different. If you don't like the way the old count behaves, a beating will be light, and killing him won't be a big deal. This is the tradition in the family. If a person lives in this kind of family environment for a long time, can he remain unchanged? Impossible. As one's character changes, one's behavior style and methods will naturally take on characteristics such as selfishness and cruelty. If you don't have this kind of character, how can you hang out in the aristocratic circle? But Duke Angus doesn't have this kind of temperament. Even now, his character is fixed. Even if he wants to change, it's hard to change. This means that, even though he has been doing better in the past few years, he has not really integrated into it. The reason for the aristocratic circle. Hahaha, Uncle Angus, don't worry, I'm still very independent, but you. Have you never thought that you are still young, and you don't want to restore the glory of your family, even? Though he was a little confused, Alan was subconsciously planning to encourage Angus to cause trouble. Manchester is so big, and so close to Wales, so there is so much to do. Otherwise, why would he always support Angus so much? Isn't it just greed? His identity, Duke of Manchester. Hey, I'm not like you. Family glory? Haha. Duke Angus laughed at himself. Their ancestral home had been bought and used as a company headquarters. The land had been sold out long ago. Except for the name of the current duke, other ancestral properties, large and small, had long been used by generations. If a person has been ruined, how can he restore his glory? This is starting from scratch. It's so difficult. Master, there is an emergency to report. Zao. Shitao held a piece of paper and shouted as he walked. As soon as he reached Alan's side, a pungent smell of alcohol filled the surroundings. Alan slowly turned his head and glanced at Xiaoshi and said angrily, "Didn't you see that I was drinking with Uncle Angus?" Master, there's something wrong down there. Explain, Zhao. Shitao looked at Angus next to him. According to the information on the paper, this matter was considered a family scandal. He didn't know whether he should report it in front of Duke Angus. Seeing Zhao Shitao like this, Alan also reacted. But he didn't care. He waved his hand and said, "Uncle Angus is one of our own, so tell me." "Yes, Zhao." Shitao bent over and half crouched behind the two of them and said, "About 3 hours ago, one of our delivery people in Manchester was attacked by a customer. He is currently seriously injured and is being treated in the hospital." Was he attacked? Who attacked him? Has the murderer been caught? Delivery boy was attacked. Is this a case of someone eating a meal without paying, or something? Xiao Shitao looked at the text on the paper and continued reading. Master, the identity of the attackers seems not simple. They seem to be gang members. According to the doctor's identification, the deliveryman had injuries from blunt force blows and knife attacks. As for the injury, he was stabbed on the back with a sharp object, and his left arm has been infected, and has been amputated. When he heard that the leg had been amputated, Alan woke up more than half of his wine. He suddenly turned his head, and looked at Xiao Shitao again and said, amputated? Yes. It's not life-threatening at the moment. He just lost too much blood, and is still in the hospital. What? Did the police say they had some excuses? When Xiao Shitao said this, his face looked a little bad. If this was done in Wales, would the police dare to refuse? Don't you know what your last name is? But this is England, and the place where the accident happened is Manchester. The city is large, and has a mixed population. It can be so magical sometimes. Rejection? Does that mean my arms were chopped off? It's been 3 hours since the incident and the Manchester police haven't caught the murderer yet. Alan squinted his eyes. His anger was already rising. He had drank so much wine, and now his temper was about to explode. Well, you can understand that, Duke. Angus opened his mouth as he listened to this exciting news. When did the risk of delivering food become so high? And this is someone not giving Alan face. The Manchester police were actually preparing to cover up the murderer in front of the Hill family. Or prepare and muddy. Uncle Angus, did we just talk about your restoration of family glory? Alan held Angus's big head in his hands and stared closely at Duke Angus's eyes. Duke Angus looked at Alan's fierce eyes. He had also sobered up from the wine at this moment. Alan stared at him and swallowed his saliva. Ah, it seems to have been mentioned. Haha. So, come with me tonight. I'll take you to open up the situation and restore some glory. Huh. Me. Chapter 436. The way Duke Angus looked at Alan, based on his more than 50 years of life experience, he felt that Alan was not preparing to take him to restore the family's glory, but more like he was taking him with him. He went to kill people. Point the beatings and killings are so uncivilized. Can't you just say it? Well, if you have something to say. Duke Angus wanted to refuse, but after saying I for a long time, he still didn't dare to refuse. The two of them were drinking, and they were a little sober, but not fully sober. Duke Angus was still somewhat standing still. The sense of shame from the perspective of elders in his mind. What is restoring family glory? Make money, earn enough money to buy back his family's ancestral home, and then hire a few more servants at home. It would be even better if he could have hundreds of servants to take care of him like Alan did. With the courage of Duke Angus, this is already the peak family status that he can imagine. His ability is just like this. No matter how high it is, he wouldn't dare to think about it. Okay, but what time is it now? It's so late. How about we go tomorrow, Duke? Angus looked up at the sky. It was past 9 o'clock. On the Thames River in the distance, there were some boats with light strips floating on the river. From here to Manchester, it is at least more than 300 kilometers away. Even now it takes more than 3 hours to walk, and it's past midnight to get there. It's late at night. There's no need to walk at night, right? Oh, I don't need to leave now, but I don't like to wait. Since something has happened, I need to find out the situation and solve it immediately. If it's too late, it will be solved immediately. Alan glanced at Duke Angus playfully and continued, I'm afraid they will think I'm afraid of them. I can't afford to wait all night. Solve it tomorrow. With Alan's character, he can't wait to take a plane to Manchester right now. Fortunately, his reason is still there. Even if he is anxious, he must do the preliminary work first. What is the identity of the person on the other side? What organization? And how many people are there? Why did the Manchester policeman evade this? We need to understand it clearly, so that he can call someone more easily. Go. Call home and ask Hooter to personally investigate. Within half an hour, activate all our connections in Manchester to find out for me who the people who attacked me are, how many people there are, and who are behind them. Which family is supporting them? Alan squinted as he watched Xiao Shitao begin to explain the situation. He watched Xiao Shitao quickly take out a small notebook and start recording. After he finished recording, he added another sentence. Look at the whole of Manchester and several surrounding cities. How many people can we gather in a short period of time? You can do this yourself. After the statistics are done, come to me and report. By the way, ask someone to help me roast a few more lamb kidneys. Alan snapped his fingers to make everything clear, then raised his glass and signaled Duke Angus to continue drinking, then played music and danced. It's so late. Do you still want to go out? Kate was excitedly wearing a pair of purple ultra sheer stockings and was standing in front of Alan, ready to show him off. However, looking at Alan's face, it seemed that he had no interest in her carefully prepared shirt today, but was actually ready to wear it. When he went out, he couldn't help but pulled Alan a little angrily and asked, "Ah?" Alan looked intoxicated and took a deep breath. The air was filled with a mixed smell of shampoo, shower gel and Kate's perfume. In addition to these, there was also the unique smell of stockings just after they were unpacked. It has the smell of textile materials. All kinds of smells are mixed together. It smells good and makes people very motivated. Normally at this time, it would be long overdue to take the next step, but not today. He will have to go to Manchester overnight soon. The short preparation time in between will not be able to fully enjoy it. Alan plans to imitate the ancient sages and imitate Guan Yu in warming wine and killing Huazian. He, Mr. Allen, will come and finish the roasted kidneys today. Let's go to Wendu to kill Ziohezi, a quick victory, and we can't delay his little activities tonight. Get dressed. I'm going to Manchester in a while. After I leave, you can rest for a while and then come to me in the car. It will take me about an hour to do things. When I finish doing things, you will also need to do the same. We can get to Manchester just in time. How about we go to Manchester tonight? Alan pinched Kate's chin and explained in an unquestionable tone. Snort. He had already taken a shower, put on makeup, changed into his uniform, and had everything ready, but was suddenly delayed. Alan could bear it, but Kate couldn't hold back her childish temper. She rolled her eyes and said nothing. He retorted, picked up the bath towel from the bed, put it on his body, turned around and went out. As soon as he opened the door, he happened to see Xiao Shitao, who was about to knock on the door. The girl also snorted coldly at Xiao Shitao, deliberately carried Xiao Shitao, and found that the big butler was too strong to carry it. He could only snort again and slip away from the little stone point with a puzzled expression. Xiao Shitao turned his head and looked at Kate, who was walking away, and then at Alan, who was sitting on the bed. Then he took a stack of documents and bent over to Alan and whispered, "Master Angus, you need to go home and give an explanation to your family first. You also need to change clothes and bring a bodyguard. He will set off directly from his home in a while. He said he would meet us in Manchester." "Well, have you found the information?" "I found out that this gang is a medium-sized gang in Manchester. It was only established 3 years ago. It's called the Guxy Gang. They are considered a foreign gang. Most of their members are black and Latino, and there are a small number of Asians. They seem to be related to the United States. It is related to the Crip Gang, with more than 300 members, and it is currently expanding rapidly. It is said that it is engaged in related money laundering, kidnapping, selling fans, selling people, pimping, and a little bit of homemade arms business." "Oh, is this very formal?" After hearing the introduction of this gang, Alan looked curious. "This is all-round development. What is it called? To use the popular words nowadays, this is called diversified development. There are experts in this gang. It is not the lowest end gangster organization. This is a serious gang that does all kinds of bad things. It has a wide range of money sources, and they were also contaminated with arms. Although they were self-made in small handicraft workshops, this also shows that these people must have weapons in their hands. But Alan is not worried about this. Even if they make weapons, they will only be pistols or bombs at most. No matter how advanced they are, they can't make them point. Usually gangs that can get high-end goods are not so small, and they won't cause trouble for something as trivial as delivering a tequila at point. This is a matter of structure and mentality, and he has seen it all too often. Point. Although there is no such gang in Wales, the information at home contains a lot of information and organizational structures of gangs that were wiped out in the past. and Alan is quite familiar with these. A nobleman who has some real power and is quite orthodox is a natural enemy to the local gangs, because most of the nobles have to be based in the local area. Like Alan, they have their own family that monitors local security. If there is chaos in the local area, their family will be reprimanded by the superiors, and these gangs also want to be based in the local area. Whether they are collecting protection fees or doing other bad things, they like to take advantage of others. This conflicted with the business philosophy of the nobles. One was that they did not want chaos in the local area, and the other was that it would only cause chaos in the local area. Therefore, whenever these little gangsters appear in the local area and form an organization of more than 5 people, it is time to eliminate them. Anyway, in the past in Wales, that is, after World War II, a group of veterans and local unemployed people formed a group and went astray. Later, they all slowly disappeared. If they were guilty of heinous crimes, even their family members would disappear with them. Faced with such cruel methods, who would dare to do these things? Isn't it good to live honestly? If there is still such a gang in Wales today, it is in Swansea. There is a port here, the traffic of people is complicated, and occasionally there are traces of gang members' activities, but their style is absolutely different from the outside world. No, the same point. The occupational dangers of gangs in Wales are comparable to those of rioters. Even if there are, no one dares to speak out. Most of them are transiting briefly, or they only regard this place as a safe trading place. After the transaction, they take a boat, just go to the opposite side of England. You won't stay here for long, otherwise you will be targeted by the Mad Dog like Hill family and your body will be wiped out. There are more than 300 people with weapons. Where are our people? Alan pondered for a moment. On a scale of more than 300 people, this number could be regarded as a small-scale local conflict within Great Britain. This should be taken seriously and should not be messed with. Although psychologically Alan despises these gangs extremely, he still needs to pay enough attention to them and cannot capsize in the gutter. Excluding some older people and those on vacation, we were able to gather 562 people in a short period of time in Manchester and Bolton, Rochdale, Altrincham and Tetwick Port around Manchester. More than 500 people compared to more than 300 people. The number of people seems to be less than double, but the problem is no longer big. These gang members are not all 300 people together. They are scattered sparsely, facing more than 500 well-organized and disciplined veterans. These cats and dogs are powerless to resist. As long as they are commanded properly, they can't make a flower pop out. The only problem left now is that the incident took place in Manchester, not Wales. If it were in Wales, with just a few people, Alan would dare to let people drive tanks to blow them up and just label them as rioters, and they would still get credit for killing everyone. But after leaving Wales and coming to England, he no longer has this right. If a large number of weapons are transported from home to Manchester, regardless of whether it is against the rules or not, if it really makes a big fuss, Alan thinks of the Queen again. With the Queen's temper, the newly lifted deportation order will have to be extended for at least another year. If too many people are killed, we might even have to be grounded. If you stay at home and can't get out, how will you live your life? Alan pinched his eyebrows, glanced at the little stone, and racked his brains to recall what he should do if he encounters a similar situation recorded in the previous books at Home Point Alley. It must be done. If he touches his delivery boy, even if he slaps Alan in the face, none of these people can even think of running away. The question now is how to do it. You can't just stab someone with a knife, right? Why? etc. Alan's eyes lit up. He couldn't transport guns on a large scale in England, but he could still get some controlled knives. This was not considered a violation. In this way, with more people, certain protective measures, and some shock bombs and the like, we can still fight. Record, yes. Zio Shitao looked at his young master and thought for a long time, and suddenly wanted to give an order again. He quickly took out a notebook and pen from his breast pocket. Call home and ask Hooter to notify the tinplate factory, and ask the person in charge of the factory to call people now, and start work overnight. Within 2 hours, I will need at least 600 machetes. The quality must be excellent, and the style does not matter. Just take advantage of it. Once the production is finished, it will be shipped directly to Manchester. Zio Shitao's hand holding the pen shook. When he heard the shocking news, he subconsciously let out a sigh. Seeing Alan staring at him fiercely, he quickly wrote down the information word for word point. When it comes to aristocratic industries, sometimes some factories may seem inconspicuous, but when they are actually used, sometimes Alan will sigh that the Hill family, which seems to be a reckless family, is still very rich. For example, the old count was trying his best to maintain several factories before his death point when Alan first took over the family affairs. He often had headaches over several unprofitable factories in the family point. For example, the radio director was later upgraded by his industry, and part of the production line was moved to China point. Then there is the tinplate factory, which only produces iron cans, iron buckets and the like, and does not make any money point. There are also food factories and textile factories that produce tattered snacks and some Welsh-style blankets, socks and so on point. In the past, Alan didn't know why he clung to these shabby factories, but later, after he took over the throne and read more books at home, he slowly discovered that these factories still have their own particular values. For example, radio seems to be lagging behind now, but what if it enters wartime? No matter what kind of communication tools are useless, things like radio and radio are the most useful. As for the tinplate factory, this factory looks like a rag, but it can produce weapons at critical moments. It is a steel processing factory. It processes metal buckets and boxes, and processes swords and even armor. Is there any difference between this? Without considering style, only considering practicality point, no difference. As for the food factory, it's even simpler. Their factory mainly produces some things that are not delicious, but are very anti-hunger, very refreshing or very long-lasting. If these things were called by another name, they would be equivalent to military rations. As for the textile factory, not to mention, it provides food, clothing, and supplies. This one is responsible for producing clothes and the like point, a very complete basic wartime insurance system point. As long as they have these factories in hand, even if Wales is paralyzed, their family can produce weapons at any time and continue to do their job. And now, Alan has also remembered these things, so let's take them out and use them. I wonder if the skills of the old guys in the tinplate factory have deteriorated. Will you also build machetes and other things? Master, how can we transport so many things from home to Manchester in a short time? If it takes 2 hours to produce, then add transportation and wait until it reaches Manchester. It will be dawn. Chapter 437. How about I help you manage the security situation? Alan blinked. Transportation. When I think about it, the distance from the tinplate factory to Manchester is almost longer than the distance from London to Manchester. It takes 3 or 4 hours to transport it alone, plus 2 hours of production time. Under certain circumstances, it will take just one shipment. It would be 4 or 5 in the morning to arrive in Manchester point. This Alan frowned and suddenly thought of Boss Cha point. This was what Alan learned only when he attended the funeral of Voldale Spencer last time point. Boss Cha has been asking the Royal Air Force to use military transport aircraft to transport vegetables, ingredients, etc. from abroad for a long time. Moreover, the cost of Royal Air Force personnel and transport aircraft is still borne from the military budget point. Boss Cha has always done this kind of operation. The key is that the Royal Air Force not only does not object, but is even happy. In the past, some ministers secretly talked about this matter, saying that Boss ZHA openly used the official car for personal use, but a magical scene happened. Before Boss ZHA could explain, the boss of the Royal Air Force jumped out first point. In their original words, since the name of the Royal Air Force is royal, it is born to serve the royal family. If the Royal Air Force cannot serve the royal family, then what is the name of the Royal Air Force? What do they transport to the royal family? Other cats and dogs have no right to interfere with matters within their royal space. That is to say, although Boss Cha currently has no military power on the surface, he can command the Royal Air Force and ask them to transport things for him, or borrow a transport plane to transport individuals, etc. He can use it casually. As long as Boss Cha gives an order, there will be obey. Now Alan thought about this. If other nobles asked the Royal Air Force to borrow planes, they probably wouldn't even think about it point. But Alan has a special status. He is not only Boss Chaz retainer, he is also Boss Chaz captain of the bodyguard. In the name of Boss Chaz, Mr. Allen temporarily borrowed a plane to transport some things from Wales to Manchester. Is it not a big problem? Anyway, it's late at night, so if you're asking about something urgent, don't ask anything you shouldn't. This is the advantage of having a backer. Boss Cha just left yesterday and has already visited South Korea. They just wanted to find Boss Cha for confirmation, but they couldn't find anyone for a while. Call Butler Capel and tell him that I have an emergency and want to use the Royal Air Force's channels to transport something to Manchester, and ask them to help us transport it. By the way, ask the old man at home to bring a small number of weapons with him to protect my safety, and bring more shock bombs. Yes, Zaro. Shitao looked at his young master with admiration. In this way, the plane transportation would be faster and would not delay things, etc. Now that he has machetes, weapons, and personnel, Alan is still worried. The first time he stabbed someone across the border, he was a little nervous, just like a young man dating a girl for the first time. Although there was no deer bumping into each other, he was still nervous. This is a little different from when he sent people to secretly kill dogs in the United States before. It was a small scale fight with a dozen or so people. Even if the Koreans were allowed to cause riots there would not be many core personnel. This time it's different. The total number of people from both sides is nearly 1,000, which is quite a large scale point judging from the current situation. Alan is going to keep a low profile and plan more carefully. The question now is how to package this matter a little so that he can have a defensible excuse. If the boss or the queen asks him about it in the future, he will have a reason to quibble. Manchester. Alan sighed. What does Manchester have, except for industry? Isn't my team Manchester United? Aren't they in Manchester? That point, my British football hooligans are world famous, and my textile factory happens to be responsible for sponsoring and producing Manchester United's jerseys. If his delivery men were all covered in Manchester United's red shirts, wouldn't this be an excuse for violent activities organized by fans spontaneously? In this way, even if the commotion is a little bigger, it has nothing to do with Mr. Allen, HMM. And in this way, everyone will wear the Manchester United jersey in the evening, which can also increase the recognition and serve multiple purposes. Anyway, we have to transport weapons, so we might as well transport the clothes along the way. Thinking of this, Alan smiled and admired his plan. In this way, the whole plan came together. Now all that is left is to gather people and kill people. Then he told Zaoshi what he had just thought of, and asked him to make a phone call. Alan stood up and waved for the servant to come in and change his clothes. The family was getting ready, but he was about to leave first. As for why Alan no longer calls a plane to pick him up, he is so crazy that he only flies at night. What is his identity? The gold is precious. If something happens to you while flying, it is safer to take a car. Manchester Tameside Police Station. It is a standard imitation of the Victorian era architectural style. There is also a huge clock hanging on the clock tower above the police station. At this time, it is already past 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. In the sheriff's office, there was still a faint light in the office that had already finished get off work, and it was accompanied by the very faint sound of more than one person breathing. However, due to the quiet night, this weak breathing still vaguely echoed in the corridor. Sheriff Valen Mello stroked his secretary's back, which was still a little downy in the middle. Of course he had a purpose for staying home so late. Why don't you go home so early and face that yellow-faced woman at home? I also like to pretend to be busy with business. After get off work, work overtime, and then leave the secretary behind. After dinner in the evening, the two of them have some exchanges, and then go home in the middle of the night. In this way, the image of a constable who is diligent and works overtime every day spreads more and more widely. Who in Manchester doesn't know that Sergeant Mello of Tameside District in Manchester is an extremely hard-working sergeant, a strong contender to be the next chief of the Manchester Police Department? There was a slight sound of car brakes, which made the panting Sheriff Mello frown slightly. Playing in the office was not good at all. It was too close to the road, and there was no noise from passing cars. He hated it most when there were people in the middle of the night. He parked his car near the police station, which affected his mood. After coming back to his senses, there was a sinister smile on his lips. Just as he was about to continue, the sound of brakes was heard one after another. In just a few dozen seconds, Mello estimated that there were probably dozens of cars parked in front of the police station. What was going on? Pushing the secretary away, Chief Mello stood up with his pants lifted, walked to the window, opened the blinds with his left hand, and looked down through the gap in the blinds. On the 2-lane opposite road in front of the police station, there were 4 lanes. It was already crowded. A dozen black cars were parked in front of the police station without turning off their engines. More than a dozen burly men in black clothes and top hats got out of the cars one after another. They looked like this. The sweat on Sheriff Mello's forehead fell instantly. The unhappiness he felt at being interrupted just now disappeared in an instant. He watched helplessly as a big man in black walked towards the police station. Quick, get dressed. Someone is coming. When Chief Mello led 2 police officers on duty and followed the big man who came to him downstairs. There was a neat row of big men in black standing on the street in front of the police station. There were at least 20 or 30 people. The 2 waves of people stood in a row with the old-fashioned Bentley in the middle as the center. It was clear who was the protagonist. He touched the gun on his waist. This was Sheriff Mello's last sense of security. When he followed the strong man in black who came to see him to the old Bentley, there was a faint scratching sound from the rear window, and the glass slowly lowered. There were no lights around, and with the help of the lights from the surrounding vehicles, Mello could only see clearly a young man with an extremely stern face, even a little evil, looking at him expressionlessly. His eyes were different from those of ordinary people. Ordinary people look at faces first, but he looked at his neck and waist. Just this look made Sheriff Mello secretly swallow his saliva. Didn't he say afraid? But with his many years of experience as a police officer, he could feel the aura coming from the young man. It was very strange. The hairs on his back stood up instantly, and the goosebumps on his arms also rose. He came out in a hurry. Mello. The sheriff was only wearing a single shirt, and he even shivered when the breeze blew like this. Do you know who I am? This sound was like the harsh sound of brakes in the quiet night. It was extremely unpleasant, but Mello could only nod his head honestly and said, I know. It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Allen. The big man in black who had just come to him had already shown him a noble ID that was different from ordinary people. The man in front of him was a genuine nobleman. The famous Earl of Carmarthen. Mello, such a big man, doesn't even know why he would come to a shabby place like that Tamseed in the middle of the night. Is the noble master so free? Very. But when Alan heard this person who knew him, a smile finally appeared on his face, and he continued to ask in a gentler voice, I heard that something happened to an employee of my takeaway company here, and he was attacked by multiple people. The leg has been amputated now. I would like to ask, what is the reason that several hours have passed since the incident and your police station has not given an explanation? The cold sweat on Sheriff Mello's forehead became even more intense now. He knows Alan's tequila company and what happened this afternoon. But this kind of local gang has hundreds of gang members. How many people do they have in the police station? How many official police officers are there? More than a dozen people. There are dozens of other informal police officers. With this little power, how can he arrest people? He was lucky if he didn't get hacked. Besides, it was just a fight. The worst he could do was to pay some money. He really didn't expect that Alan would come here in the middle of the night and ask him about it personally. Your Excellency, our police station has limited power and there is really nothing we can do. But Mello glanced at the surrounding formations with his peripheral vision. Today, in front of this master, I'm afraid I won't be able to shirk him anymore. However, I have already asked for help from above. Please rest assured, I will definitely give you and your employees an explanation in a few days. Oh, it'll be a few days later, but I don't want to wait any longer. The smile on Alan's face disappeared instantly. He twisted his neck and said, how about this? Since your police force here is tense, how about I help you manage the security situation, and I can handle it myself. Ah, Sheriff. Mello was a little confused when he heard Alan's words. What does it mean to help him manage the security? How to help? Just rely on you as bodyguards. Ah, Stone. Tell them to take action. Wait, what is the name of that amputee? Master, my name is Edmund. His left hand is severely infected. Zaro. Shitao leaned against the car door, bent over and talked to Alan through the car door. Well, then tell them that no matter who they meet tonight, as long as they meet tonight, I will cut off their left hands and amputate them with Edmund. Yes, besides, I remember you said they have something to do with the Crip gang in America. Yes, I will chop off the right feet of everyone I capture. Since I like the Crips so much, let them really be Crips and arrange their actions. After arresting them, leave their boss until the end and bring him here to see you. Yes. I'll make arrangements now, Zaro. Shitao picked up his mobile phone and started making calls. There were not many people at the door of the police station. That was because all the people had dispersed. Now that he is here, the young master came here specially to say hello to the local police station. This is called a process. Mello was confused as he listened to this murderous conversation. He subconsciously wanted to go back to the police station and make a phone call. I'll let you move when he heard the voice coming from behind him. When he just lifted his steps, Sheriff Mello froze slightly and slowly turned around to look at Alan in the car. Your Excellency. I stand still and wait for my people to come back after finishing their work. After Alan finished speaking, he pressed the button and the car window closed again. Slowly. Sheriff Mello looked at the bodyguards around him. They looked like children who had done something wrong and were punished by standing still forced to stand in front of their police station. The suburban warehouse, where Edmund delivers food in the afternoon, is a den of the Guxy gang. It can be regarded as a warehouse that integrates transportation, storage, manufacturing and other functions. There are dozens of people stationed inside all year round. Those who slashed Edmund the little gangsters were just taking turns to look after the door. They thought the food in the warehouse was not delicious, so they ordered to kill it, and then after chopping up the white-skinned pig, a few hours passed and nothing happened. Hahaha, you piece of shit nobleman. He is a nobleman, and I'm his father, Zaro. He shook the sieve in his hand, and there was a huge amplifier speaker next to him, and the disco music inside resounded around him. Boss, Wright told you to keep a low profile these days. This is the property of the nobles and we can't afford to offend it. Maybe it's just that they haven't reacted yet. The little Heezy next to him was talking to the little Heezy named Wright with a concerned look on his face. When Wright wasn't paying attention, he secretly took out a pound with a small denomination from the table with his right hand and stuffed it into his sleeve. Crack, crack, crack. The lights in the warehouse suddenly went out, followed by several sounds of glass being smashed, which startled the few young people sitting there. Before they could react, something like a grenade made a grunt roll to their feet, bump, accompanied by a not particularly loud explosion. An extremely strong white light and sonic boom swept across several people in an instant. Even their screams were covered up. At this moment, the world seemed to have pressed the mute button. Nothing can be heard. Chapter 438. This is simply a devil. Wright's mind went blank. He couldn't hear or see anything while lying on the ground. He shook his head subconsciously and tried to get up, but his body felt a little sore inexplicably, as if all the strength in his body had been drained. He wanted to put your arms up, but there are a few here. Let's get to work. Wright couldn't hear the sound, but he felt someone give him a kick. Wright, who had just raised his upper body and was about to get up, fell to the ground in vain. His left hand seemed to be stepped on by a big foot. Wright hadn't figured it out yet. Who is it, and why are you doing this? When you do this, a heartbreaking pain suddenly comes from your wrist. The other party took something and slashed his wrist hard. The bones at the joints were still very hard. In addition, he was lying on the ground, and the machete got stuck in the bone. The other party didn't make a second blow, but seemed to be sawing something. He pressed the knife hard, kicked the back of the knife hard with his feet, and just like that, amidst Wright's heartrending screams, he forcibly chopped off his left hand. Fake. Are you so slow to cut off your hand? Ahaha, boss, my hands are raw. I'll be good at it in a while. Hurry up, you still have feet. Clear. Right. Vaguely heard the intermittent conversation, but he had no power to resist. He was almost fainting from the pain. Shock bombs are also translated as flash bombs, but the real life function of this thing is definitely not like that in some games, where if you throw it near someone, it will just make you blink. Why is it called a shock bomb? Although it is not a destructive weapon, if it is too close to the explosion point, the impact of the sound wave alone will cause internal injuries, even if you don't die. And the internal organs will be swept by the shock wave. Just after eating, a strong man weighing 200 pounds punched my bulging belly several times. This is what it felt like. And this feeling is accompanied by temporary blindness, deafness, dizziness and other effects. This thing can't be avoided by turning around and not looking at it. There were dozens of boxes of shock bomb ships from Wales this time, and 1/10 of Alan's family was moved. On average, one bomb was more than enough for each person. Although they were meant to kill people, it was much safer to go up and throw a shock bomb from a distance when they were facing each other, and then kill the target when they were no longer able to resist. It also made it easier for them to complete the task assigned by Alan. A group of strong men wearing Manchester United jerseys cut off the power and entered the warehouse. There were 5 or 6 people in a team. The person at the front held a bright tactical flashlight and shouted loudly when he found the target, followed by 2 or 3 people holding there is a machete, and there is also a person carrying a big bag. The person with the backpack is responsible for helping to fix the target with his feet so that others can chop people. When the chop is finished, the person with the backpack will pick up the chopped hands and feet and take them away. They will still need them when they go back. Statistics: in just a few minutes, the entire warehouse was filled with darkness. Dozens of bright tactical flashlights were shining everywhere. Except for the people wearing Manchester United jerseys, the smell of blood was everywhere. The ground was full of distorted and screaming figures like maggots. They are all incomplete. When a regular army faces a gangster, even if the regular army does not have hot weapons, its physical advantages, tactical advantages, equipment advantages, etc. are all incomparable to these gangsters. Only one of them met, and the other person was like a little chicken. Under the care of countless shock bombs, he had no ability to resist, and could only scream and have his hands chopped off and his feet stamped on. Who are you? Who are you? An extremely stout young man was in the innermost office of the warehouse, holding a pistol in his hand and tremblingly looking at a dozen big men wearing Manchester United jerseys in front of him. The pungent smell of blood came from several big men carrying backpacks. The slightly fishy and stinky smell made Ziohezi faintly nauseated, and the hand holding the gun trembled even more. With a gun, you can't do whatever you want in some situations, just like now. Although he has a gun in his hand, he can guarantee that with the behavior of this group of people now, if he dares to shoot, he will most likely be chopped into pieces. He just wants to know why his enemies are looking for him when he is doing business. Honestly, and who is causing trouble for him? Who is it? He. You don't even deserve to hear your name. You just have to remember that you have provoked someone you shouldn't have provoked. Do you understand? Come and give me the gun. This is not something you should take. The big man at the head was holding a strong tactical flashlight in his left hand. The light shone directly on Ziohezi's face. He didn't even have a weapon on him. He just walked up to Ziohezi carelessly, stretched out his hand, and pinched it with one hand, holding Ziohezi's right hand and the gun in his hand with a little force. While Ziohezi grinned and screamed, he easily removed the opponent's gun, as if snatching a child's toy. Fuck. When the big man took away the pistol, Ziohezi subconsciously cursed, and then, bump. Well, before he could react, after he finished cursing, the big man in front of him kicked him in the crotch, causing excruciating pain. The pain made little Hezi curl up on the ground with his legs folded, unable to even scream. The big man holding Ziohezi's pistol in his right hand squatted down, holding the barrel of the pistol, and hit Ziohezi on the back of the head with the handle of the gun. This blow caused pain to Ziohezi on the ground. Shake twice. Ah. You the boss of this gutsy gang, bump. Seeing that Ziohezi didn't reply immediately, the big man said again without saying anything. Next time I ask you something, answer it quickly. Seeing that he had admitted, the big man curled his lips and twisted his neck, to signal the people behind him to come over, take him away, let's retreat. More than 60 people were captured in a warehouse and all were chopped to pieces, but the gang leader wanted to be taken back to show the Lord. Boss, why don't we ask him where the others are? A big man next to him walked up to him and asked blankly, what the hell are you asking? We have cut off the power here, and the phone lines are also cut off. What can I do if I ask? Are you going to the city to arrest people in the middle of the night? Then let's just have this few people. Okay, what Butler Stone told me is to capture this person and send him to you as soon as possible. As for the remaining people, this is not what we should worry about. Let's go. Good, Sheriff. Mello didn't know how long he stood there. Anyway, the bodyguards in black around him just kept standing. These people were like robots. They didn't make any sound or move. They just stood on both sides of Alan's car, like it was like a door god protecting him. The outside temperature at 2 or 3 o'clock in the evening is already very cold. It was only a few degrees above zero, and in the rush to get out, Mero was only wearing a single shirt. Now he was shivering from the cold, but looking at the car with the windows closed in front of him, the gentleman inside might be watching him from the car window. It would be a lie to say that he is not afraid. Mello has never felt that nobles are so scary before. It's not that there are no aristocrats in Manchester, but there are no big aristocrats here. If calculated according to the strength standard of 100%, the nobles in Manchester generally have a strength of 30% or 40%, and there are even some big families and nobles with a strength of 40% or 50%. These families need strength, and they need people. But there is no such thing as a family that can make the final decision and command the heroes. There used to be one, but later that family was half dead, and even the descendants lived overseas. Now Manchester belongs to a ducal family in name only, but in fact, there are no tigers in the mountains, and the monkeys are the kings. Faced with such a situation, Mero had a good time here before. As long as he dealt with it well, he had never felt that any family had such great power, but today is different. Alan, the Earl of Carmarthen, can be regarded as a type of dragon that can cross the river and can suppress local snakes. Of all the families in Manchester, not one of them could stand up to him. Those who are richer than him are not as powerful as him, and those who are more powerful than him are not as powerful as him. If Mello suddenly has an idea in his heart, if all the families in Manchester unite, they can break up with this excellency. However, just think about this situation. Families in places like Britain have never been united. While he was distracted thinking about these things, the sound of a vehicle engine suddenly came from the distance. Mello felt happy and turned his head to look over there. A white ambulance suddenly drove towards this direction alone. Mello looked at this scene and was a little shocked. What was the ambulance doing here in the middle of the night? Under Mello's curious eyes, a very stout woman with very conspicuous red hair got out of the ambulance. With this feature, Mello immediately realized that she was a Celtic or something. Someone with Celtic ancestry. The woman was wearing a very wide suit with a hairband on her head. She walked a little awkwardly. She followed the strong man who had just called and gave orders. She used her extremely strong figure to walk out, taking a step that was extremely inconsistent with her temperament and even gave people a cautious feeling. She slowly followed the strong man to the door of Alan's car. The car window that had been closed for a long time was opened again, and Zio Shitao bent down and reported, "Young master, someone has brought him here. Edmund is still in the ambulance. He has woken up. This is his wife, Mary." Hearing Zio Shitao introduce himself, the woman standing next to him didn't even dare to look at the people in the car. She put her hands in front of her like a quail, still tangled them together, lowered her head, and just stood there. "Ah, you Edmund's wife. How is your husband?" Alan's voice came slowly, and Mary's shoulders trembled visibly twice. This time she slowly raised her head, and her already fair complexion became even whiter. She knew who the person in the car was, but just because she knew, she was afraid. As a native of Wales, her family happens to be located next to Carmarthenshire. For people like her, she has been frightened by her family's horror stories about the Hill family since she was a child. It's really frightening. Her fear of the Hill family is ingrained in her bones. It's okay if she can't come into contact with them normally, but now that she's really seen them, and they're so close, it would be a lie to say she's not afraid. She ran away without turning around. She was already considered a hero among women. She is a woman who weighs 200 pounds. When she is at home, she can ride on her husband and push Edmund to the ground to blast him. But now, when she heard Alan ask her something, she was so scared that she didn't even know what to say. Alan looked at the little woman's reaction and was not surprised. This is the virtue of the Welsh people. Their behavior proved that the foundation of the Hill family in Wales was still very stable. How's it going over there, master? They will be back in 5 minutes at most. They have been arrested. Okay. Go get Edmund down and let him see. Yes, the rear door of the ambulance was opened and several bodyguards worked together to get out the folding hospital bed inside. The person wrapped up on the hospital bed like a mummy was AI, who was chopped yesterday afternoon, to be precise, and whose left hand had been amputated. Demon, where am I? Edmund's face was pale, which was the sequelae of excessive blood loss, but he was strong and recovered quickly. Although he could not move now, he was awake. Mary had already trotted over from the car, looking at her husband with fear and excitement. There was a distressed look in her eyes, but she said, Edmund, guess who is here? The Lord, here he is. He has come personally to ask for an explanation from you. Huh? Who? Edmund looked at his mother-in-law, who was like a wall, and he didn't know whether the expression on his face was fear or excitement. Yes. Mary subconsciously turned her head and looked around. Then she whispered in Edmund's ear about Alan. Even though Edmund was wrapped as a mummy, he still shook as hard as he could when he heard Mary's words. He was not afraid, but excited. Mallow stared blankly at the hospital bed taken from the ambulance and the wounded man on the bed, not understanding what he was planning to do. But didn't have to wait long. The lights came on again at the end of the road. The hum of the engine came, and this time there were more cars coming. One takeaway truck passed by him like this, and then he didn't know how many trucks passed by. But 100 people got off the truck, or how many people? Mallow was no longer in the mood to count. He stared blankly at a strong man wearing what looked like a Manchester United jersey. He got out of the car with a backpack on his back, walked to the hospital bed, took off the backpack on his back, and pulled out several severed hands, feet, and he fell bloody on the ground beside the hospital bed. Some people seemed to know the patient and wiped their bloody hands on the gauze on his body, as if to say hello to the patient. One after another, strong men carrying backpacks went to the patient's bedside to unload as if they were here to unload. There were severed hands and feet all over the ground, and the pungent smell of blood filled the entrance of the police station. When Marrow saw the first strong man unloading the goods, he was already in a daze with his mouth open. The sight in front of him, let alone a normal person, even him, a veteran police chief who had been in the police for many years, was trembling and chilling to the core when he saw it. This it's simply a devilish act. This is the door of the police station. Haha, Edmund, do you still know me? I used to say that the food you cooked was terrible. Now you can't cook anymore, right? Don't worry. Your Excellency has given an order. The person who beat you is now better than you. It's still miserable. Their hands will be the same as yours from now on, and their feet will be even worse than you. Edmund stared blankly as a big man with a painted face spoke in front of him, holding a severed hand in his hand and gesticulating on his face. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 439. Anthony and Sheriff Mello. A strong man wearing a Manchester United jersey held the collar of the back of Heezy's neck with one hand and half dragged him towards Alan's car when passing by Edmund. The strong man stopped for a moment, and under the confused gaze of little Heezy, he slapped him again on the back of the head. Before Zyro Heezy could think more, the strong man only said, Edmund, this is the boss of those people who beat you. And he has been captured for you, then. He dragged Zyro Heezy forward. Little Heezy was dragged to the side of Alan's car by the strong man. The strong man walked up to Sheriff Mello, and with a strong hand, he threw little Heezy to the side of the car. One of them didn't stand firm, so he stumbled forward a few more steps, then lay on the ground not far from the car door. Just as he was about to raise his head, a big foot hit him in the face again. Lie down to the side, you blind bitches blocking the way, Zio. Shital retracted his feet and grumbled, then bent down to open the rear door, and asked Alan to get out of the car. Master, please slow down. He protected the top of the car window with his left hand. After Alan got off the car, Zio Shital quickly took the black coat handed by the bodyguard next to him, and put it on Alan's shoulders. It was cold at night. Mello blinked. He had been standing here for so long. He waited for the little black guy on the ground to arrive before Alan got out of the car. As Alan got out of the car, the rear door on the other side also opened, and he walked out. There was a big fat man. When Mello saw this man, he didn't pay much attention to him at first. When he came around from behind the car and stood next to Alan, Mello could see the fat man's face clearly. Seeing this man's appearance, Mello was trembling. This man was actually the Duke of Angus, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. He was the largest aristocrat in Manchester, the current heir to the Duke of Manchester. Why is he here? Cough. Cough. Alan. Vomit. Duke Angus got out of the car and walked next to Alan. He originally wanted to show off his drunkenness, but when he turned around and saw the severed hands and feet on the ground not far away, he smelled the air again. The fishy smell mixed with the car made his throat tremble. He couldn't hold it back, pressed his hands on the car door, bent over and started to vomit. Alan leaned against the car door, adjusted the coat he was wearing with his left hand, waved his right hand in front of his nose and said, "Where's the cigarette?" "Here you are, young master." Zio Shital quickly took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it for Alan. When you sit in the car and don't get out of the car, you may not feel anything. But when you get out of the car, there are so many parts on the ground, and the smell is extremely obvious. It is really uncomfortable if you don't light a cigarette to remove the smell. After blowing out a puff of smoke and looking at Zio Heasy, who was still lying on the ground, Alan sneered, tilted his head slightly, and signaled the bodyguard to get this guy up. "Do you know why I brought you here?" Anthony was lying on the ground. After the car door opened, he didn't dare to breathe. Since arriving here, everywhere he looked, there were people wearing red shirts of the Manchester United team. These people swept through their home base half an hour ago and killed all their younger brothers. From what they did, even if they were wearing jerseys, Anthony dared to swear to God that these people were definitely not ordinary people. People are not ordinary fans either. In the dark night, hundreds of strong men wearing red Manchester United jerseys just watched quietly as the strong men carrying backpacks went up to deliver the so-called trophies. Their hands and feet were knocked to the ground, and they stood in 2s and 3s. They lit cigarettes together silently and surrounded the place without making too much noise. There were dark red spots of light from cigarette butts everywhere in the dark surroundings. Against the backdrop of the night, it was like the burning legion crawling out of hell. The sense of oppression was too strong. In addition, there were hands, feet and the smell of blood next to the ambulance not far from him. Even though he has been in the industry for so many years, this is the first time for Anthony, a veteran gangster, to see such a scene. Compared with what they were doing today, Anthony felt that what he had done in the previous gang could only be regarded as naughty and mischievous, as a bad boy at best. The gap between the two sides was too big. Anthony lay on the ground and didn't dare to move, thinking about all these things. Suddenly, along with Anthony's screams, he felt a stab of pain on his thigh. Someone stabbed his thigh hard from behind. This sudden stab forcefully interrupted Anthony's wild thoughts. Only then did he react. "Come here." The guy who just got off the car seemed to be asking himself something, but he didn't hear it. "Get up. Your Excellency is asking you something." Anthony, who had a knife stuck in his leg, grinned and was lifted up by the collar of his neck. Only then did he really face Alan. Looking at the expressionless young man, Anthony suddenly recognized him. "Isn't he that famous aristocrat who has a takeaway company under his command? My younger brother had a little conflict with his delivery boy today." Later, the delivery boy who was beaten ran away. And what happened next? He asked the master behind him, and he was told that the problem was not big. Later, a group of big men wearing Manchester United jerseys arrived and swept across his warehouse. Seeing the frightened little Heezy raising his head and looking at him in bewilderment, Alan was not angry. Instead, he asked in a gentler tone, "Who is the master behind you? Tell me." Anthony swallowed and was about to start acting stupid, but without giving him a chance to perform, the knife on his thigh was suddenly pressed hard and twisted hard. A sharp, heart-wrenching scream came involuntarily from Anthony's mouth. The pain of being stabbed by a knife is not at the same level as the pain of twisting the blade into the flesh without pulling it out. Anthony was shaking all over in pain, as if he was being electrocuted. If someone hadn't been holding the collar of his neck from behind, he would have collapsed to the ground just this moment. However, although he screamed miserably, Anthony did not beg for mercy or explain, as if he did not understand Alan's question at all. Little Stone walked up to Anthony, looked down at the little black man, and asked on behalf of Alan, "Do you need me to remind you? A few hours ago, there was a phone call to you from Phil's apartment on 3rd Street. Say who the caller is." Under normal circumstances, a small local gang like this would not be able to develop so many ways of making a living. The first time Alan saw their information, he felt that there was guidance or cooperation from an expert behind them. Something. It's not like they are unlearned little gangsters who can do whatever they want. Combined with the situation in Manchester, it can be easily deduced that behind their small gang, there is probably one or several small families supporting them, or perhaps cooperate with them secretly. In this way, a lot of things will make sense. Alan is simply interested in them, the people behind the Guxy gang. He has come all the way, so he can't leave empty-handed, right? But I didn't expect that these small families were quite vigilant. It was probably a few hours ago that Alan ordered to use all his connections in Manchester to find out the details of this small gang. It is estimated that this small family may have received the news at that time. When he saw that something was wrong, he hurriedly sent someone to fight. He called and then cut off contact with the boss of the Guxy gang. As for now, this little black guy is quite loyal and is not prepared to tell who is behind him. But it doesn't matter if you can't catch them today. Just take your time. Looking at Anthony, who was being tortured and screaming repeatedly, Alan chuckled and waved to the police sergeant who had been standing next to him, whose name he didn't even ask, to come over. Mello watched Alan finally turn his eyes to him and straightened his back subconsciously, standing up slightly. When Alan waved to him, he pointed at himself with his index finger. While Alan nodded to confirm, Meluo took a few steps this time and walked to Alan and said, "Your Excellency, please give your orders." "Let me lend you your gun." Alan had just spotted the gun on Mello's waist, and he naturally asked to borrow it. Mello looked a little embarrassed when he heard this request. This was his last sense of security. If ordinary people dared to talk to him like this, he would have slapped them in the face. But the man in front of him asked him to borrow a gun. Although this was against the rules, Mello did not dare to refuse. He could only cry and take out his beloved gun from his waist with a look of reluctance, handing it to Alan with both hands. "It's still a revolver. No wonder the security here is not good." Alan took the gun and shook it with his right hand. This old-fashioned revolver is durable, and in many movies, the police in Hong Kong and the police in Great Britain like to use this kind of gun. They are all old guys and they are very cheap. However, this type of revolver actually has many shortcomings. For example, the rate of fire is not good, and the accuracy caused by the large recoil is not good. The key is that, if there is an emergency, it is easy to make mistakes when reloading. After all, compared to the current magazine type as-4 pistols, revolvers have to take out bullets and insert them one by one. Not to mention the slowness of changing bullets, it is already very backward in terms of ease of operation. After taking the gun, Alan waved his hand, motioning for Sheriff Mello to stand aside, and then hooked his hand to the bodyguard carrying little Heezy, motioning him to bring little Heezy over. "Don't tell me, right? I didn't expect you black people to have such loyal people. It's not easy. I like loyal people. Because you have such a strict tone, I will give you a chance. Do you want to live?" Anthony was already on the verge of collapse. If his skin hadn't been originally black, his face would have turned pale. Now his face was dark and bloodless. Hearing Alan's words, Anthony seemed to have grasped the last straw at this time. Even if there was only 1% hope, he did not want to die. He wanted to try. It is said that nobles are extremely trustworthy. He should be more trustworthy. Besides, with so many of his subordinates here, he must not lie to himself. I want to live. I want to live. I want to live. Haha, very good. Do something for me. As long as you finish it, the matter between us will be settled, and I will let you go. Alan didn't look at Anthony when he spoke. He was playing with the revolver in his right hand. There were 3 bullets in it. Judging from the maintenance of the gun, it looked brand new, as if it hadn't been used for a long time. It was somewhere else. If the guns in the hands of the police are of this quality, it may mean that the local public security is clean and the life is good point. But now in Manchester, in an area with a relatively large number of black people, a police sergeant's pistol is so new. It is easy to imagine that he is not a conscientious person. You say, as long as it doesn't go against my will, I will do it. Anthony looked at Alan with hope. Let him go and let him come over. When the bodyguard let go, Anthony held his injured thigh with his left hand and limped 2 steps to Alan. Come and get the gun. Alan took one last look at the revolver, turned it slightly, inserted the bullet side, pulled the hammer, and inserted the gun into Anthony's right hand point. Anthony stared blankly at the gun, handed over by Alan. Alan had just watched the movement of the bullet in the runner. He had a panoramic view. Now, the gun was in a loaded state. At such a close distance, this person, did you hand the gun to yourself like this? Isn't he afraid? But point. Then Alan leaned slightly towards his ear, and what he said almost scared Anthony's heart out. Have you seen this policeman? Beat him to death. As long as you beat him to death, you can leave. Ha ha ha. After Alan finished speaking softly, he patted Anthony's shoulder again and looked at him expectantly. Anthony looked at Mello, who was not far from him. The two looked at each other, and Mello looked at him with a puzzled and slightly contemptuous look. Gritting his teeth, Anthony suddenly raised his right hand and fired 3 shots at Mello. Bang, bang, bang. The sudden sound of gunfire echoed on the road in front of the police station. The little stone next to him was ready to raise his hand to block Anthony the first time he raised his hand, but the arm he just raised was blocked by Alan. Several people just watched silently as Alan called Anthony to his side and said a few words. Then Anthony suddenly had a gun, and then he shot and killed Sheriff Mello, who had been watching the show. Vomit. Duke Angus had just finished vomiting and turned around and was about to continue watching the fun. When he turned his head, he happened to see Mellett, who was not far away from him, being hit by 3 bullets and falling straight down. This scene was so exciting that it made him relax just a little bit. The excited Duke Angus' throat felt itchy, and he felt like vomiting again. Alan. Duke Angus opened the car door and walked slowly to Alan. He looked at Alan with some confusion. He couldn't understand why Anthony suddenly killed the police chief. Why is that? This is the police. Haha. Good job, you can go. Alan ignored Duke Angus and instead snapped his fingers with his right hand and pointed in the distance. The crowd he pointed at was the group of big men wearing Manchester United jerseys who had been surrounding this place and watching the show silently. At this time, they saw Alan pointing and making a gesture in this direction. Clatter. A burst of footsteps that were not too noisy sounded, and a passage was forcibly separated from the circle of nearly 100 people. Seeing little Heezy drop his gun and limping through a group of strong men, Alan sneered, turned to look at Duke Angus and said, "Where are your bodyguards? Let them catch up and get them. Kill him. This is the credit I give you." Ah. What credit? Chapter 440 Temptation. Haha, Uncle Angus, your consciousness is really bad. Don't think so much. Just do it if I ask you to do it. Oh. Angus was confused. He followed Alan's example and waved his hands at the 4 useless bodyguards he had brought with him in the distance. He then pointed in the direction where the little black guy left just now and thought for a moment, made a gesture of slitting his throat. His bodyguards looked at Duke Angus's lame gesture and were stunned for a long time before they realized that this was the boss's order for them to kill and silence him. Uncle Angus, in Wales, no one has ever dared to disobey me, but here, in Manchester, a small police chief dares to make excuses for my matters. Why is this, Duke? Angus wiped his mouth with a handkerchief and combed his heart with his right hand. He didn't know why. The Hill family was used to being domineering in Wales. He knew this. Alan's father was almost the same in the past point, but I didn't expect that Alan now would be even more cruel than his father who died long ago. He would kill anyone who asked him to, without even a reason. In the eyes of Duke Angus, the police sergeant just now was obviously very obedient and respectful to them, but the person who was fine a second ago is now lying on the ground dead. Alan looked at Angus with a retarded look and asked in an uncertain tone, "Don't you know the composition of the police in various places in our country before Britain, Duke?" Angus was confused by Alan's question. He really doesn't know, mainly because he doesn't care about this kind of thing. Alan waved his hand to signal the people next to him to stay away. After they vacated their seats, he took Duke Angus and whispered to him some knowledge that a noble gentleman should know. As for the police in Great Britain, not only are their functions chaotic, but their composition is also questionable. Many people know that Great Britain has been weakening the nobility over the years, and how. In fact, the weakening of the nobility is not new in modern times, but has always existed. But the excuses and methods of operation are different. This was even more true after the defeat of Cromwell. When the British police were first established, a large part of their own personnel were private soldiers of the nobles. These people are much taller and more knowledgeable than ordinary people, both in terms of physique and combat literacy. Therefore, in the initial police force, it can be said that more than half of the policemen were originally private soldiers of the nobles. Therefore, many nobles later had a close relationship with the local police station. In the past, many nobles would also work part-time as leaders of the local police stations. It was because of this that, in essence, at the beginning, it was equivalent to absorbing the private soldiers of the nobles. In the British police system, it was dispersed and diluted. Therefore, many nobles were given some rights to supervise this aspect. This was the case in Alan's family, but in the end, step by step over the years, more and more nobles even had such rights reduced, which was equivalent to completely losing military power. However, there are also a small number of nobles in the middle, and such rights are reserved. The Hill family is one of them, and special treatment is given in special circumstances. Therefore, in Alan's mind, these police officers were no different from his private soldiers. When he commanded them, he felt it was natural. This was a habit he had developed in Wales. It's just that sometimes there are more procedures and the names are a little different. Therefore, if these people disobey him, they must be taught a lesson. What about you? Just think of them as dogs, and we are their masters. The dogs are disobedient and instead want to ride on the master's head and dominate. Do you think we can still keep such dogs? After listening to Alan's explanation, Duke Angus raised his eyebrows and stiffened a little. He really didn't know that such a thing existed. Anyway, his father didn't tell him about it at home when he was a child. However, no one would tell him such a thing later. In addition, when he was in the United States, he was arrested by the American police. He has always had a psychological shadow on the police. Now that Alan told him the origin of this, especially with what Alan said now, Duke Angus instantly felt that he was good again. Then, we really need to let them know who is the master. By the way, what about you? When you came back to Manchester this time, you encountered the leader of a small gang who attacked the police, robbed, and even shot the police chief. He was guilty of such a heinous crime. You couldn't help but let the bodyguards take action. When you met the little gangster, he absconded in fear of crime, so I accidentally beat him to death. Do you understand? Did I meet by chance? What about you, Angus? Suddenly didn't understand why Alan arranged this. Me. I've never seen you. I'm here to see my team. Didn't you say that my team didn't perform well at the start of the season? I just came here to take a look. As soon as Alan spread his hands, the matter had nothing to do with him, and the protagonist changed from him to the brave Duke of Angus. Duke Angus raised his hand and wanted to say that there were hundreds of ferocious strong men wearing Manchester United jerseys standing around who had just returned from killing people. You said this matter had nothing to do with you. Look what I'm doing. They are just Manchester United fans. Although I'm the owner of the Manchester United club, I'm not the owner of the Manchester United fans. What does they have to do with me? They just gathered together spontaneously. Duke Angus blinked, so he was responsible for what happened tonight. He started vomiting as soon as he got out of the car and finally finished vomiting, and then he acted bravely as soon as he got out of the car. Does anyone believe it? Alan, isn't this not very rigorous? Listening to what Alan said, Duke Angus always felt that these excuses were a bit unreliable. Wasn't Alan planning to sell him? It shouldn't be. It's not up to you whether Uncle Angus is strict or not. These excuses are just excuses. When you go back tonight, you will write a proposal on the need to strengthen public security in the Manchester area. You will go to the House of Lords in a few days. During the meeting, as the Duke of Manchester, you can raise this issue in Parliament, stand on the moral high ground, and severely criticize them. Oh, do you still need me to take the initiative to criticize them? Duke Angus was a little confused again. Didn't Alan bring people here first to kill? After you kill someone, you still want me to complain first to the bad guy? Is this how noble children behave? Of course, the police chief here has been beaten to death by gangsters. Isn't this considered a disorder of public security? Isn't it worth taking it to the Parliament to talk about it? Anyway, you are fine, so just treat it as having fun. What about finishing this proposal? Duke Angus felt that on certain things, he still needed to learn more from a sinister child of aristocratic families like Alan, so he began to ask for advice humbly. Haha, wait. Alan was not in a hurry to teach Duke Angus what to do next. Instead, he hooked the two policemen on duty, who had been standing aside watching the show, and were almost stunned by the fright, and motioned for them to come over. Seeing Alan's gesture like this, the two young policemen who had just witnessed the murder of their own police chief turned pale and wanted to run, but their legs were already weak. They were surrounded by densely packed strong men. Even if they ran, can't run away either, Your Excellency. I didn't see anything just now. One of the taller policemen walked tremblingly to Alan. He thought he was planning to kill someone and silence him, so he opened his mouth to disassociate himself from the situation in an attempt to save his life. Snort. Alan snorted coldly, pointed at the two of them, and said to Duke Angus, after you finish the proposal in Parliament, you will recommend someone who is suitable to be the sheriff. With your current status, you can recommend someone sheriff, even if it's a bit against the rules. There must be someone who wants to sell you face, so when the time comes, just choose the one you like between the two of them and recommend it. Duke Angus looked at the two little policemen in front of him. The three pairs of eyes looked at each other, with a look of embarrassment on their faces. The two little policemen also had a little fear and consternation on their faces. They didn't know each other dozens of seconds ago. Tens of seconds later, through Alan's arrangement, one of them is about to become the new police chief. Life is so magical. Duke Angus looked at the two policemen and understood that Alan was probably asking him to train his subordinates, just like Sheriff Rex next to Alan. But Sheriff Rex is from Carmarthen. He lives next to the Hill family's castle all year round. He loves the Hill family. But the two little policemen in front of him, Duke Angus, have no relationship with them. How do you develop a confidant from someone you just met like this? Is this how confidants are raised? No matter how poor his ability is, Duke Angus still thinks this is too unreliable. I subconsciously asked, if I recommend them, will they listen to me? Of course not. But didn't I just show you a demonstration? Didn't you learn? Alan turned around and looked at Duke Angus with a sincere and slightly encouraging expression. He stretched out his hand to help him tidy up the collar he had just messed up, and said in an increasingly gentle tone, Uncle Angus and the others, don't you listen? It's not important to be obedient. The other one who is disobedient is. Didn't we just say that public security in Manchester is poor? It's so chaotic here. The police chief was beaten to death by gangsters just now. You can do the same in the future. Who is disobedient? You go catch a gangster and come back and kill him. Won't that solve the problem? Duke Angus blinked and then realized that Alan's operation from the beginning to now was just for this. At this time, he thought about what happened just now. First, call the police sergeant out and ask him why he slacked off and shied away. This is called explaining the reasons to his face and asking his subordinates to stand by and watch together. Then a gangster boss was arrested, which not only gave his employee who was beaten a break, but also used it to intimidate the police. Then he forced the gangster boss to kill the police chief on the pretext of giving him a way out. But there was no blood on his hands. Alan, the sheriff, was killed by a gangster, not Alan. In the end, he asked him to send bodyguards to kill the gangster. It was not Alan who did it himself, and it was not a violation of his promise. He really let the gangster go. He was killed by his Duke Angus's bodyguards. After a set of plans, it seems that he arranged them all, but if you really want to care about it, it seems that he has nothing to do with these things, and has completely ignored them. Now he called the two policemen in front of him, and told them the plan, and operating methods in front of them. This was even more cruel. Let a person listen to the plan to kill him, and he will not be able to run away, but will feel fear. After all, the dead police lieutenant lying on the ground is a lesson learned from the past. Even if they tell it, no one will believe it, because before something happens, all the rhetoric can be regarded as slander, and after the thing happens, who will care about a dead police chief? Is there any evidence? Now Alan is clearly telling Angus that according to his operating methods, as long as he is disobedient, he will be replaced. Between death and glory and wealth, would any fool choose death? There are always smart people who will give in this way. It doesn't matter whether these people were Duke Angus confidants before. Anyway, as long as they don't want to die, they will definitely be Duke Angus confidants in the future. It's just that the feelings of these confidants are a bit blunt. This method is a simple, rough, and quick result approach. It has no shortcomings, except that the method is a bit vicious. Uncle Angus, as long as you take control of this police station, as the largest nobleman in Manchester, you can stand on the moral high ground and criticize them for the entire public security issue in Manchester. After you criticize the police chiefs in other areas, you can also recommend it. Alan said something meaningful, patted Duke Angus's shoulder gently, and said in a seductive tone, "This is the right way to restore the glory of your family. Now, you have taken a big step. You are only in your 50s now, and there is still a long time to come. It will not take 10 or even 5 years. The entire Manchester Police Department will slowly be replaced by the people you recommend. As long as you master these departments, will anyone here dare to look down on you like before?" Imagining these tempting future scenes, Duke Angus's heart beat like a deer. It was rare for a man in his 50s to feel the long-lost excitement again. Duke Angus, as long as he does this, he can restore the glory of his family. Not only can he get back the ancestral home that he sold before, but he can even get back the land slowly. But all this has not gone to Duke Angus's head. He has already learned the operating techniques, but he is not Alan. Alan has people, but he does not. Duke Angus rarely took the initiative to wave his hand to signal the two policemen who were called over to stay away. Then he leaned into Alan's ear and whispered, "I understand the truth, but I don't have anyone. I just want to stay away. I'm afraid it won't work with my few bodyguards, right?" A heartfelt smile finally appeared on Alan's lips. After doing so much, Duke Angus finally got on the right track. It's good to have no strength and no one to support him. If he was really strong, Alan wouldn't dare to support him. "Uncle Angus, you still have me. Your business is my business. If you don't have any manpower, I can lend it to you." After Alan finished speaking, he waved his left hand. Duke Angus looked at the crowded scene around him. If Alan could support him and lend others his hands, then a sense of heroism would arise spontaneously. "Okay, I did it." Chapter 441, The Temptation from Major. "Then I'll go back first, and I'll leave it to Uncle Angus to finish the work here." Alan pointed to the parts on the ground, and then pointed to the two little policemen. Duke Angus understood instantly and nodded. "Okay, after I finish handling the matter here, we will see you in a few days. Let's talk again." After sitting back in the car, before leaving, Alan told Zioshitao, "Leave some manpower to help Duke Angus do things. His orders are equivalent to my orders. Okay, you go make arrangements." After arranging us, go back to the hotel. After speaking, Alan leaned back and did not look at the people outside. Today's events were simply concluded at this point. As for why he was having such a big battle today. First, his men were chopped up and had their limbs amputated. This was a serious injury and disability. He couldn't bear this kind of thing. Now the food delivery company is in the stage of development and expansion. Judging from the current security environment in the UK, a security environment like Manchester can only be regarded as the norm. If you want to say chaos, it depends on who you compare with. Even in London, there are countless gangs hiding in the dark, but the police don't have much time to deal with them. Compared to these places, Wales is much better. As for the second point, again, Alan found that his food delivery company was struggling to expand after it left Wales. Part of the problem is the price. For example, when buying land, his site directly purchases large pieces of remote land to use as warehouses. This behavior consumes money. In ordinary cities, even in remote places, land prices are not cheap. Every city invests millions of pounds or even more. In this way, although it is highly resistant to risks, its expansion speed is slow. Coupled with the invisible conflicts of some local families and companies, the combination of the two makes it difficult to expand. Now that something finally happened, Alan was angry and happy. This time he was finally given a chance to take revenge above and above board. The dead police chief was not only a warning to the two young policemen, but also a warning to all local families who knew about it in the future. Anyone who dares to touch Alan must be prepared to receive revenge. Judging from Alan's current ferocious personality, no matter where the food delivery company expands in the future, as long as today's incident is spread out in the future, he will encounter much less resistance. If you want to do something, if it is not easy to do, then do something more extreme than this thing. In this way, many people will turn to other things in order to prevent them from continuing to do more extreme things. Accept what he originally wanted to do. After all, a noble with such a cruel personality just came to their city to set up a small business to deliver food. Compared with his behavior of killing people and setting fires, as long as he can abide by the law and not go around looking for trouble, it is still very acceptable. In this way, you can kill two birds with one stone. When things are just beginning to take shape, use the most ruthless means to stop this momentum. In the future, whenever something like this happens, or wants to happen, no matter who it is, you have to think carefully. Let's weigh what happened today and see if they can withstand the subsequent revenge from this noble master. If they touch Master Alan's people. As for the final goal, of course, I grabbed Duke Angus and gave him a push. Duke Angus has become quite famous in the Parliament in recent years. Although his own strength is not good, his reputation is good. He is a serious duke with great righteousness. As long as he supports Duke Angus, Alan can naturally reach into Manchester. In this way, he can transform from a powerful foreign dragon into a local snake in the name of Duke Angus. In this way, in a larger sense, Alan's coming to kill people this time is not considered an overstep. At most, it can be regarded as enthusiastically helping Duke Angus, as long as these local families do not unite and reject him at the same time, and Alan hides in the dark and slowly supports Duke Angus's mischief. He will be able to secretly open up most of the relationships within Manchester in a few years. The benefits here are huge. The whole of Wales is so big, with only 1 or 2 million people. How many people are there in Manchester? It has a larger population than the entire Wales combined, and a more developed economy. There is a lot of oil and water in big cities. There is Duke Angus in the light, and Alan in the dark. The two work together to slowly encroach on the entire Manchester. As for whether Duke Angus will become disobedient in the future, the Duke of Angus is already in his 50s, and his body has long been depleted from the extravagant life he spent in his early years. If he is really disobedient in a few years, hey, given his physical condition, it would be reasonable for something to happen to him. As for the son of Duke Angus, he is so useless, and his son's abilities are even worse. It can be said that, as long as they follow Alan honestly, Alan can ensure that their family will be prosperous and wealthy for at least 3 generations, then completely turn his family into puppets. After all, his family can't die all the time, and Alan can still use this duke's title for decades. Sunday, November 8th, 1992. Today is the last day of rest, and it is also the day after Alan went to Manchester overnight. to kill people. Windsor Castle, located in the Royal Borough of Berkshire, is now welcoming its owner. This castle, where Alan was last awarded the honor, can be traced back to the time of William I historically, and has existed for 950 years. The Queen has lived here since she was a child, and Windsor Castle has been regarded by successive monarchs as the last symbol of the British monarchy. As for Buckingham Palace in layman's terms, it can only be regarded as the place where the monarch works and has an office, and Windsor Castle is the monarch's real home. Just like the castle where Alan lives now, it is their home. However, historical castles, especially those originally built for war, all have the same common problem. Just as Alan can't stand the bad light and humid environment in his castle, the Queen also hates Windsor. Bad light and damp conditions in the castle. Fortunately, the Queen herself is very rich, and the British official has to spend a sum of money to support the royal family every year, so the Queen will have the castle repaired every few years according to her vision. It has been 40 years since she officially moved into her room in the deepest part of the castle, and the castle, the place like her home, has been slowly transformed into a real home. By her, the Queen's home is located at the deepest corner of Windsor Castle. In the past, this place was almost equivalent to a military fortress, with a large internal space. The Queen's room itself is not large. There is a small living room separating her from Prince Philip's room. Surrounding their room were small rooms belonging to Boss Chad and his brothers and sisters. They also grew up here when they were young. In addition to these, the next floor, where they live, also has the Queen's own study and office, Prince Philip's study and office, etc., as well as other messy restaurants and reception rooms. Compared with a normal ordinary family, this kind of residence must be considered high standard, but compared with those ultra wealthy foreign royal families, the Queen's current living environment seems very ordinary. But no matter what, everything here, from the decoration layout to every piece of furniture, is personally selected by the Queen. As long as she is on vacation, the Queen will spend most of her free time at Windsor Castle. Get through. The entire living space of the Queen and her family only occupies a small part of the entire Windsor Castle. And how many rooms are there in the entire Windsor Castle? Or 1,000. There are 300 permanent servants here all year round. These people are here to serve the Queen and the Queen's family. However, the entire Windsor Castle is divided into two parts by the round tower in the middle. In the front part, except for the church, all the servants live here, and the backyard belongs to the Queen's family. Generally you can only go in when they are working. As for outsiders who want to enter the deepest part of Windsor Castle, they can only come in and take a look when British officials report excessive activities here, and the activity area will also be strictly restricted. After all, this is the Queen's real home. The tall granite walls surrounding Windsor Castle block most of the sunlight. Even if it is just afternoon, only the central lawn of the entire castle can be illuminated by the sun. The Queen was wearing a dark green trench coat and walking on the lawn with her hands behind her back. In the distance, a dozen little corgis were barking around a blindfolded calf. It's the Queen's corgis' favorite activity, bullfighting. Next to the Queen, there was an old woman who looked a little older and wore a windproof gauze scarf on her head. This is a maid who has been taking care of the Queen since she was a child and works part-time as one of the Queen's secretaries. This person doesn't have much talent, but with his excellent memory, he has firmly held the position of the Queen's secretary for decades. Just because she could repeat all the documents she had read to the Queen verbatim, she was nicknamed Robot Susan, because she behaved like a robot for decades. Never make a mistake, Your Majesty. This morning, the Prime Minister sent a letter from his secretary. The Queen usually likes to walk her dogs when she is resting. She does not walk her dogs on a leash. Instead, she likes to let out all the dogs she raises, and she just stands by and watches them having fun and bullfighting. Susan watches the Queen was in a good mood at this time, so she came to the Queen's side and reported softly, "Huh? What did the letter say?" The Queen seemed to have a cold and her voice was a bit muffled. She asked casually without looking back, "It happened in the early hours of the day before yesterday. It was said that the Earl of Carmarthen drove to Manchester late at night and did something." The Queen, who was watching several corgis biting a calf, tilted her head and asked in confusion, "Is it that Alan?" "Yes, that is, Your Excellency." "Did he duel with another noble?" or seduced another noble's wife. These were all the bad things about Alan that impressed the queen. In her mind, Alan was a standard playboy with no great talents, but all the 5 vices: eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. Susan recounted the contents of the letter she saw to the queen. This letter seemed to just describe what happened, without any emotional stance, but it could be sent by the Prime Minister's secretary, even if it had no stance. Descriptive letter, but when it was sent, it already had a position, because of the identity of the sender. Oh. So Alan killed someone again. The queen snorted softly. As long as she didn't kill the nobles, she didn't care about anything else. In her opinion, it was all a trivial matter. After taking a few steps forward, the queen suddenly stopped. I thought about what Susan just described in my mind, and asked, "What about your investigation results? Are they the same as what he said in his letter?" "Your Majesty, the process is probably similar, but I investigated in more detail and there are still some differences in a few places." Susan is very honest. She understands all these things clearly, but the queen doesn't ask her, so she doesn't say a word. She is really like a robot, asking questions to prevent the queen from being led astray by her snort. After listening to Susan's retelling of the more detailed questions, the queen snorted again. According to the description, although Alan did a lot of things and made a lot of excuses under the investigation of interested people, how did he do it and what did he do? These cannot be hidden. But he had an excuse. Everything he did was not done by himself, but by others. Just like Alan thought, these things had nothing to do with him. But now, the Prime Minister handed a letter to the Queen. He just recounted what had happened without mentioning any requirements, but his meaning was already obvious. This young girl has been too conspicuous recently. He just killed a descendant of a noble family in the street in May. Now, just one day after the expulsion order was lifted, he went to Manchester to kill people again. Such behavior is too arrogant, but people are arrogant. The Prime Minister can't control him, which is really annoying. This person is not only a noble, he is also a royal retainer. As the saying goes, it depends on the owner to beat a dog. Originally, such a letter should have been sent directly to Boss Cha, who is Alan's direct leader, but now Boss Cha happened to be on a business trip to South Korea, and the Queen was the only one at home, so he finally handed this letter to the Queen. The Prime Minister's meaning was already very obvious. He was afraid that the Queen would pretend not to see it, and explain the situation to the Queen. Ask the Queen for an explanation. But after hearing what happened, the Queen didn't think so. The old lady sometimes has a weird temper. If this time Alan deliberately looks for trouble and kills people, like he did half a year ago, then she will not say anything, and the second deportation order will have to be issued. But now, what happened is that someone took the initiative to attack Alan's men first, and Alan then fought back. And he didn't do anything during the whole process, and he even found a reason. Judging from Alan's reasons, he didn't even have anything to do with this matter. Since he had nothing to do with this matter, how should he be punished? The Queen will punish nobles only when they make mistakes. Now that they have not made mistakes, why should they be punished? The Queen squinted her eyes already a little unfriendly. If he really punishes him, it will prove that Alan really made a mistake. Is this Major testing her with this matter? Think you are old? Chapter 442. Boss Cha is back. The corgis in the distance are having a good time fighting each other. One of the corgis with Docker saw the opportunity and bit the calf hard on its hind legs, then ran away. The calf screamed repeatedly, but it was blindfolded and was already very scared. In addition, there were dogs barking all around. It couldn't hide or run. It was so helpless. It seemed that nothing but death was waiting for it. Nothing more. This is how the Queen walks her dog. Her dog is no ordinary dog. Dogs like corgis are inherently Welsh. They look harmless to humans and animals. Although they are short in stature, they are very cute in appearance. With the blessing of the Queen, this kind of dog is very famous all over the world. But corgis are born as shepherds and cattle dogs. In terms of character, they are still very fierce. In many people's perception, the common corgis do not have tails. This is because they are afraid that these short puppies will be stepped on their tails and get injured when they shuttle among sheep or cattle, so they pass by artificial intervention. The acquired behavior of artificial tail docking begins when dogs are still young, but they are not born without tails. However, the queen's corgis have kept their little tails, and the queen does not let them play with big cows, only with blindfolded calves just to maintain their ferocity. Point as a senior dog owner, the queen's dog raising philosophy is different from others. Just like her dogs, if the queen's corgis bite the servants who feed them, then the unlucky ones must be the servants. There was once a very loyal servant who was bitten by the queen's corgi while feeding her. Later, the queen paid special attention to this matter and then directly fired the servant and never hired her again. It's because in the queen's opinion, anyone bitten by her puppy is not a good person. Anyone her puppy hates will also be hated by the queen. Point in Buckingham Palace. Over the years, the queen's little corgis have become accustomed to being domineering. Every generation of dogs has had bite accidents. It can be said that these dogs raised by the queen are all ridden with crimes, and none of them is honest. But as long as anyone has been bitten by a dog, every one of them will be fired by the queen's personal order, and they will never be hired. It is so harsh. The queen is surprisingly paranoid when it comes to this issue. Point the dog she raises must be ferocious. If a dog can only act like the most ordinary pet and loses the nature of a dog, then it is not a good dog. So do people. Point just like the guards in her family, who have been loyal to her for generations, such as Alan. Point, if Alan behaves like a waste, is a waste in all aspects, and can't do anything, then the queen will most likely not pay attention to him. The reason for keeping him is to prevent the Hill family from becoming extinct. Point but now, although Alan is not talented in terms of talents, he is loyal. In addition to being loyal, Alan is also fierce. Just like the corgi she raised, they are all from Wales. They are all very fierce and can bite people. Point in this way, the queen was not only not angry about the things Alan did, but also very happy. Point, if a guard is no longer fierce, how can he protect the monarch he is loyal to? Even if the other guards are not fierce, the captain of the guard must be fierce enough. This is the queen's bottom line. The Royal Guard of Great Britain has always been notorious because of her concept. Point everyone living in London knows not to try to provoke the Royal Guards. These Royal Guards treat ordinary people, beat and scold them at every turn, and sometimes even dare to draw guns. They have a very violent temper, and now, just because her son's captain of the bodyguard caused a little trouble, the Prime Minister wrote a letter to complain. Are you here to test her, trying to boss her around? Still want to teach her how to do things? Snort. Point is it the turn of these people to point fingers at the affairs of the royal family? She is not old enough to see the situation clearly. Withhold the letter. No need to reply. Wait for a few days, and when they ask, just say I know. The queen confessed and took a few steps towards the group of corgis. There were not many opportunities to walk the dogs in Windsor Castle in a short time. It was time for the castle to be repaired. The engineering team had already begun to move in. This week, it will be the last weekend the queen can spend at Windsor Castle in the next year. Starting from tomorrow, construction and repairs will begin here. Point Susan blinked when she heard the queen's explanation. Point how many days will it take? Got it. In terms of the queen's diligence, a letter from the Prime Minister was delayed for several days without replying. This already represents her attitude. Plus her last sentence, I know. Point a fleeting word, and then nothing more. Point this means that the queen is already a little angry, and this matter should end here. It would be rude to ask again. A menacing letter ended so lightly. Point the top English Football League in the 1992/93 season has become the Premier League. It has been halfway through the season since it officially started in mid-August. Point as for Manchester United, to be honest, their current results are not as good as Ferguson originally boasted. Point at the beginning of the Premier League, Ferguson, who was full of confidence, received a slap in the face. To consecutive losses at this moment, Ferguson, who had a straight waist, was instantly frightened. He had said that he must produce the most significant result this year and give Alan an explanation. Point if this were to turn over in the gutter, the head coach of other teams would have to resign and replace him at worst. But at Manchester United, there is a boss like Alan. The team's poor performance cannot be explained by simply resigning. The pass. Although they were hit hard at the start of the league, after several months of hard work, Manchester United's results have begun to improve, and they are still at the top of the standings in the past 2 days. The boss came to Manchester for inspection. When Ferguson heard Alan coming, he instinctively started to panic. The image of a tyrant on the court in front of the players in the past is gone. It seems that in an instant, he has become an ordinary old Scottish man. Even his expression is so amiable, honest, and dull. Manchester United club office area. Inside the head coach's office. In the past, Ferguson's seat was now occupied by a young man with his legs crossed. Ferguson stood beside the young man and served him with a smile on his face. The document in his hand was gently pinched by Ferguson. Seeing that the time was ripe, Ferguson bent over and handed the document to Alan and whispered, "Don't worry, boss, the team's performance at the beginning of the season was not good. These are all normal phenomena. Last season we competed for the championship but lost. The players were not in a good mood. Coupled with the slack during the holidays, it will take some time to adapt at the beginning of the season, but our results have stabilized now. But I know we can't be complacent, so I hired the core of Leeds United, our rock rival team that snatched the championship last season." Alan thought for a long time before he remembered that it was November now. In theory, it should be the winter transfer time, right? Is Ferguson planning to buy someone again? When I think about the Premier League in this era, the buying and selling of players is still measured in units of less than £1 million compared with the transfer fees that would cost tens of millions of pounds or even hundreds of millions of euros in a few decades. The current Premier League is really cheap due to this kind of price. Alan has also been very thorough in delegating power to Ferguson. He can buy people if he wants. It doesn't cost much anyway. It is the core of the Leeds United team that Ferguson is talking about now. Alan has heard of this team. It is a disgusting team that is notorious for racial discrimination. It is also one of Manchester United's mortal enemies. The history of the two teams. There are deep grievances and irresolvable grudges. I didn't expect that an old boy like Ferguson could actually recruit people from such a rival team. This not only recruits people, but also boosts morale. Driven by curiosity, Alan reached out and flipped through the information. On it was a bald white man who looked a little familiar. This should be the man recruited by Ferguson, boss. Even though he is French, his technical level is still very good. He is physically strong and can play as a center forward or playmaker. This person has been in our league for a season. He only joined Leeds in the second half of last season. United, he performed well. If it weren't for the conflict between him and the head coach, I wouldn't have been able to recruit him. Ferguson stood next to Alan and explained to him. Alan nodded. Manchester United's front court is a little soft now. After all, teams that play technical skills have this problem to some extent. Now that we have such a strong, confrontational, and technically sound center, he can just make up for Manchester United's current shortcomings. Eric Cantona. Hey, it's actually him. Alan finally remembered that, even though he was not very interested in football before, he still had an impression of Cantona. The legendary player in the history of Manchester United known as the King. Not only was Cantona famous, but many years later a young Chinese player came to Manchester United. Although he didn't play a few games, he also used the King's gangster nickname, which impressed Alan deeply. Moreover, this player named Cantona had a very bad temper and seemed to have kicked fans. Later, he made a list of the top 10 villains in football. This guy is at the top all year round. In addition, another Manchester United player base kindness is small. Manchester United can actually give birth to twins at the same time. This future is promising. How much does he cost? Ferguson extended an index finger to gesture to Alan and said a little embarrassedly, "We are asking for £1 million and we are still negotiating." He has heard about us, but our biggest resistance now is, it should be from the fans. After all, we at Manchester United are also the mortal enemy of Leeds United, and it's not easy to poach people from them. Well, it's not expensive. For a mere £1 million. If he could buy a Cantona, Alan felt from the bottom of his heart that the deal was very affordable and worth every penny. If you don't have enough money, just write an application, and I'll leave it to you. I'll see the results when the season is over. Standing up, Alan patted Ferguson on the shoulder and didn't put too much pressure on him. What happened to being behind at the start? Laughing first is not laughing. Laughing is the last thing. Even if he doesn't know much about football, Alan doesn't like to give random instructions. He has enough patience. A season lasts so long and only loses 1 or 2 games. This is all normal circumstances. Don't worry, boss. We will never let you down this season. Ferguson's big nose was slightly red. He didn't know whether he was nervous or excited by Alan's full trust. Boss Cha went to South Korea for a visit, and the day he left was November 5th, which was the day before Alan's deportation order was lifted. The total trip took about a week, plus a few days of traveling back and forth and resting. By the time Boss Cha came back, it was already November 14th. On the day that Boss Cha came back, Alan received a call from Butler Capel himself, asking Alan to go to London to meet Boss Cha the next day. As soon as he came back, he summoned Alan. One can imagine how Boss Cha was feeling at this time. Thursday, November 15th, Windsor Castle, Berkshire. Alan sat in the Bentley and looked at the scenery outside. The vehicle was driving along the jungle road, and at the end of the road in the distance was the gate of Windsor Castle. This is originally a royal municipality. It can be simply understood that this small city adjacent to London is under the management of the royal family. Most of the people living in this city have ancestors who have served the British royal family, either as servants or guards. After these people retired, when they got older, they slowly formed this small city around the castle. The large area around Windsor Castle is covered with greenery and dense forests to separate it from the city. Coming here again, Alan still misses it very much. The last time I came here was to award him a medal. This time it was Boss Cha who asked him to come here. It is said that Windsor Castle is about to be repaired. The person in charge of the repair work this time is Boss Cha. However, Boss Cha has missed the construction deadline for almost a week due to a business trip. Now that Boss Cha has come back, he hastily rushed here to inspect. Even the place to summon Alan was chosen here. The last time I came here, I only had a quick browse on the first floor and didn't even have time to look in detail. This time when I arrived at Windsor Castle, Butler Capel led Alan to visit the area where the Queen and her family live. In the past, Alan's understanding of luxury was nothing more than the style of the Victorian era, where even the buildings were decorated with gold. But when he came in to visit the Queen's real home, Alan realized that he was superficial. The decoration here is not very luxurious. It looks very simple. But any piece of furniture can be introduced at length by Butler Capel. Why is this chair made of wood selected by the Queen herself and handmade by an Italian master? How much time did a certain master spend to paint that mural? In this home, even an inconspicuous little teacup is made by famous artists. If you include their users, these things, even if they are not antiques, are still valuable. I really want to come here and grab a shot. It was not until he was in a small study room on the 3rd floor that Alan saw Boss Cha waiting here. The first time he saw Boss Cha, he gave Alan a strange feeling. His face looked haggard, but his whole mood seemed very excited. P.S. This volume will be finished in the next few days, and I have finally finished writing this year. I feel that this is the longest volume among the several volumes, but it is also the most important to me, and there must be a ending at the end of the year. Chapter 443. Enough. As usual, Boss Cha, let alone being cool and suave, at least manages his image very well when he appears outside, almost to the point where he can't express his emotions or anger compared with the current expression, where he can't hide anything at a glance. It's quite different. Your Highness, Alan said hello to Boss Cha. Boss Cha raised his head and hummed, then waved his hand to Butler Capel, who brought Alan next to him, and motioned for him to close the door and go out. After Butler Capel went out, Boss Cha said softly, "Sit down first and wait for me to see. Let's finish this construction schedule." "Okay, Your Highness." "You are busy first." Alan put his hands behind his back and was not in a hurry to sit down. He wandered around the small study room of only a dozen square meters. There is a whole row of bookcases against the wall. Judging from the style, they are just ordinary styles. The material is hard to tell. They are all wood colored, probably oak or something like that. There is also a small certificate placed on the 3rd row of the bookcase. The handwriting on it has faded. Hill House Preparatory School Diploma, 1955. This so-called preparatory school, if converted, can be understood as the Yuhan class in China, which is the school before officially entering elementary school. The schooling period is only 1 year, and it can also be understood as the kindergarten class pro maximum point. Unexpectedly, Boss Cha still had the graduation certificate from the Yuhan class. Alan lay on the glass and stared at it for a long time, then moved a step to the side. In the compartment next to the small certificate, there was also a primary school graduation photo, 1955. Him school graduation photo, taken in 1960. In the photo, the left half is very clear, while the right half seems to have been rubbed and flattened. Alan can even see some graffiti and stains behind the photo. For seeing such photos, Alan suddenly remembered something. It was said that Boss Cha was chubby and very funny when he was a child. But because of the way he was raised, more than 300 maids surrounded him. It's also like the prince who grew up in a deep palace in ancient times. He was too feminine. To put it bluntly, he was a bitch. He was also very cowardly and would cry at every turn. When he was in the Yuhan class, he was transported in a Rolls-Royce specially provided by the royal family every day. When he went to school every day, the principal of the Yuhan class had to go to the school gate to personally greet him and salute him. And a year later, during the 5 years after graduating from the Yuhan class and starting elementary school, life became difficult for Boss Cha. Their Shin school is not so particular. They are all children of powerful people. Their family titles are too low, and they are not even qualified to enter. To put it bluntly, the teachers who teach children here do not dare to speak too loudly. They can't afford to offend every young master here. The only thing missing is that before class begins, the teacher must salute each young master before class begins. At that time, Boss Cha didn't even have an attendant when he went to school. Everyone didn't have 1 point as a result. Those naughty kids were not so polite to Boss Cha. They were all 8 or 9-year-old kids with scheming intentions. However, everyone in the city knew that he was the eldest prince and wanted to bully him. Boss Cha himself was timid and cowardly, and he did not dare to go home and complain when he was bullied. Just like that, the classmates who bullied him got even worse. Now look at this graduation photo. Could it be that the stains on it were taken away by the naughty kids who bullied him when he was posting the photo? Alan was very nosy thinking about these things. I didn't expect that Boss Cha, who was very dignified outside, was so good when he was a child. It is said that Prince Philip was very dissatisfied with Boss Cha later, feeling that he lacked masculinity. He was not lacking in etiquette, but lacked decency and manliness. When Prince Philip was young, he was a heartthrob. With his handsome appearance and masculinity, the women chasing him could be arranged from Greece to London. In the end, he and the Queen tied the knot. People like him. Although she is a brother-in-law, she doesn't seem to be that weak in front of the Queen, and she is the type of person who is soft-boiled and hard-edged. Now his son looks nothing like him in character, which makes him very annoyed. Later, Boss Cha was sent to a famous boys' school in Scotland, which is famous for cultivating masculinity. It is said that on the day of the report, Boss Cha was held by Prince Philip and personally dragged him there. Alan had heard about that school. Rather than cultivating masculinity, it was better to say that the juvenile detention centers were full of troubled teenagers. Boss Cha had just stepped out of the tiger's den and into the wolf's den. When Alan was at his peak, he changed so many schools, but his father never sent him to that kind of boys' school. Alan was in trouble because of his appearance, not because of his personality. Like Boss Cha. Reason. Alan secretly estimated that if he were Boss Cha, if he had been sent to a juvenile detention center like this when he was a child, he would have killed several classmates by relying on his family's status. Unlike Boss Cha, who would have been sent to a juvenile detention center when he entered. When he thought of Boss Cha, who had this kind of personality when he was a child, but was very indulgent towards himself, Alan suddenly thought, could this be what was he missing when he was a child, and what did he like more and more when he grew up? Could it be that Boss Cha just likes reckless and very tough characters? TSK. Okay, what are you looking at? Come here. Before continuing to read some gossip, Boss Cha's shout suddenly came to his ears. Alan turned his head with a playful smile and sat down in front of Boss Chaz desk. There is a small wooden sword covered with starch on the desk. Alan subconsciously picked it up and took a look. Men have no resistance to this stuff. Although this wooden sword feels old, its shape is beautifully carved and its style is a regular knight's double-sided sword. Alan didn't think much about it, just played with it and then stuffed the small wooden sword into his trouser pocket. Boss Cha looked at Alan expressionlessly and took away his childhood toys under his nose. He grinned and sighed. This is my childhood toy. It has been kept here for so many years. On the desk, I can still see it when I come over from time to time, so I'll give it to you. When you have a child in the future, use it as a toy for him. Haha. Thank you for the reward, Your Highness. Unexpectedly, a small wooden sword turned out to be Boss Cha's childhood toy, which was an unexpected surprise. I've been busy lately, and I can't take care of some things. How about the plan I told you, Boss? Cha pushed a cup of tea to Alan, adjusted his glasses, picked up a new document, and asked while reading, Your Highness, I'm ready, just waiting for you to speak. Alan licked his face, looking like a loyal bitch, and glanced at Boss Cha's desk. Hold on. Boss Cha's desk. There is a newspaper from a few days ago. On the cover is a photo of him and Diana taken when they were in South Korea. The title on it is also a British thriller title. It's The Unabashed Disagreement Irreparable? Is this being speculated by the media again? Everyone knows that Boss Cha has separated from Diana, but many people in the outside world still hope that the two of them can calm down and think about it and then get back together or something. But this time when the two of them went on a trip to South Korea, they probably had no communication during the entire trip. In the various photos taken by various media from all angles, the two people did not even make eye contact during the week-long trip. They could be described as strangers, like strangers. As a result, the media world, which has been silent for some time, has news about the royal family again. Now many people are speculating on what will happen to them in the end. Is Italy just keep making do. Anyway, it is said that there is a handicap now, and the odds of them getting divorced are the lowest. Alan told Boss Cha all his news about monsters and the news about attracting the US military, which made Boss Cha frown. Boss Cha couldn't comment on the quality of these news, but he always felt that these actions were not interesting enough, not exciting enough, not powerful enough, and not enough to share enough pressure on him. However, due to limited time, Alan could do his best by producing these serial news items, and he couldn't say much. This feeling of being neither up nor down is very painful. The two looked at each other for a long time. Boss Cha frowned and wanted to say something, but then swallowed his words. Your Highness, are you not satisfied with my arrangement? Alan is still quite sensible. At this time, he can say a few more words. Anyway, that's all his ability. Besides, the plan is so fast, there is nothing he can do. Well, it still feels a little bit interesting. Boss Cha was a little hesitant. Now that the interview has come back, the only thing left is to make the official announcement. But at this time, his own character disadvantages have emerged again. Timid and cowardly, he had already given some information to Karami, pretending to be a subconscious reminder, and now he was waiting for her to make trouble for Diana on impulse. But at this time, Boss Cha was a little hesitant. Alan was speechless. If Boss Cha really announced his divorce, such news would spread all over the world in an instant. In this case, even if the aliens come, they can't suppress him. He can only share the burden and cannot overpower Boss Cha. Seeing the embarrassment on Alan's face, Boss Cha sighed and changed the subject. Let's wait a few days before we talk. The Queen has been ill these days, and I can't bring up my affairs with her at this juncture. Alan raised his eyebrows. Is the Queen feeling ill these days? The old lady is not young anymore. Seeing that Boss Cha did not dare to go to the Queen to talk about divorce for this reason. A rather bold plan suddenly appeared in Alan's mind. But he didn't know what to say about this plan. This thing. The scoring situation. The scoring situation. If you don't do it well, you will get burned. But if you do it well. That's a huge gain. Alan pretended to be concerned and inquired. Your Highness, is everything okay with the Queen? This year has been really full of disasters. Your Majesty is so old and still has to worry about the Empire, as We all know, the Queen is actually a very ambitious and strong woman. Her lifelong wish is to protect the British Empire that she inherited from her father, George VI, and to ensure the integrity of the empire. But in recent years, the external situation has really become worse every year. Although the Queen usually doesn't show it, this year with the marriage drama of several children, the daughter is divorced, the second son is divorced, the eldest son is about to be divorced, and the younger son is not married. Yet from the perspective of a middle-aged and elderly woman, the nonsense that is going on in their family is enough for her. If at this time, Boss Cha does not back down, but takes advantage of the Queen's poor health to take advantage of the situation. If you push it again, who knows the consequences? Anyway, when he thinks of this, the troublemaker in Alan's body is uncontrollably ready to move. Hey, it's not serious, boss. Cha stared at the study door behind Alan in a daze. Your Highness, Alan leaned forward slightly and said in a very low voice, since Her Majesty the Queen works so hard, and Her Majesty is old, doesn't she think of asking you to share the work for her earlier? When Boss Cha heard Alan's words, his eyes widened instantly, and he even took a breath. He didn't think it was a casual joke made by Alan. But since Alan can see this kind of problem, can he see it? He just didn't look or think about it. He was just afraid. Now, being pointed out by his confidants to his face, Boss Cha seemed to have his fig leaf removed. At this moment, he felt helpless, and then he became endlessly angry. He doesn't want to be looked down upon by Alan. Alan carefully looked at Boss Cha's face, which suddenly turned pale, and then turned red again, as if he was constipated. Just thinking about it. As for that bastard, fake, a gentle slap on the table startled both of them. Alan was distracted, but Boss Cha suddenly reacted and cursed. The Queen naturally has her own arrangements. Why should I worry? Besides, don't I manage a lot of affairs now, boss? Cha explained a little guiltily. Alan lowered his head slightly and looked at the construction schedule on the table. Can't just anyone do these things? As for using the dignified crown prince to do this, even if it was his own home, he hadn't worried much about Alan's new castle since it was built. Your Highness, I only think about you. You have been neglected for too long. Your Highness, this is an opportunity. Alan pretended to be extremely unwilling and softly advised him from the bottom of his heart. That's enough. Stop talking, boss. Cha stood up abruptly, took 2 steps on the spot, and walked to the window a little irritably. He neither chased Alan away nor continued to talk. He just stood quietly by the window and looked out the window. He doesn't like Windsor Castle because everything here belongs to the Queen. When he was here, he was just a child. It was like this 40 years ago. This was like 30 years ago, 20 years ago, 10 years ago. It has been like this until now. When he is here, when he is in front of the Queen, he will always be a child. He is always taught to set an example and pay attention to his image. He represents countless groups and individuals, but he cannot represent himself. Therefore, Boss Cha hated this place extremely. As soon as he became an adult, he tried to move out of here. Later, there is Highgrove Manor, which he designed himself. But Highgrove Manor didn't represent everything. It was just a place where he huddled up. It was a manor, not a palace. It was just a manor, a country manor in a remote area. Chapter 444 The Power of Kanglang. Boss Cha has come a long way over the years, from the initial ignorance, cowardice, and tolerance to the final resentment and powerlessness. As he grew older, his social status increased, and he learned more and more. He gradually understood the importance of his identity. In this way, he looked a bit like an Alvorish, his waist suddenly straightened. But all this means nothing. Because he had a bad relationship with his classmates and friends. When he was a child, he always resented these people. When he grew up, and then smoothly extended this resentment to the families behind the naughty kids who bullied him. When he was a child. Think about the status of people who are the same age as him now. It can be seen from this that there is a reason why Boss Cha has a bad relationship with most of the nobles in the country. Now has been holding back for decades, and now he is quite uneasy after being provoked by Alan's few words. Why can't she take some matters into her own hands? Alan looked at Boss Cha, who was ostensibly looking at the scenery by the window, but in this season There were fallen leaves and construction teams outside. What's so cool about this? In this situation, it is not appropriate to give further advice. As long as Boss Cha doesn't speak, Alan is not going to say anything anymore and will stop talking. Check out the boss. His personality as a child had a profound impact on him. Even now, he still hesitates when doing certain things. As long as he is left to think for himself, he will easily get into trouble and panic easily. Alan just wanted to plant a small seed in his heart and arouse his desire. That is, to provoke him. Anyway, he has never done this kind of thing before. But is there anyone who hasn't watched the Gandao TV series? Learn now and use it now. Alan now positions himself as the kind of loyal and traitorous minister in a bloody palace drama. The traitors in the TV series never end well in the end, but the protagonists all win. But now it's not a TV show. This is reality. If anyone dares to have an idea about himself, Alan will kill him, no matter whether you are the protagonist or not. As the protagonist, can you stop a bullet? Give you a shuttle. Boss Cha didn't speak, and the study fell into silence again. Alan was not very careful with his hands and picked up a small photo frame from the table. Inside the photo frame was a black and white photo. This is a photo of a family of 4. On the left is the young and handsome Prince Philip, wearing a dark suit. He is holding a fat little golden retriever, who looks quite similar to Boss Cha. On the right is the young queen, wearing a dark lady's hat. She is also holding a smaller golden retriever. Look at the face. The one she is holding must be Princess Anne. Such old photos were placed on Boss Cha's desk. In fact, a lot can be seen from this. Alan thought very evilly. Boss Cha prefers older women. Was it because he lacked care when he was a child? What kind of fetish is that? Forget it. This person is too dangerous to think about. Looking at the photo of a family of 4 smiling brightly, who would have thought that such an ordinary family could be the core family in the entire Commonwealth? Put your things down. I can't give you this. Alan's hand holding the photo frame suddenly shook. He was distracted and thinking about something, and Boss Cha's words shocked him. I don't want it either, Your Highness. Alan deliberately breathed on the photo and carefully wiped the photo frame with his sleeves. Under the very disgusted eyes of Boss Cha, Alan carefully put the photo frame in place and then looked at Boss Cha like this. You just said this is a good opportunity. What does this good opportunity mean? Boss Cha looked at Alan and pondered for dozens of seconds before he asked hesitantly, I'm really tempted. Alan breathed a sigh of relief, leaned forward quickly, and whispered, Your Highness, don't blame me for not respecting the Queen. I just thought that, since the Queen is not in good health, why don't you pretend not to know, and then wouldn't it be better to tell her about you, so that she can have this opportunity? What? To give her? Of course he was angry with her, and made her sicker, but Alan didn't dare to say such words. But he had already expressed his meaning clearly, and I believe Boss Cha would understand. Realized corners of Boss Cha's mouth were cracked, and his face was twitching. There is a high probability that the Queen, who is already in poor health, will be even more angry, and her condition may worsen. But he doesn't dare. Hey, I don't think this is a good opportunity, Boss Cha looked at Alan responsibly. Now that Alan said this, he was no longer angry. Now there were only 2 of them in this room, and no one would be bold enough to install a bug here. There was no need for him to hide Ming's topic, but now he was a little unsure of what he wanted. Alan's words just now moved his heart for a moment, but his reason persuaded him again. Seeing that Boss Cha, who had just shown signs of success, gave up again before he could say a few words, Alan was furious. Really, mud can't hold up the wall. You need to stand up, Boss Cha. Alan couldn't accept that the Dragon Khan Gong he had obtained was just gone. Even if you don't rebel, you can't do nothing. Now that you have such a good opportunity, right? As long as Boss Cha succeeds in taking the position, although Alan will not get much benefit, he can always go to Buckingham Palace to hang out for a few years. Even if he can only hang out for a few years, he will have to be the captain of the guard for William. But as long as he has these few years time, with Master Alan's ability, can at least make a fuss, not to mention medals, he can pull over any good items in the palace. If Boss Cha really goes up, he will have to go on intensive visits in the past few years, and Alan will have to accompany them. Just this one thing is a huge benefit. How many connections can he make by then? No, you have to work hard. Boss Cha can't be a coward. Your Highness, you don't have to hesitate, okay? Alan, no matter what you do, you have to use a method, but I can't do your method. In fact, it is safer to check the boss like this. At least he still has, or in fear in his heart. It can also be said that there is a human nature and a bottom line. Such a person, even if Alan makes any mistakes in the future, as long as his bottom line is not touched, he will not be harsh on Alan Point. But the crux of the problem now is that there are some things that just don't need to be said. Now that they have been said, if it ended in such an anticlimactic way, it would feel almost meaningless. The sticks are already, and the things to be stirred are gone. Are the sticks happy? Unwilling, he glanced randomly at the desk, and suddenly a book caught Alan's attention. Point not the content of the book, but the author of the book. It says Lawrence van der Post. Point this is a philosopher, and Boss Cha sometimes likes philosophy, especially philosophy from Asia and the Middle East. Point and this writer-named Post had a deep impression of Boss Cha. Although Alan didn't know much about this guy, with his ability to get along well with the eccentric Boss Cha, this person must have a lot of skills. Your Highness. Alan pointed to the book on the table and said, I sometimes like to read the history of the East. I know that you are sometimes worried about His Majesty's health. Maybe His Majesty is under too much pressure, and you want to help her share it. But due to some reasons, it has not been possible at the moment, so I suggest you try another method. Dongfang. China, right. Tell me the story, boss. Cha asked absent-mindedly, following Alan's words, and picked up another cigarette. After taking out one himself, he threw the rest to Alan. Point the two of them lit cigarettes, and Alan slightly modified some palace battle dramas, placed them in a certain dynasty, and began to tell Boss Cha, as if telling a joke. Point he doesn't understand anyway. According to Alan's understanding, the current situation in Great Britain is a bit like the scene at the end of the Song Dynasty in history. Point there is a big gold outside. It has to pay tribute to others every year. It seems to be a vast territory, but it is being encroached every year, and the country are in danger, surrounded by wolves in Europe. The rebellious guy in Germany only cared about his own development, and never remembered who helped them after the war. Now that they are rich and jealous, they pretend not to know their poor relatives. From time to time there are provocations from overseas barbarians. Point there is a place hidden in the darkness that is inconspicuous now, but will not be touched in the future. Point there was draft everywhere. Point under such circumstances, the Queen is still struggling to support herself, and doesn't know how to carve out some rights. There is no chance of harvesting the wool. Point. Now that Boss Cha doesn't want to use too extreme methods, Alan can only retreat, and use softer methods to advise him. Your Highness, you see, although you said that the Queen has various reasons, if we use Eastern theory, as the Queen's eldest son, you have the obligation to think about the Queen's health, and share the Queen's worries. In Eastern history, there are many princes responsible for supervising the country. They can do it, but we can't do it. I think even if you can't do it this time, at least you should perform accordingly, and try to win. Your Highness. Alan just wanted to say that the crying child had milk. Boss Cha's long silence was not enough. He had to take the initiative to express his thoughts. Even if you can't play the dark side, isn't it okay to play the bright side? Standing on the moral high ground, and insisting on worrying about the Queen's body, to forcefully demand some rights. If he doesn't fight for some things, how can he still expect the Queen to give them to him? Go ahead and dream, everything depends on waiting. So when, the advice Alan gave this time was more useful to Boss Cha. After thinking about it, he was suddenly stunned. Point in the final analysis, the core of Alan's suggestion is that the Queen is in poor health, and he should share her worries, so as to achieve the purpose of slowly taking over part of the power. The premise is that the Queen is in poor health. Point but now, the Queen is not suffering from any serious illness, and her physical condition will naturally improve in a few days. By that time, won't all the prerequisites mentioned now be in vain? After all, the Queen must be in poor health, and she must be in poor health for a long time, so that it can be beneficial to Alan's current plan. Why did you go around for a long time, and then come back? Doesn't this require him to anger the Queen about the divorce? No, I can't take matters into my own hands. No, boss. Cha shook his head resolutely. This was his bottom line and he didn't want to do this. Alan's eyes flickered. He could see that Boss Cha's attitude was obviously a little relaxed, but he still didn't want to. But he didn't want to test the queen about divorce, so he could try another one. Mr. Alan specializes in crooked ways. As long as he has this intention, he will be fine. Alan can't do other good things, but can he still do bad things? Your Highness, I understand your difficulties, but what if we change the approach? Boss Cha sat up straight and frowned at Alan. He didn't say whether it was okay or not, just looking at Alan. Alan and Boss Cha looked at each other for a long time. The problem now is that when the queen is in poor health, as long as he does something that can further hit her, Alan is sure that her physical condition can be improved worse. That's it. It depends on what it is. For example, the queen is very concerned about her children's personal and family issues. Regardless of whether she is doing it for face or from the perspective of an old mother, as long as she cares, she can have an impact. Instead of using these things as an excuse, what kind of things should be used to attack her? It must use something or something that she cares about very much. Alan looked at a construction report in Boss Cha's hand and suddenly had an idea. Everyone knows that the queen only regards Windsor Castle and the area where Ellen is now as her real home. She has devoted most of her time and energy to this home from her teenage years until now. It is necessary to repair the castle and decorate some things at home. Then this family must have a very important weight in the queen's heart, right? What if this home is suddenly destroyed? Will this be a big blow to her? Boss Cha followed Alan's gaze and looked at the report in his hand. It was a very ordinary report. It recorded in detail the construction time and construction personnel of each room, as well as detailed construction requirements and what needs to be replaced things. And there is also the painting work on the exterior of the castle, and so on. The main bodies of these old castles are all made of granite, which is strong and strong. However, over time, granite can easily turn grey. Every few years, during renovations, a layer of light gold paint must be applied to the exterior walls, which is both waterproof and beautiful. Alan pointed to the report in the boss's hand and said, Your Highness, what would happen if your home suddenly caught on fire? At this moment, Boss Cha had goosebumps on his back. He never expected that Alan would come up with such a crazy bad idea to burn down his home. This is Windsor Castle. It symbolizes the image of the entire British royal family. This is where the queen cares most. If it burns down here, Boss Cha couldn't even imagine what the queen would do if she found out about this. This bastard. You, Boss Cha stretched out his right hand and pointed at Alan with some trembling. He was so angry that he was speechless. Your Highness. Alan looked at Boss Cha innocently. Wasn't he just burning the house down? Isn't that all? In winter, when the weather is dry and things are dry, the house is easy to catch fire. This is something that all children know. He can burn it easily, which will not only make Boss Cha feel guilty, but also make the queen angry. Isn't this killing two birds with one stone? Chapter 445 Selection. Boss Cha took a few deep breaths and glared at Alan again. Although this idea is very bold, it is still a bad idea, but if it really compares with the effect, the loss of the house that she had put decades of hard work into was a much bigger blow to the queen than the divorce of their brothers and sisters. This thing was so bold that even Boss Cha was frightened by Alan's idea. And it's too difficult to operate. This is a stone castle. A battle fortress made of granite. Let alone setting a small fire in a house like this. If you really want to set it on fire, it is not easy to operate. If you do it without any scruples, the other construction workers around are not fools, and the guards here are not fools either, unless there is an insider. Thinking of the internal response, Boss Cha was suddenly startled. Who is currently in charge of the castle's renovations? It's him. In other words, if Alan wants to do this plan and needs an internal agent, the most suitable person to be an internal agent is himself. Do I blame myself? Is he going to personally take this bastard Alan and burn down his own home? Seeing that Boss Cha is caught in a battle between heaven and man, Alan is ready to add another touch of damage to strengthen his confidence. At this time, he cannot be timid. He must be resolute. Your Highness, think about it. We are not forcing the palace. We just want to help the queen through some not so appropriate methods. Her Majesty is already old. There are no people of her age out there who are not traveling abroad with their lovers and juniors. She wants to take a vacation and enjoy her old age. And what about your majesty? After working hard all her life, shouldn't she take a break now? And your highness, you have already had the ability to handle these matters. Instead of letting you waste your time, why can't you help his majesty take the initiative to share the burden? Your highness, since you like philosophy, then, from a philosophical point of view, lies are bad, but sometimes white lies are very important. We can't just look at right and wrong from one thing. This would be too one-sided. Well, we have to look at right and wrong in the long run. Although in the short term, doing this may bring a little blow to his majesty, but only if his majesty realizes that it is time for her to transfer some of her rights, and that it is time for her to rest. In this way, in the long run, this will be a good thing for both his majesty and you, boss. Chad just looked at Alan blankly. With Alan's words, he could tell what Alan's purpose was. From the perspective of a vested interest, Alan was doing this for his own good, and he understood point, but everything made him still a little hesitant. What if he was discovered by the queen, just like Alan and his father did? Thinking of checking here, the boss rejected it in his heart. Even Alan didn't know the inside story of that matter, but he knew very well that that matter was different in nature from this one. That matter was brothers turning against each other. What Alan's father did back then was different from what he does now. What he does now is even more dangerous than before, but it's also more hidden. Your highness, it's not easy to rely on charity for some things if you don't take the initiative to fight for it. Besides, after Prince Andrew's recent divorce, I heard that he was very depressed. If he had a hand in it, seeing that Boss Cha was still hesitating, Alan gritted his teeth and carried Prince Andrew out. Every time he was mentioned, Boss Cha seemed to have a stress reaction, which always worked. Really, when Boss Cha heard Andrew's name, he seemed to have made up his mind. He squinted his eyes and looked at Alan with a fierce look on his face. Are you sure about this? In the past, I wouldn't have been sure, but now, I'm very sure. Alan stared at Boss Cha with burning eyes, saying nothing. The current supervisor is Boss Cha. He has all the construction information, construction schedules, castle guard duty schedules, etc. He is even familiar with every plant and tree here. As long as Boss Cha is here, everything will be done. If he was still unsure, Alan's life would have been in vain all these years. The key to doing this is that in addition to pushing the boss to investigate, Alan also has a careful mind. Boss Cha must cooperate with him in this matter. At the very least, Boss Cha must provide him with all kinds of intelligence and help him wrap things up. In this way, theoretically speaking, this matter turned into Alan forcibly kidnapping Boss Cha to do it together. If something goes wrong, Boss Cha can be blamed. Even if there is a slight mistake, Boss Cha will be more anxious than Alan. In this way, Alan himself takes less risks. As long as Boss Cha takes this step, everything will be easy in the future. At the very least, some things can be made clear from under the table before, and can be brought up to the table. If the queen's body is really dragged down, even if she does not delegate all the power, she only needs to open a hole. Then the rest will be it's all easy. Seeing that Alan really needed his help, Boss Cha took a deep breath. Tell me what you need. Alan was overjoyed and kept calm on the surface. He pointed to the construction schedule on the table and said, Your Highness, I need the personnel lists and schedules of these construction parties. I also need the guard duty hours and personnel lists, and others. The more detailed the better. Take it. Now that he has to do it, now that he has made up his mind, Boss Cha is not hesitant and directly throws the report in his hand to Alan. This is an original copy. Alan was a little confused after taking what Boss Cha threw. According to the normal plot, shouldn't there be a copied version of the file? Boss Cha threw the original document directly to him. This insider is really good and does a great job. Boss Cha finally became more assertive. I will send someone to deliver other information to you. If there is anything else you need, please contact me directly. Boss Cha looked at Alan with complicated eyes. Finally, he thought about the photo on the table that Alan had just seen and said, Take this back and show it to William. Since we have to burn these things, who knows whether we can keep them alive. Boss Cha didn't care about these things, but he still cared about this old photo of their family of 4. He wanted to take this opportunity to give the photo to Alan and let him take it back to show it to William as an excuse to keep it. "Ah, yes, your highness. Shall I make arrangements now?" Alan stood up, unbuttoned his shirt, hid the information in his clothes in front of Boss Chap, and then reached out to grab the photo frame on the table. "Go ahead, boss." Cha seemed to be tired and waved his hand a little irritably, signaling Alan to get out of here. When Alan walked to the door, Boss Cha suddenly realized that he and Alan had not made an appointment with Alan's character. If he just started working without saying a word, this guy would send someone to burn the place down while he was working here. It doesn't matter whether the queen will be angry by then. What matters is that the first person to be hurt will be himself. If a monarch was set on fire by one of his henchmen and burned to death in his own study, it would be an anecdote for the ages. If he checks his boss, he will be laughed at by future generations for hundreds of years, etc. Thinking of this, Boss Cha quickly stopped Alan. Under Alan's doubtful eyes, he gritted his teeth and said, "Before you do anything, call me in advance and give me some time to react. I'll be here these days. Work on the side, your highness. Don't worry." Alan didn't think in any other direction at all, thinking that Boss Cha was starting to get scared again, so he agreed, and when he turned his face, he subconsciously curled his lips. Sitting in the car returning to the London manor, Alan looked out the window at the fallen leaves on the roadside. He was very excited now. Mr. Alan is finally able to do something big. He wants to burn down Windsor Castle. If this behavior is transferred in parallel in the King dynasty, it would be no less than the burning of the King Palace. It is exciting to think about it. It's just that he agreed quite simply in front of Boss Cha just now. But now when it comes to what to do specifically, Alan is still a little worried. He wanted to fly back to Wales now and quickly arrange manpower, but he stopped the idea as soon as it came up. Such behavior is so abnormal. Since you want to do something bad, you have to do it quietly. Don't let anyone know about it. After you have done it, it is best to stand up and condemn the criminal openly. Only then can you have a criminal experience. If you do it openly, it is not called doing bad things. It seems to have no sense of experience. Therefore, from this moment on, Alan felt that he should first pay attention to his words, deeds and behavioral logic to prevent them from being exposed during the subsequent investigation. You can't suddenly become troubled. At least you have to be calm tonight and follow the plan. Shithao, when you get back later, you go make arrangements. I want to have dinner with Mrs. Rennie and learn about the recent situation in the department store. You ask her to prepare in advance." Alan was going to call Mrs. Rennie over as planned and ask about things at Harrods, but that's all it is now. He feels it's still not enough. With his usual personality, after talking about work, he can't have anything to do in the evening. Alan thought for a while and then said, "By the way, is Kate going to class in London today?" "Master, I can't read the notepad now. When we return to the manor, I will check the records. If Miss Kate is in London today, do you need to arrange for someone to pick her up and bring her to the manor in the evening?" "Let's arrange it. In addition, send someone in the evening to go back quietly overnight and ask Hoote to call me tomorrow and say that there is something urgent at home and I need to go back to deal with it." Zhao Shitao, who was driving, felt something different from this sentence very keenly. If the young master really needed to go back for something, why did he wait until night to secretly send someone back to deliver the message and then ask butler Hoote to call here tomorrow to ask him to go back, thinking that even the always carefree young master was so cautious? Xiao Shitao said with a serious face, "I will select the most capable people to go back at night. Don't worry, young master." Everything went as usual. After Alan returned to the manor in London from Windsor Castle that day, he made an appointment with Lady Rennie. In the evening, he picked up Kate, the little bombshell. He played happily all night and left London the next afternoon. He got into the car, just like he did when he returned to Wales before, taking a small convoy of bodyguards with him, taking the original route, and slowly returned to Wales. Even the first time he returned home, Alan said hello to William and Harry, who happened to be back, and had dinner with them. Then he called Hoote, and the two went to the study to talk about things. "I need to do something now. This thing is very dangerous, but for the sake of His Highness, I have to do it. Hooter, I need you to help me come up with ideas. In the study, after the two of them sat down one by one, Alan said solemnly with a gloomy face. Alan deliberately made the atmosphere very solemn. Hooter is a man with very traditional ideas. He is a good housekeeper, but sometimes he is timid. There must be enough righteousness to suppress him, so that he can work well. Master, tell me, who? Ten adjusted his sitting posture slightly, and waited quietly for Alan's next words. I need a dead soldier to do something, but I'm a little hesitant about the choice of this dead soldier. He cannot be a person from our family, at least not a person from the castle. He has to have a familiar face, but this person must be reliable. Can you recommend it to me? Hooter frowned, glanced at Alan and asked softly, Master, after he completes this task. At this point, Hooter made a gesture with his right hand on his neck. It probably meant that after this person finished this thing, he was going to kill someone and silence him. If so, it was completely unnecessary. With the background of the house, such a death scholars, you can still get a few together. No. After he has done this, he wants to die with him. You can think of it as suicide, so I want this person to be loyal enough, and not afraid of death. The demands of such a person are very high. Being silenced and willing to die are not on the same order of magnitude as him. Such a dead soldier must have a fresh face, not these people in the castle. This level of difficulty. Hooter closed his eyes and thought for a few minutes. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed through him, and he remembered what happened when his young master went to Australia. According to records, when the young master went to Australia for a filming vacation, he participated in the Governor General of Australia. During the banquet held, the Governor of Australia specially invited a very unexpected person to the banquet. That person's ancestors were sent to Australia from Wales by the previous Earl. At that time, Alan didn't talk much to the man who claimed to be his hometown general. Firstly, he was not familiar with it, and secondly, the status gap between the two parties was too big, and there was nothing to talk about. He only remembered when the old guy saw him. Very excited. But when Hooter investigated afterwards, he checked the information at home, and according to their statement, this incident did occur. It should have been the 18th century, that is, the beginning of 1788. At that time, the Earl received a request for help from Captain Arthur Phillip, and specially sent a few guards to follow the captain to Australia to provide technical guidance on Australia's experience in managing local rebellions. Later, Captain Arthur Phillip arrived in Australia with the first batch of criminals who were exiled to Australia and the bodyguards of the Hill family, and then became the first governor later. Some of these guards had no further follow-up, and some settled down in the local area and spread their wings, if it is true as the information says. Then this small family can be used at such a critical moment. But the premise is that the young master must make a promise and there must be enough benefits. For example. Title. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 446. Sharp Clerk. Master, do you still remember the family of guards who left home when you went to Australia last time? When Alan listened to Hooter's description, he remembered that old guy. He didn't look very conspicuous, but his feelings were sincere. Although he was a little older, it didn't affect his work, but we haven't contacted each other for so many years. Is such a person really trustworthy? Perhaps seeing Alan's doubts, Hooter said with a smile, Master, why don't you tell me the general plan first, and I will send people over first to test them. If they meet the requirements, I will bring them back. Let's consider backup candidates here. What do you think? Alan half closed his eyes and thought silently for a while. This candidate was very suitable, and his face was very unfamiliar. With his arrangement, it was quite suitable. Okay, you can do this. Alan is not going to say what the final plan will be like now. He plans to split the plan into several parts, with each person responsible for different aspects. so that it can be kept more confidential. The key to the problem now is that candidates must be selected quickly and plans must be implemented quickly. It's not that Alan is floating, but that time waits for no one. The Queen is currently ill and in poor health. He wants to take this opportunity to give her a harsh blow, which is equivalent to rubbing salt into the wound. If the plan is implemented too late, what if the Queen has recovered from her illness? The effect will be greatly reduced. New South Wales is located in southeastern Australia. Although the overall area is not large among the Australian states, it is rich in resources. It is one of the earliest colonies and has complete infrastructure. The famous city of Sydney is located in this state. The state's manufacturing and textile industries are very developed, and the corresponding planting industry is not weak either. The weather in November has entered the early stages of summer, with a temperature of more than 20 degrees, which is quite pleasant, and it is located in an old-fashioned manner on the outskirts of Wollongong, the third largest city in New South Wales. Clark was a little excited at this time. He was so excited that he wanted to tremble, but in order not to lose his composure, he still held back. He stood up, bent slightly, and said firmly to the person sitting in the study room, "Please rest assured, sir, if the Earl can use this old bone of mine, I will be willing to do so, even if it means that I will die. Your family has been out for too long. Now when something happens to you, you can still think of you. This opportunity is very precious. You should cherish it. Don't worry. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. I will call my son and grandson later. When I have finished my funeral arrangements, I will go back with my husband." "Very good, Clark. Then, I'll go and rest first. Shall we set off tomorrow morning?" "Okay, sir. Please go and rest first. I will solve everything tonight, but after." The gentleman from Great Britain left. Clark sat back in the chair, his excitement unable to calm down for a long time. Many people wait for an opportunity all their lives. Some people don't wait until they die, but some people wait for most of their lives and finally get it. Clark felt that he had just waited for his chance this time. He had only been to the British mainland a few times in his early years. Later, his family became entangled in trivial matters, and after he got married and had children, he couldn't leave. But no matter what the reason is, Britain and Wales are the hometowns of his dreams. It may be difficult for ordinary people to understand Clark's mood. Families like them, whose ancestors had some achievements but later declined, can be found in many places. Some families slowly became silent and finally became ordinary people. But in some families, the elders in the family like to brag to their descendants about the achievements of their ancestors' glorious deeds, and Clark has been listening to his grandfather bragging about the deeds of his family's ancestors since he was a child. Back then, his family's ancestors worked as a guard with the Earl in Wales. They were able to dominate and have a much higher status than ordinary people. Later, it was because of the good behavior of my ancestors that I was sent to help in such a colony. I didn't expect that I would not be able to go back once I arrived. In those days, sea transportation still relied on sailboats, and every sea voyage depended on fate. His ancestors dreamed of returning to their hometown in Wales before they died, but in the end they could only die in a foreign country. The last generation relied on the stories told by their ancestors to hold extremely beautiful illusions about Wales until some time ago. Clark was told that the descendant of the Earl whose ancestors had followed had come to Australia, and the governor asked him to accompany the guest. Clark was so excited that he didn't have a good rest for several days later. People also saw him, but he didn't say a few words. But even so, Clark was very satisfied. That was the Earl. Even in the UK, he is a high-ranking noble. In addition to his position, he is a close official who follows the Crown Prince. It is already an honor for him to say a few words to someone like him. The Sharp family has thrived in Australia for more than 200 years and has accumulated a fortune, including a large ranch and a small grape plantation. But after reaching such a scale, the family's development has reached a bottleneck and they want to go further. Those higher ups are not accessible to their family. But Clark just couldn't give in. Thinking about their ancestors in Wales, they lived a life of superiority to others. And what about his descendants? As an Australian, and now half American, what kind of citizen is this? The people of Great Britain can't even look down on Americans, so how can they still look up to their younger brothers? Rounding off means it's several times lower, from a superior person to a subordinate person. Now point, he has always had a dream. The best way for his family to advance is to climb up to the noble family that their ancestors worked for. However, 100 or 200 years have passed, and it is still unclear whether people still remember that their ancestors had this guard. Now he is an ordinary person, and he rashly comes to ask for an audience. It is estimated that he will not even see the face of the Earl. And now, that Excellency actually sent people to find their little family. That Excellency has not forgotten them. I heard from the gentleman just now that he was asked to go back and complete a task this time. But this task was extremely risky. But if he completed it, the Excellency would give them the Sharp family an unexpected reward. Although the gentleman did not say what the specific reward was, Clark had already heard some clues from his extremely envious eyes and tone point in Great Britain. What rewards can be called unexpected? Is there anything else besides the title? Just thinking of this made Clark so excited that he couldn't help himself. Father, I'm back. You're so anxious to call me back. What's the matter? A middle-aged man in a suit opened the study door and looked strangely at his flushed, excited and even sickly father. Come here, our family is about to have a chance to turn around. Clark's face was full of joy when he saw his most promising eldest son. What if the eldest son becomes a lawyer now? Aren't you just being used as a dog to some powerful people? It's still these low-end powerful people in Australia, and now their Sharp family will have the opportunity to soar into the sky. On November 18th, in just 3 days, Hotel arranged for someone to go to Australia to bring the person back. As an inconspicuous truck slowly drove into the manor, just like buying food and supplies as usual. The vehicle slowly drove to the warehouse area behind. The people who had been waiting here for a long time looked at the people who got off the car. A man wearing a mask, whose face could not be seen clearly, nodded towards the other person without asking any questions and tilted his head slightly to indicate that the other person should follow him. The two of them followed the passage reserved for servants, took the small door, and entered the castle directly from the path. Along the dark corridor, Clark felt excited, but he didn't even dare to turn his head and look around. Occasionally passing by the traditional armor decorations placed on both sides of the aisle, he could even feel the faint murderous aura from those armors. Looking at these old-fashioned armors, this is the place where his ancestors once lived. Clark finally stepped into the place where his ancestors once lived 200 years later, and he wanted to serve that Excellency. On behalf of myself and my family, I would like to express my highest respect to you. It is an honor to meet you, Your Excellency, the Earl of Carmarthen. Sharp. Clark would like to say hello to you. The moment he entered the study, Clark took off his mask first and used the most traditional knightly etiquette to respectfully greet Alan, who was sitting behind the desk. Alan felt very good when he saw this old guy being so respectful to him. It was the old guys in the past who could train him. After so many years, he never expected that the family descended from these wandering guards could still be so loyal. It was rare. Now with Clark's performance, Alan even couldn't bear to send him off for a moment. Sit down and talk. Smiling, he pointed to the seat in front of the desk and asked Clark to sit down. After Clark sat down carefully, Alan's expression changed and he said softly, "Do you know what I asked you to do?" "I know." "Very good. Take this information and someone will put makeup on you. Someone will take you to take photos and make certificates later. From now on, I will give you 1.5 days. In the afternoon of 2 days later, you have to go as planned. Act. Understand?" Alan pushed a thin piece of information to Clark and explained, "Understood. Don't worry, sir. Clark, will not let you down." Looking at Clark's somewhat fanatical gaze, Alan chuckled and said, "If I remember correctly, the surname Sharp means smart person, right?" "Yes, Your Excellency." Seeing Alan mention his family name, Clark explained excitedly, "When our ancestors went to Australia, the surname Sharp was given by the Earl at that time. Our ancestors wrote in the family history that the earl at that time said, ask him to be a smart man and not be reckless. Every generation of our sharp family will remember this ancestral lesson. Very good. I think you are also a smart man. As long as you do well in this mission, I will not treat your descendants badly. I remember that you have a very capable son. Yes. Yes, Your Excellency. Snort Alan narrowed his eyes and looked at Clark. He would not say anything about the promise directly, because Alan would not regard it as an exchange. As long as he gives orders, there is no time for him to compromise. As for negotiating terms, what qualifications does he have to negotiate conditions for himself? He can only complete the task well and satisfy Master Alan, and then his family will have a chance to be rewarded, rather than promising first and then doing it. Although the final result is similar, this form is very important and the rules cannot be broken. Clark obviously understands this now, and he will understand after Alan mentions it a little bit. Okay, you can go back. Someone will bring you food in the next 2 days. The information on the information is very good. Don't let me down. Yes. Don't worry, Your Excellency. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon on November 20th, there was a traffic light intersection on the road out of London. A very ordinary Toyota Corolla parked quietly on the left turn lane, waiting for the traffic light. Just as he stepped on the brakes, a big man got out of the black car in front of the Corolla. He first deliberately glanced behind the car, as if the Corolla had rear-ended his car. Then he knelt down and took another look with a calm expression. He walked to the driver's seat of the Corolla and knocked on the window. Open the glass. You hit my car. Cooper looked at the big man knocking on the car window in confusion. He had obviously braked in advance, and the front of the car was still at least 1 meter away from the car in front. How could he hit him at such a long distance? Even if he bumped into it, how could he not feel anything at all? Pressing down the car window, a hint of embarrassment flashed across Kubo's wrinkled old face. Sir, are you mistaken? You are so far away. Huh? You mean I wronged you? You have to wait a while at the red light. If you don't believe me, just come down and see for yourself. The big man loosened his tie with an impatient expression and pointed towards the rear of the car in front. When Kubo heard what everyone said, he had no choice but to get out of the car. He has to drive to Windsor Castle in Lynn County today to install wallpaper in the Queen's Castle. How can he have time to waste on such a thing? But it was still a red light, so he could only get out of the car and quickly deal with a little trouble in front of him, so as not to delay his schedule today. After walking to the back of the car, Cooper looked at the position pointed by the big man, which was a little low, and subconsciously prepared to squat down to see clearly. Just as he squatted down, suddenly a handkerchief with a strange smell was put on his nose from behind. Well, Kubo was completely confused. Wasn't it a rear-end collision? What do these people want to do? Before he could think more, his eyes darkened, and he lost consciousness. The strong man covered Kubo's nose from behind and opened the trunk with one hand. At this time, there was a person curled up in the trunk who was dressed like the person controlled by the strong man. The clothes and even the height were roughly similar. Come out quickly. My mission is completed. The rest is up to you. Thanks for your hard work. A slightly older voice came out. Clark moved his curled up sore hands and feet slightly, then looked at the man who was stuffed into the trunk, then turned around and walked to the Corolla, opened the door, and got in. After waiting for a few more seconds, the red light turned green, and the several Ford cars surrounding it that were responsible for covering the car started slowly, and the Corolla also started. During the journey, the substitution was made without anyone noticing, and it was completed quietly at a stop at a traffic light. P.S. I have to go to the hospital tomorrow. My family is going to have an operation in the past few days. I will probably be too busy to come back in the evening. If I'm too busy to come back, I will take a day off tomorrow. I have a lot of family matters at this time. Specifically, yes, it's not convenient to say more. I can only tell you a little bit. Please forgive me. Chapter 447 Wallpaper Master Clark. November 20th, 1992, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The phone on the desk rang, and Boss Chaff round. His phone was an internal phone and it only rang a few times throughout the year. Unless it was a very important matter, it would be transferred. He put down what he was holding, rubbed his hands on his face, and then picked up the receiver. As soon as he coughed, Alan's extremely hoarse and very recognizable voice came from the receiver. "Your Highness. It's me, Alan. It's too difficult to call your phone, Your Highness. Just tell me if you have anything to say." "Ahem. Your Highness is like this. I want to go to France for a few days. It is said that there is a show you can watch these days. I want to ask you, is there anything you need from me these days? If not, I will go to France this afternoon. Just left, boss." Chad didn't respond for a while. What exactly did Alan's call mean? This kind of situation has never happened before, let alone this kind of behavior of going out to ask for leave. He basically has no requirements for Alan. Occasionally, if there is an emergency, just call him and ask him to come back. Why today? Suddenly, Boss Cha suddenly realized there was something in Alan's words. He just said, if nothing happens, he would leave this afternoon. Is this the method I told him last time, to remind him before he was ready to act? Thinking of this, Boss Cha took a deep breath and said in a deliberately impatient tone, "It's the end of the year and there are a lot of things going on. Don't waste your time outside. Just go and relax if you want to relax these days. Don't delay the closing of Congress next month." Ha ha ha. "Okay, Your Highness. I'll be leaving in a moment. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up, boss." Cha hung up the phone without saying a word, not bothering to listen to Alan's playful smile. After hanging up the phone, the study fell into silence again. Boss Cha looked at the documents on the table, his eyes flickering. Alan had just emphasized twice that he wanted to leave, and the second time he said he would leave after a while. Then I wanted to call someone, but after thinking about it, Boss Cha pulled the bell again and called the servant on duty outside the door to come and go and ask Capel to come over. Just tell him that I don't like the mural in my room and ask him to come over and take a look at it for me. It's, Your Highness, the Queen is more traditional. Her favorite decoration style is simple and ordinary home style, and she adopts the path of low-key luxury and connotation. But for murals, she was very stubborn and insisted on using wallpaper. Nowadays, technology has developed, and many places use wall coverings when decorating. This material is firstly cheap, and secondly, it is relatively healthier than wallpaper. Wallpaper requires a lot of adhesive, while wall coverings require some new environmentally friendly materials. Formaldehyde emission is better controlled. Moreover, the quality of wall cloth is better, it is more resistant to stains, and it is easy to clean. Most people who are more particular about it use wall cloth for decoration. Poorer families may directly paint with latex paint, or even just apply a layer of lime without paint. Anyway, it all depends on financial resources. However, the Queen requires that all the wallpapers in her home must be made of traditional Italian handmade wallpapers. The paintings on the wallpapers are also hand painted by famous artists. Even the patterns on them are mostly based on classic scenes from the Bible. Anyway, in this home, the surrounding walls are a little better, just plain patterns, but the patterns on the roof are exaggerated. They are all angels and the like. When you look up, you feel like you are in heaven. Check it out. The boss doesn't like these very much, and now he uses this as an excuse to temporarily change the pattern in his room. Anyway, he is now the renovation director, so he still has this right. In order to choose the pattern he likes, Boss Cha called butler Capel shortly after hanging up the phone. The two discussed it for a while. Boss Cha planned to meet the painter in person to express his ideas in person. Even if it was a temporary visit today, get off work early. When the Rolls-Royce specially designed for the royal family passed the gate of Windsor Castle, an inconspicuous Corolla stopped at the door to give way. Boss Cha subconsciously glanced at the car through the window. He had an intuition. He felt that this car was a little different and weird, but he couldn't tell where it was. Thinking of this, Boss Cha snorted and went to lean back. Close your eyes, rest, and stop thinking about it. Sharp Clark swallowed his saliva and watched helplessly as the Crown Prince's car passed by him. To these people, he was like an ant in the soil, so small that he was not even enough to attract their attention. Don't even if he is a crown prince. Even an earl like Alan is sometimes an untouchable ceiling for ordinary people. And now that he has returned to the earl's mansion, as long as this mission is completed well, his family and his children will be able to get benefits that are enough to change their family's destiny. This benefit is something that they cannot get after generations of hard work. The benefits of as for Clark himself, turning his head slightly to watch the Rolls Royce in which the Crown Prince was riding go away along the long forest road. Clark took another deep look at the sunset in Berkshire at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. This was the first time since he returned to Britain. Watching the sunset for the second time. The sunset in Great Britain is more beautiful than the sunset in Australia. Mr. Cooper, the guard at the checkpoint, held his belt with one hand and called Clark with a smile. He was not surprised by this situation. He happened to bump into the Crown Prince's car as he passed by. It was nothing to take a look at. Many people will never have the opportunity to see the Crown Prince so close in their lives. Yes, such behavior is very common. I'm sorry, I looked twice at His Highness. Do I need to show any other documents? Although Clark's words were very modest, the expression on his face was a bit stiff and even a little embarrassed. The person he is replacing now is called Cooper. He is a wallpaper master with 40 years of work experience. He specializes in wallpapering. To be able to come to Windsor Castle to participate in the repair work, he must have at least 15 years of experience in the industry and must have a good family background. Innocent and other demands. He is now playing the kind of hard-working old craftsman who is not good at words. It's okay. Thank you for your cooperation. After passing this door, you only have to cooperate with the inspection again at the Round Tower. I wish you good luck in your work at night, Mr. Cooper. Okay, thanks. After taking his certificate, Clark put the car into gear, started the car again, and finally passed the first level in the castle. Clark's ID was left on the passenger seat. Except for Cooper's name and his experience in wallpaper decoration, all the other information on it was true. Even this certificate is authentic. Mr. Allen is very particular about people and disdains the use of false documents. If you want to use them, use real documents. The fake passports he issued to those bodyguards were all genuine documents obtained through official channels. The same goes for Clark's ID. The photo on it is Clark's MacUp, not the original owner's photo of Cooper, who was taken to who knows where. The reason why Clark was put on MacUp was not to make him imitate someone, but to make him look unlike himself. This is a very abnormal and counter-logical operation. No one would have thought that a real criminal could enter here openly with real documents, and when he is done, all evidence will disappear and nothing will be left. During the day, the repair work in the castle tends to require light or more delicate work, but at night, many workers who work during the day have taken a break, and only at this time will some workers responsible for other tasks be needed to take over. It's not that you have to work overtime and at night, but the Queen's Windsor Castle has a very tight construction period. It is necessary to maximize the rational use of time and repair it in a short time. It is approaching the end of the year. Not only does the Queen have to live here, but many formal events are also held here. Big event. Work like wallpapering would be very delayed during the day and affect other people's construction work. During this rush period, there are few workers in the castle at night, so it is very suitable for wallpapering. After passing 4 levels, and even reaching the last level, Clark could only park the car at a specific location, carry his tool bag, and follow the servant who led the way to the castle on foot. Where he observed the surrounding environment. The environment here was roughly the same as described in the information. Clark was carrying his tool bag, which contained handy tools prepared by every worker. These were things that had been inspected several times and were allowed to be brought in. Other wallpapers and materials that needed to be used were all there. Once the inside is ready, workers can go in and work. After they come out, they have to undergo stricter inspections. The Oak Room is the nickname for the living room connecting the Queen's bedroom and Prince Philip's bedroom. Most of the furniture here is made of oak, so it is called the Oak Hall. The overall area is only about 40 to 50 square meters, which is considered a small living room. The decoration is very frugal. There are murals of the Virgin Mary on the ceiling. There are many display cabinets in the whole living room, and there is also a shelf in the corner. In response, Dalsey customized a Gothic upright piano. This is an antique piano that is more than 100 years old. It is made of carved oak and has a sculpture of the birth of the child of Christ from the Virgin Mary. It kind of echoes the mural. There is also a decorative wine cabinet placed in the corner on the other side. On the left is red wine, and on the right is some strong liquor such as whiskey. Because they are decorative, these wines are not usually drunk. They are all ordinary wines that are only a few decades old. After Clark came to the place, he took the tools and measured and observed the surrounding environment. Everything was as described in the information. Almost. The servant who led him here and left. There were workers everywhere, and the servants would not stare at him. Since the wallpaper in the oak hall was to be changed today, Clark was the only one working on the entire living room. As for the guards, I only pass by here every 10 minutes looking at the clock on the wall, Clark secretly thought, and adjusted the time. There were still 7 minutes until the next time the guard came to inspect. In other words, he had 7 minutes to prepare. He would take action after 7 minutes, so that he would have another chance. 10 minutes to act. I took a closer look at the wine cabinet. It was a solid wood wine cabinet with a large base. If someone didn't pull it hard, it would be very reliable. But today, this wine cabinet is Clark's most important helper. He took out the tools from the bag and prepared the wallpaper. The natural bio glow and paint that needed to be used were also placed at a convenient location. While pretending to arrange the wrapped wallpaper, Clark thought about today's plan. After he entered Windsor Castle, he had no way out. He could only succeed and was not allowed to fail. Moreover, His Excellency the Earl asked him not only to succeed, but also a task that would test his personal perseverance. This move was related to the success or failure of the entire task. He needs to act like he accidentally knocked over the wine cabinet and lit the broken wine that spilled on the carpet and started a fire. After causing a fire, he would try his best not to make a sound, not to attract the attention of the surrounding people, and to try to delay the action as long as possible, so as to ensure that the fire would become bigger. And after all this is done, in order not to leave any evidence, Clark will make it look like his leg was crushed by the wine cabinet and there is no way to escape, and then he will be burned alive. The most difficult thing is that not only does it have to make up its mind to burn himself to death, but he also has to try to ensure that his face is burned, so that his identity cannot be identified by his appearance, but can only be registered through his ID and the oak hole where he was to deduce his identity. Not only did he set the fire, but he also wanted to kill himself. Only in this way could he complete the task assigned to him by the Earl. There are great benefits, but no benefits come in vain. If you want to get enough benefits, you must first pay a sufficient price. The future turnaround of the Sharp family will depend on Clark's life. But Clark is old. He has lived enough in this life. He can return to the Earl's mansion before leaving, be received by the Earl in person, and can send out tasks. He is already satisfied. He no longer cares about his life. He must imitate his ancestors, and serve and be loyal to the Hill family. Following the sound of footsteps, two castle guards in traditional costumes walked into the living room meticulously, and stared at Clark, who was squatting on the ground packing his things. Another guard specifically checked Clark's ID, and then smiled, and said Clark says goodbye. After the guards left, Clark's heartbeat quickly increased. With the flexibility that was not suitable for a person of his age, Clark picked up the wallpaper cutout from the ground, and rolled it into a long rope. He held this piece made of wallpaper. Clark used all his strength to slowly move the wine cabinet, to make it easier for him to thread the rope made of wallpaper to the back of the wine cabinet. It is still very difficult to push down the solid wood wine cabinet by his own strength, but it will be much easier if he can stand in front and pull the rope that binds the upper end of the wine cabinet with the help of tools and pull back. After tying the rope, Clark carefully took out a few bottles of Scotch whiskey from the wine cabinet on the right. The whiskey produced here has a very specific variety, and the alcohol content is quite high. The highest one is 90%, which is comparable to Russia's Source of Life vodka. This thing is usually placed here as a decoration, but now it is the best ignition agent. Holding the mouth of the whiskey bottle, Clark wrapped a layer of plastic film around the whiskey, then took the wooden handle of the hammer and gently smashed the bottle, making minimal sound during the whole process after carefully removing the plastic film and scattering the glass particles slightly. Clark took the broken wine bottle and began to sprinkle wine on the carpet. The all cashmere carpet not only absorbs water, but also supports combustion. Chapter 448 Burning Castle. After smashing several bottles of whiskey one after another and spilling them on the carpet, Clark moved his nose, and the whole oak hall was filled with the smell of alcohol. To be on the safe side, he picked up the paint and sprinkled a little more, trying to cover up the smell of alcohol a little. Picking up another bottle of whiskey with the highest alcohol content, and after knocking it open, Clark looked at the whiskey in his hand, gritted his teeth, raised the broken bottle, and started pouring it over his head. The high strength alcohol was sprinkled on his head and face, and his eyes were stung by the whiskey. Clark grinned and placed the bottle on the bottle. He shook his head. This time he fumbled to pull the rope made of wallpaper, prepared it, and then took out the tools. A special brush and scissors looked the same as ordinary tools. Rubbed the handle of the brush with one side of the scissors to create sparks. Clark squinted his eyes, ignoring the redness of his eyes stung by whiskey, and rubbed them again and again. Weak sparks fell on the carpet, and the wool carpet stained with high whiskey met the sparks and suddenly emitted a layer of blue light. A thin layer of blue flame spread along the wine Clark had just spilled, like a blue ghost. When the low temperature fire completely burned through the carpet, the orange-yellow flames spread, and a choking smell of burnt wool permeated the entire oak hall. Clark was a little worried and ignored the heat transmitted from his shoes. He poured another bottle of whiskey on his body and then lay down in the fire not far from the wine cabinet. A layer of blue fire instantly covered his upper body. There was no pain at first, just a warm feeling, a bit like basking in the sun on vacation at the beach. Slowly, a feeling like tens of thousands of countless ants crawling all over my body came over me. Clark almost couldn't hold back the pain of being bitten by tens of thousands of ants, and his whole scalp was numb and numb. He didn't know what he looked like now, but he knew that his whole body was on fire. Gritting his teeth to hold back the pain, Clark was thrashing on the ground in pain. He didn't even dare to slap the ground with his hands in pain. In the smoke-filled oak hall, an old man in overalls was lying on the ground with his whole body on fire, as if he had been electrocuted, twitching and silent. After enduring it for 3 minutes, when Clark's consciousness was about to blur, he thought of his wife, his children, and the entire Sharp family, and also thought of the family history he heard from his grandfather. The Sharp family was given their surname by the Earl and traveled from Wales to Australia. After experiencing various risks on the way, they finally set foot in Australia. Their family did not disobey the Earl's orders and helped the first governor of Australia, suppressing criminals, exterminating local natives, training soldiers, etc. In the end, their ancestor was injured and retired. The Sharp family did not disgrace the Earl of Carmarthen. Their ancestors spent their entire lives completing the task. Now, he, Sharp Clark, has waited his whole life to sacrifice his life for the Hill family just like his ancestors did. But Clark thinks he is braver than his ancestors. His ancestors died of old age at home, but he died in Windsor Castle with his whole body on fire. He, Clark, has never lost anything in his life. Thinking of this, Clark subconsciously wanted to pull the rope in his hand. But the fire was too strong, and he was so burned that he couldn't move. Relying entirely on his subconscious behavior, Clark forced himself to slowly pull the rope that had not yet burned. Although he could no longer see it, he felt it. With a bang. The huge wine cabinet hit Clark, who was lying on the ground. The broken bottle spilled more wine, further fueling the fire. With the wine cabinet as a center, a huge fireball seemed to explode, making a huge sound with a boom. The loud noise finally attracted the guards. "There's a fire. Someone come quickly. Is there anyone inside? Somebody come." The guards panicked and started calling for backup. There are no smoke alarms in this old-fashioned castle, and there are even no sprinkler devices commonly installed on the ceiling. Most of the things here are priceless. If something accidentally touches the device and damages the furniture or other things, no one will be responsible. Point. Now that there is a sudden fire, the guards can only call for people to put out the fire. Here not even the most basic fire extinguisher. The guards could only watch as thick smoke billowed throughout the oak hall and the fire spread. Point at 5 or 6 o'clock in the afternoon in London. Whether you are going into or out of the city, the traffic is very congested. Point. Even if you are checking the boss, you still have to watch the poisoned road around you, and the convoy slowly creeps towards the city. Dang. Dang dang. The sound of violent knocking on the car window woke up Boss Chap. He turned his head in confusion and looked at Butler Capel holding his cell phone and knocking on the car window anxiously. Boss Chad asked the driver to press the window glass. "What's wrong? You're so frizzy, Your Highness. Windsor Castle is on fire." Butler Capel's voice broke. He spoke the most explosive news in an extremely depressed voice that he thought was very low. "What, boss?" Chad didn't pretend this time and looked at Butler Capel in shock. 5 minutes ago, some guards heard a loud noise. There was a fire in the oak hall. Now the fire has spread. They don't know what to do, Your Highness. Boss. Chad's hands were shaking nervously. Point. It's no wonder that the guard called to ask what to do. Fire in such an old building is very troublesome. It's not like a fire in an ordinary residential building, which can be solved by sending a fire truck. Point. For example, a normal fire truck cannot enter the castle at all, and besides, the guards will not allow them to drive a fire truck into the castle. Point. If the fire cannot be saved, because these outsiders entered the castle, and the castle suffered more damage, who can bear this responsibility? But what if the fire truck directly puts out the fire outside? No, the foundation of Windsor Castle itself is high, like a small mound, overlooking the scenery of the entire surrounding royal municipality. Point. There are nearly 100 meters of wood spreading outward from the foundation. Point. Just these woods block the path of the fire trucks, even if it means cutting down trees to open roads. There is currently no fire truck, as long as a cloud truck. Point. Even these early difficulties have been solved. Point. There is also the most critical question. Point. Fire trucks always spray water or fire extinguishing agents. Right. What if these things further damaged parts of the castle that were not on fire, damaging other things? If you take out any of the things here and sell them to these guards, they won't be able to afford the compensation. Point. If it is damaged, who is responsible? So. Point. Now the fire department knows that there is a fire here, but because the place where the fire broke out is so special, they don't know what to do. Point. The guards didn't know what to do and could only quickly evacuate the workers who were still working on the castle. Point. Then I called the person in charge, Boss Chap, for instructions on what to do. What to do? Boss Chap was also a little confused now. He knew that Alan was going to set a fire, but he didn't know how big it would be. As for what to do, after setting the fire, Boss Cha remembered that it seemed that Alan hadn't said it, nor had he asked. Point. Asked this question suddenly now. He really didn't know what to do. How's the fire going? You organize people to put out the fire, boss. Cha looked at Butler Capel and pinned the person in charge on Butler Capel. Your Highness, the entire 3rd floor is on fire. Guards have risked their lives to make sandbag isolation belts. There are signs of spread on the 4th floor, and there are also signs on the 2nd floor, but they are only limited to the upper and lower floors around the oak hall. It has not spread yet. Too many. If we are to put out a fire, we can only call the London firefighting helicopter for rescue, but this will cause a lot of damage to the castle. Even if the stone castle catches fire, the furniture inside will be burned. There will be no problem with the frame of the castle itself. The quality of Windsor Castle, which has lasted for nearly 1,000 years, is still good. Point. Butler Capel was also worried that if he damaged the castle while putting out the fire, he would not be responsible. Point. Firefighting helicopters hoist tons of water and sprinkle it down from the sky. If this water flows down the castle, no one can say how much damage it will cause to the things inside. Point. Just like the burned temple in Paris in the future. When it burned, no one put out the fire, someone rescued. But the main goal of their rescue was people, and they also controlled the fire to avoid igniting the nearby buildings. Others, there was really nothing we could do but to preserve the frame of the building. Point. Capel means the same thing now. Mobilize guards, First build isolation zones, use sandbags and fireproof materials, etc. First control the fire area, and wait until those floors are burned out at the worst point. This is a more conservative plan, but it can also minimize losses. Okay, you go make arrangements, notify the convoy, and let's go back. No matter how many things Boss Cha has, he leaves them all to Butler Capel. To be honest, he is a little scared now. Alan, that kid, called him to give him a hint, and then didn't say anything. The fire started. He left Windsor Castle, and has not yet entered London. It's only such a short time. If he runs a little slower, he might not be able to get out. Fuck. My current location is the Royal Borough of Berkshire, above the side of Windsor Castle. Everyone, look in this direction. On the TV, the reporter wore headphones and pointed at the scene outside the helicopter in a manner that was almost shouting. Windsor Castle in the distance. Under the setting sun, as if echoing the setting sun, thick smoke was billowing from the corner tower of the castle. The entire area around Windsor Castle is under martial law. At times like this, there is no need for chaos. Anyway, if reporters want to enter via the ground, there is no need to even think about it. News broadcast can only be carried out through this method of aerial photography, and the helicopter cannot fly over Windsor Castle, and can only hover around it. Uta looked at the picture on the TV with a pale face, and then looked at his young master. This, don't be nervous, Uta. This is just a common accident, isn't it? Yes. Yes, the young master said. Yes, that's it. Although Huten is sometimes timid, he is not troublesome. Whatever Alan says is whatever it is, no matter what the final reason is. Now that things have happened, there is no time for him to regret or think about it. Go and cancel the flight and prepare a car. I want to go. His Highness is still supervising the work at the castle. I want to see how His Highness is doing. Alan picked up the remote control, turned off the TV, stood up and twisted his waist to explain. Yes, your mightiness, your mightiness, your majesty, please. Your Highness is over there. I will take you there. When Alan worked tirelessly and set off from Wales after seeing the news, taking more than 3 hours of driving to Windsor Castle. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. The fire was almost done, and a thin layer of smoke fell on the entire backyard and lawn. Boss chap, wearing a hard hat and a conspicuous reflective vest, stood talking to an old woman. Alan worked up his emotions for a while, untied his tie, flexed his tongue, and then deliberately ran a few steps to Boss Chad and said loudly, "Your Highness, are you okay? I left home when I saw the news." Boss Chad was subconsciously ready to get angry, but when he remembered that there were outsiders around him, he held it back and pretended to be tired and said, "Alan is here? I have no problem. Let me introduce to you. This is the Queen's secretary. She is also the maid who has taken care of the Queen's daily life for decades. Susan." "Hello, Miss Susan. I didn't expect to see you at this time." Alan sighed again, said hello to Susan briefly, and then turned his attention to Boss Chad again, with an expression of loyalty and concern for Boss Chad's safety. Susan nodded expressionlessly, bowed slightly and saluted Alan, without saying a word. Boss Chad raised his chin, and motioned for Alan to follow him. The two walked to the corner next to them, and Boss Chad yelled angrily in his voice, "Is this what you said about setting a fire? Huh. I asked you to say hello to me in advance. What about you, Your Highness?" "I said hello in advance." Alan looked at his toes with an embarrassed look. "Ah, you in advance, boss." Chad became even more angry when he heard Alan's words, and said in a suppressed voice, "If I hadn't reacted quickly, I would have been left in there today. You told me an hour in advance. Is this your advance, then? You didn't tell me how far in advance you want me to go. I'm just doing this for the sake of authenticity, boss." Chad clenched his fists and glanced at the burned black castle tower in the distance. He still has lingering fears after preliminary statistics. There are about 6 workers who have not been seen yet. They are most likely staying inside. As for whether they will be found by then, it remains to be seen. In such a huge fire, no one can say whether people were completely burned. You go and stay alone. I don't have time to care about you. After saying a word. Boss Cha turned away angrily. Alan stared at Boss Cha's retreating back and squinted his eyes. Now that the fire is out, do you think this is the end? How can it be so simple? I have made a lot of preparations for this day. Thinking of this, Alan looked up and happened to see a familiar person walking from a distance. The night was a bit dark. Alan was not sure if it was that person, so he simply called out, "Yes, former security specialist, now department head." He was the first person in the security department that Alan met. He first met him when Boss Cha arranged to investigate whether Viscount Fox of Wales had colluded with the Northern Ireland people to provide supplies. When Hughes heard someone calling him, he looked over here. When he saw the person calling him clearly, Hughes was startled. He jogged 2 steps to Alan, bent down and saluted. "I didn't expect that. I unexpectedly see you here, Sir Alan." Chapter 449 Fanning the Flames. Alan looked at Hughes thoughtfully. People from the security department arrived so quickly, and it was Hughes who came. This could be used to advantage. Now that he saw Hughes, if Alan didn't do something, he would feel a little sorry for him. "Ah, you here to investigate the cause?" Alan asked, pointing into the distance. "Yes, Your Excellency. If something like this happens, we will definitely come." "What's the result?" Facing Alan's inquiry, Hughes had no precautions at all. Although noble masters are sometimes criticized in certain situations, and they rarely have real power and cannot interfere in politics, they still have their time. Such as now. Hughes' current location is Windsor Castle, which is the Queen's home, and the person in charge here is Boss Cha, and Alan is Boss Cha's captain of the guard. Theoretically speaking, Alan can also take care of all security related matters in this castle. Now that he asks about the investigation results, it is within Alan's scope of responsibility. "Not yet, Your Excellency. The temperature in some places inside is too high. It's not convenient for us to go in now," Hughes said with an embarrassed look. "It's not like they are spoiled. The quality of this kind of stone castle must be no problem." But after such a big fire, the open flame was extinguished, but the floor was still hot, and the residual warmth was still there. They just came early, but they had to wait until the situation inside stabilized before they could go in to investigate. Looking at Hughes, Alan frowned and said with a suspicious expression, "I read the news. The fire broke out at around 5 o'clock in the afternoon." "Yes, Your Excellency. However, the fire initially broke out in the Oak Hall and then spread to other rooms. We just asked that when the fire broke out. According to the guards, the workers inside did not issue a call for help or warning, which was a bit delayed. The perfect time to put out a fire. No sound was made." "What does that mean?" Hughes relaxed his shoulders and said, "I also feel strange about this, but the guard said categorically that he was sure that there was a worker who put up wallpaper in the Oak Hall at the time. He had patrolled there just a few minutes ago and had a conversation with the worker. We said hello and chatted for a while. If there was a fire, there should be a reaction inside, and it shouldn't be so calm." "Oh, is there anyone else in Oak Hall?" "Sir, this is wallpapering. It is different from other decoration work. It has higher requirements on the environment. The worker is also a master. He has this habit before and does not need help. Not only in the Oak Hall, but also in there were no workers in several rooms in the Oak Hall at that time, and he was originally responsible for the wallpaper on this floor." Alan looked at Hughes with a puzzled look, squinted his eyes and thought for a while. "Are you saying that the fire didn't increase suddenly, but that it was discovered after it started burning?" "That's probably it. We don't know the specific situation very clearly. We have only had preliminary communication with the guards so far." Alan pretended to be a little irritated and walked a few steps in place, then suddenly turned around and hooked his hand at Hughes, motioning for him to come closer. After Hughes got closer, Alan lowered his voice and said, "I'll tell you a situation. You can think about it yourself." Seeing Alan's sudden solemnity, Hughes was a little confused. But he must listen to what this excellency said. After all, it is his duty. "Say, Your Excellency." "That's right. This afternoon, around 4 o'clock, I called His Highness." I cough. Alan seemed to suddenly think of something. When he got to the key point, he coughed twice, then skipped the reason, and continued to talk. Due to some personal reasons, I wanted to take a leave of absence for a few days. His Highness is here these days. As you know, we need some manpower. I have to take a leave of absence, so I called His Highness to apply. Who's nodded. It makes sense. When I first came here, His Highness said that after he hung up on me, he needed to go back to London for something. Then not long after His Highness left, there was a fire here. After Alan finished speaking, he stared at Ooze with squinted eyes. The rest is self-explanatory. Point: just after Boss Cha left, there was a fire in the castle. What if Boss Cha is okay temporarily? Will he never leave? What would be the consequences if he didn't leave? Thinking of this, Ooze suddenly felt his scalp numb and the tendons on his back began to twitch. Point: this information is so critical and so scary. He thought it was an accident, but he didn't expect there to be such a secret. Is this a coincidence or intentional? If he didn't know the situation and rashly went in to investigate, if he couldn't find anything, forget it. What if he found something? Once you get involved in this kind of thing, point, sometimes it's not credit. According to the information provided by Mr. Allen, who's thought over it in his mind, if it was done by a foreign force, then it would be easy to say. What if it was not a foreign force? What if someone from within did it? Who could it be? How to check? What should I do if I find out? This is not a time when ordinary people commit crimes and require various investigations. What if other people they can't afford to offend are involved? The risk of investigating this is quite high. It doesn't matter whether he loses his position or not. It would be bad if his life is involved. He still has a wife and children to support. How many years can he live a good life? Thinking of this, Who's thought of the past? It was because he got to know the excellency in front of him and brought wealth to himself and their department through him that he got a promotion and a salary increase. Point: over the years, during festivals, Who's would either come personally or ask someone to send gifts and greetings to this excellency. Although he had never seen him in person, in Who's opinion, the relationship was maintained well. Otherwise this excellency would not have called him to stop in. Point: thinking of this, Who's felt grateful to Alan. Point: if he hadn't known this noble man, how would he have known such secret information? Should he be asked to ask Boss Cha? Boss Cha won't even pay attention to him. Point: now that he has learned such news in advance, regardless of whether it is true or not, Who's is prepared to protect himself wisely. For safety reasons, he is not going to get involved in these matters. When the time is right, he will find an excuse to hand over the matter here to others. Is it better for a dead Taoist friend than a poor Taoist? You can't see this news for yourself. Most of this is my one-sided statement. I think you should already have some opinions. Thank you for informing me. I will consider it carefully. Who's thanked him softly. Then, Your Excellency, okay, I just arrived and don't know much about the rest. Let me know if you find anything new. Okay, sir. I'll go over first. Who's took a step back, bowed respectfully to Alan, and then left. Point: Alan narrowed his eyes and watched Who's leave. This move was considered a smooth move by him. Point: there are some things that will leave traces as long as they are done. Even if the Boss Cha personally handles them, there will be traces. Alan doesn't know much about what Boss Cha does, so this doesn't stop him from coming up with something first. Point: what if he took the initiative to expose this information in a specious way? Anyway, Alan really made the call. He even had a booked flight. And Boss Cha really wanted to go back to London temporarily. These are all true. It's just that I don't know what it will be regarded as by people who don't know the inside story. Anyway, as long as it involves the internal affairs of the royal family, it is very difficult. Point: the fake news he just provided to Who's will be made public soon. As long as Who's lets it slip a little and his familiar colleagues know about it, once they know this inside story, they will handle this case. When something goes wrong, the subconscious mind will be led astray, or the matter will be hastily, and not everyone is willing to intervene in some matters. It would be best to turn it into a mystery. When the time comes, failure to solve the mystery will also have an impact on them. Point: as for the rest. Point: Alan stared at the castle that was still smoking in the distance, but the fire was out, and smiled. Point: the place where the fire broke out this time, for various reasons, happened to be contained in the rooms where the queen and her family lived, no more, no less. This would be more convenient for his next plan. Sometimes, a fire may be just an ordinary accident in some places, but if it happens in a special place, and is associated with special people, it can produce some very special sounds. For example, this time only the queen's house caught fire. Does that mean something special? What would be the effect if Alan secretly spread the rumor that God was disappointed with the queen and caused the fire? What would a group of people who believe in God think when they see this kind of news? In Great Britain, who gave the royal family rights? People, no, it was given by God. The rights and status of the King of England are given by God, and the rights of the nobles are given by the King of England. The whole process has nothing to do with ordinary people. However, the situation in Great Britain has indeed been quite bad in recent years. In such an atmosphere, if rumors are first spread that the fire was caused by the Queen's poor performance, the effect will be, it's exciting to think about. Alan didn't know if anyone had done something like this before, but now he was ready to give it a try. If there is a lot of pressure from outside public opinion by then, then it will be time for him to appear as Boss Ch's #1 loyal henchman. Alan has prepared a series of follow-up plans for this point, included in your self-edict. This thing is a kind of edict or oral instruction issued by ancient emperors when they were introspecting themselves or reviewing their own mistakes. But now, this trick is useful. If the queen wants to calm such public opinion, she has to say something. Although Alan didn't know whether she would use Sinjizao, this did not affect him from recommending this method to Boss Chap. The queen's reputation has long been fulfilled. After so many years in office, everyone in the Commonwealth recognizes her as queen. In this case, if she uses the trick of Sineridict, it means that the queen has a stain on her body. Alan doesn't know whether her reputation will be high, but the blow will definitely be there. The nature of a lofty queen is completely different from that of a tainted queen. If the queen doesn't use this move, then Alan can turn around and give Boss Cha an idea to use this move. And if it were Boss Cha who used this trick, the effect would be different from when the queen used it herself. Because Boss Cha was under the pressure of the queen, his prestige was only that small. Even in the past few years, the media had been observing him with a magnifying glass, and his reputation was still a little bit behind. If this accident happened, Boss ZHA could take the initiative to issue a self-indictment and sincerely take all the responsibility on himself to play self-destruction. In fact, it would win the approval of many people, and the queen would probably also be against Boss ZHA's behavior. The way is very gratifying. In this way, Alan still has follow-up tricks. Since Boss Cha is so responsible, can the queen have another voice? Since she is not in good health, as long as such rumors slowly spread, what will the queen think then? Regardless of whether this was done by Boss ZHA on his own initiative, or someone else deliberately caused Boss ZHA to do it, it would create a gap between mother and son. This is enough. Alan may have been a little sloppy in the early stages of the entire plan, but he was very confident in the later plans. It not only hurt the queen, but also praised Boss Chap. Although he praised Boss Chap, the queen still had a problem with him. Over and over again, they both gained and lost. In this way, it seems that the effort is in vain and the matter has just passed. But will the person involved feel so? Anyway, if Boss Chat tastes the sweetness this time, will he trust Alan more in the future? If there is something more important, will he also talk to Alan? It has been several years since he inherited the title, and Alan is a little tired of his current life. He wants to get in touch with higher level information. He wants to check that the boss does not treat him as a junior, but as a real confidant who can give advice on all aspects. Rather than simply being limited to these trivial matters, Alan wants to trick Boss Cha into doing something big in the future, speeding up the process. At 10 o'clock in the evening, in a temporary tent set up on the lawn of the castle. Boss Cha sat melancholy on the sofa, with an ashtray beside him. He didn't care to smoke a cigar anymore. He was so bored that he started to smoke. Alan sat cross-legged not far from Boss Cha, looking at Boss Cha boredly. The bodies of the victims have been found. Where did you find the worker stuck to the wall, shaking the information in his hand? He saw that there were only 2 of them in the tent, and there were guards outside. It was relatively safe to talk here, and Boss Cha didn't mince words and asked directly, "You're Highness, these are the old people in the family who used to be loyal. Don't worry, huh? Of course I'm relieved, boss. Chad was a little shocked when he looked at the information in his hand. The preliminary investigation results of the room where the fire occurred have come out. According to the information, the fire was caused by the wallpaper worker knocking over the wine on the wine cabinet. As for why he didn't cry out after causing the fire, that's also explained above. When the deceased was found, judging from the position, the worker should have been hit by the wine cabinet. He might have been knocked unconscious at the time and had no chance to cry out. The forensic doctor confirmed that the person was indeed burned to death. The deceased had been burned to death during his lifetime. There were signs of a slight struggle, but the weight on his body was probably too heavy for him to break free. This investigation result seems normal, but boss chap, who knows the inside story from beginning to end, is very envious. What he envied was nothing else but the person Alan found to perform the mission. He has never met this person, but he can do the task so beautifully and even exceed expectations. This is not easy. Chapter 450. Can a kind person come? There is a fundamental difference between being silenced after completing a mission and being willing to die while completing a mission. There is a fundamental difference between the two ways of death. Boss Chad was very envious that Alan was like this and that he could find such a person in his family. Families with military general backgrounds like this seem to be naturally suited to raising such people who work as servants. For those families who started out in politics in the past, these more literary families basically have such people. It cannot be cultivated. Although there is no such old saying in Great Britain as everyone who kills dogs for justice is a scholar, but those who are unfaithful are scholars. The fact is similar. In families that play politics, the head of the family is generally more thoughtful and more particular about things. Maybe they also treat the servants of the family. It will be a very preferential treatment, but compared to this kind of straightforward family that only knows how to fight and kill, it is not so good in some aspects as for the Hill family, a family that is stationed at the border to maintain local stability. The family guards were used to being arrogant like the Earl. 100 years ago, their status was much higher than that of ordinary people. They lived for many years in a world where they dared to fight and kill, and were superior to others. In the living environment, the mentality will be different from that of ordinary servants. Such a guard will either be disloyal or loyal to the end. According to what Alan just said, the person who came to work this time obviously had this kind of ingredient in his family. Boss Chad envied Alan very much. As the crown prince, he sometimes received too much observation from the outside world. On the contrary, in some things, he was not as comfortable as Alan, a nobleman who was not under the public eye. If Alan gets into trouble, he can wipe Alan's butt, but if he gets into trouble, who should he wipe his ass with? When he thought of this, Boss Chad couldn't help but feel a little disgusted. It took just 2 days. Let this kid Alan make some news. He has been preparing for a month or two, and he can't do it well. But when it comes to murder and arson, he did it in just 2 days. It had only been 2 days. The day before yesterday, he was talking to Alan in the study, and Alan also looked at the old photos in his study. What about 2 days later? At this moment, the two of them could only sit in the temporary tent, set up on the castle lawn, looking at the castle not far away with residual warmth. When he thought of this, Boss Chad couldn't help but glared at Alan again and said, "Susan was here just now. I didn't have time to ask you. Have you solved the follow-up matters here?" Follow up. This is the person who was replaced. Oh, don't worry, Your Highness. I've made all arrangements. Alan smiled and bowed his waist. He reached out and grabbed the cigarette case and lighter on the coffee table next to Boss Chad. He lit a cigarette for himself without any courtesy at all, and then explained, "This man's name is Kubo. He and his wife currently live in South London. We have been working as wallpaper painters for decades. In recent years, we have been getting fewer and fewer jobs. Life is not easy for the two of us. I was replaced this afternoon. Others it can match everything, so there shouldn't be any flaws." Then Alan asked someone to block Cooper's car on the road, and while he was waiting for a traffic light, he deliberately, under the cover of several cars, wrongfully caused Cooper's car to rear-end the car in front of him, and then tricked him into getting out of the car. Taking advantage of the few seconds that Cooper crouched down, he quickly controlled his daze and then put on Clark, who had already been wearing the same clothes as him, came out and drove his car to take over from him to Windsor Castle Point in just a few seconds. Clark drove Cooper's car and swaggered into Windsor Castle with the real ID prepared by Alan. He has 2 children. The eldest son is now working as a lawyer in Detroit and only comes back once a year. His daughter got married in Italy and hasn't been back for a long time. His wife, Alan, blew out the cigarette and said with a faint look, "In the afternoon, his wife went to the supermarket. My people investigated her information and knew that she liked to be cheap, so we used the supermarket as an excuse to let him try a drink. A new type of drink. She should not be feeling well now. If she receives the news that her husband was burned to death and she is suddenly stimulated, there is a high probability that she will suffer from heart disease." Alan made a gesture on his neck with his right hand, but Alan did not tell the result. "Don't worry about their children. They will be buried when they come back." Snort. He procrastinates in doing the right things, but he is self-taught in crooked ways and is very professional. Boss Cha snorted coldly, indicating that he was quite satisfied with Alan's subsequent handling. Now that the person had been burned, whoever wanted to identify the body would not know that the body had actually been replaced. There are no monitors on the road these days. As for DNA testing, I'm sorry, there is no practical technology these days. The main reason why Alan chose Cooper to start with was because his body shape was similar to Clark's, and his age was also very different. The blood types are exactly the same. Even if the bone age is tested, there will be no mistakes. The cost of crime these days is so low. Your Highness, I wonder what the situation is with the Queen now. Alan was like a village aunt who was inquiring about gossip. When Boss Cha snorted and stopped talking, he licked his face and began to inquire about the Queen's situation. He remembered the old woman named Susan just now, since she was the Queen's secretary, which proves that the Queen is very likely to be anxious when she sees her house on fire. "Well, I don't know the details yet. You may not have seen the Susan just now. This person is very powerful. I saw her following the Queen when I was a child. She has a very good memory. She can remember everything after reading or listening to it. If you get along with her in the future, be careful." Oh, Alan was suddenly startled. Isn't this photographic memory? He has heard of such a person many times, but in reality, this is the first time he has seen it. Can he remember everything he has seen and heard? Then, with such a talent, she is still the Queen's secretary. How can she be retained? This is a hidden danger. Alan felt a little ache when he thought that such a person was just a secretary. Compared with the same items, look at the people around the Queen. But what about Boss Cha? Ahem. Fortunately, I can help Boss Cha solve his problems. Let the news over there go for now. No matter what happens to the Queen, you should keep a low profile during this period and try not to attract her attention. Do you understand, boss? Cha was extremely serious when he said these words this time. If a woman is angry, no matter what the man does, she will not like it. If this woman still has a lot of power and a bad temper, it will be even more dangerous. Under the current circumstances, Boss Cha feels that it is better to hide the news prepared by Alan and postpone it for a while. The Queen over there is heartbroken because of the burning of the castle. Here, Alan is in the newspaper and jumping around in the media. If it attracts the Queen's attention, it will be in trouble. Ah, okay, Your Highness. Alan thought about it and decided to keep a low profile. It was almost Christmas, and it was time to rest. He had been busy for a long time. Since he was ordered to keep a low profile, he planned to handle some official duties at home these days and continue fan the flames. In the evening, I stayed with Boss Cha at Windsor Castle until midnight. Seeing that nothing happened without Alan, Boss Cha asked Alan to go back to Wales and stay well. Don't show your face without his instructions, and keep a low profile. When we got home, it was already morning. At this time, Alan was not even in the mood to arrange things. He didn't even eat breakfast, and fell into bed, and fell asleep. I slept until after 5 o'clock in the evening, and watched the sun almost set. This feeling of jet lag made me dizzy. In the bathroom, on the massage bed. Alan lay shirtless on the bed, and Xiao Shitao took it upon himself to rub his back. When the weather is cold, soak in slightly hot water for half an hour to relax your muscles and activate your blood circulation. After your skin is soaked through, give your back a nice rub. Needless to say, it will relieve fatigue. Hey. Point it up. Yeah, that's it. Some people, especially those from the south, may not have experienced this kind of thing a few times in their lives, which is somewhat regrettable. Not many people in Great Britain have experienced this method of bathing. Anyway, Alan liked it very much. Little Shitao helped him rub his back. Alan grinned and commanded. After the back was almost finished, he hummed and said, "I'll get you some information later. You arrange a few reliable people to go in 2 directions to help me do something. Well, let the people who kidnapped people yesterday go and let them hide outside." "Okay, young master, what are the 2 paths?" "Go all the way to India and ask them to find Chikli. Isn't he almost finished training there? Let him find a media and publish some news." "India? What about the other way?" Although Xiao Shitao was surprised, he didn't ask much. The Indians were a few years ago, probably more than 30 years ago, and I don't know what they thought. Maybe the 2 elder brothers needed to use them, and they were spoiled to the point of forgetfulness, as if they didn't know the heights of the world. Later, their poor neighbors in the north beat them all the way to the Indian capital, beating the Indians until their noses were bruised and their faces were swollen, so they became honest. But now, it seems that Indians have become less honest in recent years. Whether it is what Alan saw and heard during his last trip to India, or reports from other places, it is very clear that Indians seem to feel that they are themselves in recent years. Okay, again, I believe the Indian side must be very interested in the fire in Windsor Castle in the UK. Alan is planning to put the origin of the rumor in India, with Indians now being dissatisfied with everyone. It seems reasonable for their media to accuse the Queen of Great Britain and spread some rumors. Moreover, even if the rumors become big by then, some people will go to India to find out the source of the rumors. The chaotic environment in India is so exhausting that they can't find it, which makes it safer for Alan. However, the origin of the rumor can be in India, but it is unrealistic to rely solely on a rumor from India to have an effect. You have to rely on another veteran who can speak with enough weight. The United States, which has become increasingly domineering in recent years, is obviously a good candidate. Alan also has a suitable voice channel in the United States, which is still very mature. I believe that Americans will be very interested as long as they learn about the rumors published in Indian newspapers. This is a rumor that can hit the Queen. The Yankees can even make up rumors that the Queen is a lizard. Faced with this well-founded rumor, Alan doesn't believe that they will not be tempted as long as the American media is fueling the fire. Alan doesn't have to worry about the rest. He just sets the fire. After setting the fire, for the sake of safety, he has to withdraw to the side and watch the fire from the other side. This is what a veteran arsonist should do. On the other side, just take my letter and go to old Carl. He will make arrangements. Okay, rub your legs for me too. Windsor Castle caught fire at around 5 PM on November 20th. By the day of the 21st, news from major media outlets had already come out. But regarding the investigation results of this incident, even several media outlets are a bit vague. They have said that the fire was started by workers throwing cigarette butts on the carpet, and some said that the sparks from the cutting machine ignited the fire. The furniture was removed. Anyway, there were a lot of things mentioned, but the official did not give a specific reason. Just like that. As of the evening of the 21st, many versions of the rumor had appeared. Although it is not as big as Alan, there are still a few decent rumors anyway. The royal family is in trouble, and the mentality of many people now is to have fun. And I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional. When reporting on this accident, several media outlets specifically emphasized that Boss Cha was presiding over the renovation of Windsor Castle. This purpose is somewhat obvious, master. Your new castle is about to be renovated. Are you going to take time to check it out soon, Alan? put down the newspaper, and looked up at Ute, who was standing in front of the desk. Ute glanced at the thick stack of newspapers on Alan's desk and was speechless. He was one of the few people who knew the inside story, but he didn't dare to say it. Ute felt frightened every time he thought about it. The young master is much braver now than the old master before. The master just took the second prince to the front line, and the young master directly set the queen's house on fire. To a certain extent, the two generations of heads of the Hill family can be regarded as proud ancestors. Oh, it's finally okay. Alan suddenly felt excited when he thought that after several years of construction, his new house was finally ready. How long had it been? He is extremely disgusted with the old manor, where he lives now. It has poor lighting, is very humid, and has problems everywhere. He can finally move to a new home after struggling for so many years. We have a yacht and a new house. The next step is to build more, or buy more new houses, and then get a private jet or something. Anyway, in everything related to enjoyment, Alan is not prepared to treat himself badly. He has to spend the money he earns. If he doesn't enjoy it, will he leave the money to his descendants after his death? Huh. Then after I move out, can this old manor be reported for repairs? Alan couldn't help but have a headache when he thought about the renovation of his old manor. Now that the old and new manors are not far apart, Alan feels it would be a waste if he spends a lot of money to repair the old manor, but leave it alone without repairing it. If he comes back occasionally, he is used to living in a new house, and he really doesn't want to live in this old house. Can a kind-hearted person come forward and offer to pay Mr. Allen to repair my house? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.